Yesterday, I was basking in the joy of being his mate. Today, I'm a prisoner. He didn't give me any explanation, just ordered me to be thrown into the dungeon. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1: He Family Meeting Adelina SPOV. Today is a very important day for our pack. I would appreciate it if all my children were beside me when Alpha Maximus Drive AKO arrives. I want us to make a good impression. We need to win his alliance not only because he is one of the most powerful alphas in the world, but also because he is the strongest contender for the royal throne. Jake, you'll join me during the meeting, while the girls will handle the reception accommodation for the alpha. Our father informed us during breakfast. Every morning, we have breakfast together, a time when our father outlines our daily schedule and chores. But father, I want to be at the meeting too, I interjected. I'd like to present our economic projects and share my ideas. Don't worry, my sunshine, he replied warmly. Jake will handle everything. You know how alphas feel about women in politics. We don't want to provoke or irritate him, do we? I suppose you're right. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize our pack's future, I reassured him, though it's tongue. As much as I hated it, I understood his reasoning. Wolf society is deeply patriarchal. Women are restricted to roles as gazer or lunas, breeding and managing domestic affairs. Nothing more. Fortunately, my father doesn't share these outdated views, but our pack is too small and financially fragile to challenge societal norms. Today, father is particularly anxious. This meeting isn't just about announcing Jake as the new alpha. He hopes to secure Maximus Draco's alliance to claim the Friel and bordering our northern territory. Unfortunately, Alpha Bradley of our neighboring pack also desires this land, and his pack is larger and more powerful. I pray Alpha Maximus understands that this land isn't just ancient for us, it's our survival. Since our mother's death, father has struggled to lead effectively. Jake and I were too young to help, so his beta, Ben, stepped in to manage the pack. While Ben was excellent at defense, he was terrible with economics. Under his management, our businesses declined, and many pack members fell into poverty. Now that Jake is 24, he'll officially take over as alpha tomorrow, and I'll do everything I can to help him bring prosperity back to our land. Ben's son, Jacob, is set to become our new beta and possibly my mate, if I don't find mine. Jacob's mate, Elisa, died 6 years ago. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, though we weren't close friends. Her loss devastated us all, especially Jacob. Jacob and I grew up together and share a strong bond, though not as strong as the one he shared with his mate. When Jacob and Elisa were revealed as mates, I was happy for them but also a bit envious, longing for the day I'd find my mate. I yearn for the connection everyone talks about, the sparks, the bond. I pray the moon goddess will bless me with a mate someday. The time has come. Aegeus already here. Why are you still in your tracksuit? Adelina. Stella scolded me, barging into my room as usual. How does she always sneak in unnoticed? Because you're always in your own world. My beautiful sister. She teased. Did I say that aloud? I wondered. No, you didn't. My wolf replied in my head, huh? I blinked in confusion. Stop daydreaming. Adelina. Alpha Maximus Drive AKO is here. Get ready, Stella said impatiently. 10 seconds, and it'll be done. 10 seconds. Are you mad? I've been preparing all morning. I'm so excited. I really hope Aegeus the one. Puzzled. My mate, Aegeus 30 and still single. Rumor has it Aegeus searching for his fated mate. Practically bouncing with excitement. What makes you think the future king of all werewolves will be your mate? His mate will likely be a princess or someone from a royal family. Besides, even if he were your mate, I had Aegeus selfish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and harsh. Why would you want a mate like that? Oh, Adelina, can't you see? His mate will be the future queen, living in a palace, wearing luxurious dresses and jewels, enjoying a life of comfort. Who cares if H is a jerk? Sorry, Stella, but that doesn't appeal to me. I'd rather be with someone kind and ordinary than endure life with Alpha Maximus. No matter his riches. Whatever, sis, you've always been narrow-minded. People can change. You know, maybe he'll treat his mate differently with love and sweetness. People don't change that easily, Stella. And a life like that always watched, criticized, and in danger isn't worth all the riches in the world. You're impossible, she huffed, storming out of my room. Maximus's POV. At last, we arrived at this insignificant pack, our final stop before returning home. The tour has been exhausting, but I've established my dominance across the werewolf community. They now know to challenge me for the throne. This pack holds little interest for me. It's small and financially struggling. However, their invitation to witness the presentation of their future alpha shows respect, which I won't overlook. Allies, even small ones, can be valuable. Yet, since entering this territory, I've felt strange, restless, eager, and uneasy. My wolf, ko, shares my agitation. It's not fear but something more. An anticipation I can't explain. Something tells me this visit will change my life forever. Whatever fate has in store. I'm ready to face it. As always. Chapter to the acquaintance. Maximus POV. I am very glad that the future king will attend my son's coronation. It's truly an honor. Alpha Maximus. Your reputation precedes you. You are one of the most remarkable and promising alphas of your generation. Your father was incredibly powerful, but I truly believe you surpass him. Thank you, I replied in a flat tone. Everywhere I go, I hear the same compliments. I'm sick of it. Taking advantage of your presence here. I'd also like to discuss a very important matter with you if you have the time. Your Majesty. The Alpha of the Crescent Moon Pack continued, his tone careful yet eager. I'm so tired of this ex-alpha attitude. Why can't they just say what's on their mind without all the flowery praise and finality? Little does he know that flattery gains nothing from me. My wolf, ko, is restless and ominous. He shifts uneasily, his unease making my skin prickle. Something about this pack doesn't sit right with him. If they've done anything foolish, I'll make them pay dearly for it. As the alpha rambled on, a delightful scent hit me. Jasmine and gardenia. The most captivating aroma my senses have ever encountered. My wolf surged forward, taking control as my eyes scanned the room. And then I saw her. She stood at the door, her teton poised, about to enter. Long brown hair, hazel almond eyes, and a lean, curvaceous figure. She was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. She wore a long black pencil skirt and a crisp white shirt, complemented by black patent leather high heels. Magnificent, Drive 8A opened, his voice filled with longing. At first glance, her petite frame and thick features made me think she might be a low-ranking wolf, but the way she carried herself, with confidence and poise, contradicted that assumption. Her attire was far too polished for an Omega. Perhaps they dressed her up for my visit. She might be someone's mistress, meant to curry favor. The thought alone made Drive ko growl in disapproval. She is my mate. No one can lay a hand on her. Don't even think about calling her someone's mistress. Calm down. Drive ko, I snapped, trying to suppress his excitement. You can't seriously believe a low-ranking Omega could be my mate. Watch your words. Drive ko growled furiously. She's mine. I want to mock her here and now. Hold your horses. I countered. You're jumping to conclusions. Besides, I already have a Lunagina. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Drive ko scoffed. She's not her Luna. She's just a random fling. And frankly, just too fake and far too ugly for our taste. Speak for yourself. I muttered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha's voice dragged me back into the conversation. So, Alpha Maximus, what do you think of our proposal? Do you see its potential, huh? I blinked, realizing everything. Apologies, but this trip has exhausted me. I suggest we take a 30-minute break if there are no objections. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your Majesty, please forgive us for not allowing you sufficient rest. I'll have the gazer bring refreshments immediately. The Alpha responded obsequiously. Go talk to her. Ko urged. I want to know her name. I'll talk to her but not for your reasons, I said firmly. Oh, the infamous Alpha Maximus doesn't admit to sharing anything, not even curiosity, with his wolf. Ko teased. Cut it out. Ko. I'm already fed up with this sycophant calling me Majesty every 2 minutes. Don't add to it. Okay. I'll stop. Ko said, his tone laced with mischief. But you still haven't told me why you want to talk to her. Just curious. That's all, I replied, keeping my tone measured and indifferent. But it wasn't entirely true. There was something about her presence that unsettled me in ways I didn't want to acknowledge, not even to myself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Draco's voice skepticism. You're never curious. Maximus. I turned my attention back to the girl. Ko was right about one thing: she was stunning. She stood by the buffet, directing the gazer, completely ignoring my presence. I cleared my throat, expecting her attention, but she didn't even glance my way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone sharper now. Ko chuckled. She's confident. I like that. Or arrogant, I retorted. Probably because she's sleeping with someone like Jake or Richard. That would explain her inflated ego. My mate would never. Ko snapped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's not your mate yet. Ko. And what do you expect? For her to wait for us and touch all this time. Another word, and you'll mark her right now. Ko threatened. You'll do nothing, I said coldly. Sit down like a good puppy and wait. I am not a puppy. You are whatever I say you are. Now, do we have a deal? Fine. Ko grumbled reluctantly. He could be infuriatingly stubborn, but he knew better than to challenge me outright. The girl finally turned to face me, her head held high. Alpha Maximus? How can I help you? Not avoiding eye contact. Not something an Omega would do. Now I was genuinely curious. I wonder if I could have a fresh drink. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll send an Omega right away, she replied briskly, turning to leave. I grabbed her arm, forcing her to face me. Is it so offensive to serve me yourself? Of course not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's simply not my responsibility, she said calmly. And what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are your responsibilities? Many, she replied curtly. Who are you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Adelina. Her voice steady. Alpha Richard's daughter and this Pact's financial advisor. I blinked, taken aback. Financial advisor? A woman? Is this a joke? No joke. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And with your permission, I'll see to your drink. She turned and walked away. She's got guts. Drive AKO commented. Amused. She's insufferable. I muttered. But I watched her leave. I cowed and denied the truth. She was different, and that was unsettling. Why didn't she recognize us? Drive AKO interjected, his usual impatience clear. Because you always forget. I replied, my tone clipped. When we're outside the pack. My scent is masked by the magic potion that which Sonia concocted for me. Doesn't matter. I want her. Drive AKO growled. You have to reveal yourself and take her with us. She's the Alpha's daughter, not an Omega like you thought. A daughter of a small, financially ruined pack. I countered coldly. What benefit is there in that for me? Her attitude alone should disqualify her. Have you completely lost your mind? Drive AKO. If you ever had one. That is. And let me remind you we already have Gina. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Draco's disdain was palpable. That bimbo is not good enough to be Luna. She's a pathetic excuse for a mate. And you know it. Our mate, our true mate, is right here. If you refuse to reveal yourself to her, don't expect me to help you in battles or skirmishes anymore. And with that, Drive AKO sped our connection, leading me in silence. He didn't bluff ever. Truth to be told, if I wanted to claim the throne and secure my position, I needed Drive AKO on my side. Without him, I wouldn't stand a chance against my enemies. Damn it. Why does he have to be so stubborn? Why must he complicate everything? My gaze swept the room until I spotted Alpha Richard and his son, Jake, talking and drinking in the corner. With deliberate steps, I approached them. The moment they saw me, they stopped mid-conversation, their faces instantly paling as they bowed low, clutching their glasses. I let my eyes settle on them, cold and calculating. Before I began, Alpha Richard, Jake, I need to speak with you immediately. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone curt. Of course. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're at your service. Richard replied, his voice dripping with false deference. Not here. Somewhere private. This matter requires discretion. I commanded. You worry us? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What has happened? Richard asked nervously. Call your daughter. She needs to be part of this conversation, I said firmly. Which one? I think her name is Adelina, I said inferently. My daughter Adelina. Richard stammered. Yes. Is that a problem? I asked sharply. And no, not at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll have her brought immediately. Bowing awkwardly, within 10 minutes, we were all gathered in Richard's office. The room was small and suffocating, but the intoxicating scent of jasmine and gardenia filled the space, making it oddly bearable. Adelina stood in the corner, her head lowered, avoiding my gaze. She was far more tolerable, like this quiet and unassuming. The arrogance she had shown earlier seemed to vanish in this confined space. Good. Alpha Maximus. Richard began cautiously. May I ask why we've gathered here? I met his gaze with cold authority. As you all know, I've spent nearly 2 decades searching for my mate without success. Today? That's a chance. Richard's face lit up with disbelief and delight. Truly. Congratulations. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is incredible news. What an honor that your mate is from our pack. Enough, I interrupted. His sycophantic rambling grated on my nerves. Richard froze, his mouth half open. My mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Turning my gaze toward Adelina. Is none other than your daughter, Adelina. The room fell silent. Richard's face drained of color. Jake looked as though he'd been struck dumb. The others gawked at me like he'd just sprouted a second head. But Adelina's reaction was the most intriguing. Her face went pale, her body rigid. And then, she broke the silence. No, she cried, her voice trembling with frustration. This can't be. I narrowed my eyes. What did you just say? She lifted her gaze to mine, her hazel eyes blazing with defiance. I don't feel anything when I'm near you. Your scent is indifferent to me. My wolf doesn't recognize you as my mate. Her words stung more than they should have. You'll understand everything when you come closer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Masking my irritation with calm authority. What for? Her voice tinged with fear. Be careful, Adelina. I warned. This is the second time you've questioned me. I won't be so forgiving the next time. Please. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forgive my daughter, Richard interjected hastily. She's confused and overwhelmed. None of us expected such news. Confused. Overwhelmed. I repeated, my voice a low growl. She should be honored. You all should. She acts like Ali sentenced her to death. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We are honored, Richard exclaimed. A misunderstanding, I assure you. I turned my attention back to Adelina. Come here and take my hand. I won't repeat myself. She hesitated, her steps slow and uncertain as she approached me. When I grabbed her hand, the moment our skin touched, sparks ignited across my body. The sensation was electric, undeniable. Her scent consumed me, filling every corner of my mind. Drive AKO surged forward, seizing control. He pulled her into a fierce embrace and kissed her deeply. A possessive claim. You are my mate. His voice filled with raw emotion. I've finally found you. Tomorrow morning, you're leaving with me. Prepare yourself, my little dove. Adelina SBOV. Oh, goddess. What am I going to do? Alpha Maximus is my mate. The sparks where he touched me, the overwhelming pull of his scent, and the way my wolf purred with joy confirmed what had been so desperate to deny. My heart fluttered against my will, and butterflies erupted in my stomach. But the man himself, no. His arrogance and cruelty were unbearable. How could I spend the rest of my life with someone like him? A man who clearly couldn't love anyone but himself. I had to think beyond myself. Rejecting him would devastate my pack. Alpha Maximus wasn't just a powerful alpha, he was the future king. A rejection would bring ruin to Crescent Moon Pack, and I couldn't let that happen. But how could I promise myself to him? How could I tie my life to someone I couldn't stand to be near for more than a moment? Tears blurred my vision as I fled the office. I didn't stop running until I was deep in the woods, far from his suffocating and arrogant behavior. I collapsed against a tree, my breath hitching, my wolf whimpered in my mind. Conflicted. She adored him, but I couldn't. Why, goddess? I whispered, my voice breaking. Why him? The forest was silent. offering no answers. Chapter 3 Alone with the tempered Alpha Adelina SBOV. The next morning came far too quickly. It spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to silence the storm of thoughts racing through my mind. When the sun finally rose, I felt a suffocating numbness, like I was paralyzed. The weight of the inevitable crushed me. I didn't want to leave my pack, my home, my life. I had projects lined up, plans that could reshape our future, my future. The economic strategy I'd worked tirelessly on was finally ready to be implemented. I wanted to see it through. I wanted to celebrate the results with my friends, my family. This was my world, and I loved it. I didn't want to give it up, but none of that mattered anymore. In a few short hours, this life would be gone. Everything I had built, every connection I held dear, would be relegated to the past, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I had no choice but to accept my fate. Whining wouldn't change anything. I had to adapt, had to find a way to face this new life. Maybe, just maybe, I was overreacting. Maximus was completely heartless. Yesterday, he'd been surprisingly demonstrative. The way he hugged me, kissed me, it felt genuine, as if he truly believed in the mate bond. That Stella was right. Maybe this would work out after all. Maybe I just needed to try, to have faith. Everything would be fine. Right. A sharp knock on the door shattered my fragile train of thought. "Come in," I called out, trying to steady my voice. The door creaked open, and Lena, one of the Omega girls who cleaned my room, stepped inside. Her nervous demeanor was immediately apparent, her hand twisted in front of her, and she looked everywhere but at me. "Lena," I prompted gently. She took a deep breath, finally gathering enough courage to speak. "Good morning, miss," she said hesitantly. "I've been sent to inform you. Alpha Maximus is waiting for you at the parking lot. You're leaving in 20 minutes. My heart sank. 20 minutes. I repeated, incredulous. "I thought we were leaving closer to noon. Why the rush?" "I'm sorry, miss," Lena said softly, her eyes downcast. "I'm only delivering the message." I exhaled, pinching the bridge of my nose. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Maximus would do this. Everything had to be on his terms. He controlled the timeline, the pace, my future. "Thank you, Lena," I said at last, my voice steadier than I expected. "Please let Alpha Maximus know it'll be ready. And could you bring someone to help with my luggage?" Lena nodded quickly. "Yes, miss. Right away." As the door closed behind her, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor. My heart ached, and my mind felt like it was caught in a whirlwind. This is it, I thought. Time to leave everything behind. With a deep breath, I stood and began to prepare for the next chapter of my life. I don't remember much of what happened next. Everything passed in a blur: the hurried packing of my belongings, the rushed farewells to my family and friends, the awkward silence as I climbed into the car. And now, here I am, sitting in the passenger seat of Maximus' car, with nothing but the sound of tires on asphalt and the steady hum of the engine. Maximus hadn't said much since we left. His demeanor was cold, distant, and his silence felt heavy. It was a stark contrast to the man who had, just the day before, kissed me as if I were the center of his world. Now, he seemed like a stranger. I tried to break the silence, desperate for some kind of communication, but the tension was suffocating. "How much longer?" I asked after hours of awkward silence, my voice barely above a whisper. "What?" Maximus asked, his tone sharp, like my question had broken his concentration. "How much longer until we arrive at your pack?" I clarified, trying to ignore the discomfort curling in my stomach. "We have about 4 more hours of continuous driving." Still sounding distant, almost bored. "But we'll stop midway." "Why will we stop?" the need for some connection urging me to keep the conversation going. "I never travel through the night," he answered curtly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Oh, I see," I mumbled, feeling embarrassed for having asked in the first place. His attitude was so different from the warm fate she'd shown yesterday. I wondered if it was just how he was or if I was somehow the cause of this sudden change. Either way, the car felt unbearably small, and the silence was oppressive. After what felt like an eternity, we reached the typical roadside stop in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place where you wouldn't expect to find anything but tired travelers, all wolves making their way through the vast wilderness between packs. There was something unnervingly familiar about it, a sense of isolation. The place felt cut off from the world, and that was exactly the point. Humans didn't even know it existed. Maximus guards had already taken care of everything, checking us in and ensuring the room was ready. However, due to a festival happening in a nearby town, the motel was filled with travelers. That left us with no choice but to share the same room. I was startled when I realized this. I had only just met Maximus. Sure, he was my mate, but this felt too soon, too intimate. I shifted uncomfortably in the back of the car as we pulled up to the building. The thought of being in close quarters with him for the night made my stomach twist. I barely knew him, and already, I was expected to share a space with him. I followed him silently into the motel lobby, but my mind was reeling. What if I cowed in sleep? What if he said something or did something that made everything even more awkward? I wasn't ready for this. As we made our way down the hallway, I couldn't help but glance at him out of the corner of my eye. The coldness in his expression hadn't changed. He walked ahead of me, his broad shoulders stiff, his movements tense. It was as if he were shutting me out, and that only made me feel more uncomfortable. We reached the room, and Maximus unlocked the door, stepping aside to let me enter first. The room was modest, with simple furnishings and a large bed. My heart raced, but I refused to let my anxiety show. I quickly turned to face him. "Are you sure we have to share the same room?" Trying to sound casual, though my voice trembled slightly. Maximus didn't respond immediately. He just stood there, his eyes fixed on the bed. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice a little softer than before. "We don't have a choice, Adelina. There are no other rooms, and this is the safest option. I don't trust anyone else, especially with you here." His gaze shifted to meet mine, and there was something in his eyes, something that almost seemed apologetic, but it quickly disappeared, replaced with that same coldness. I looked around exploring the place when Maximus's cold voice interrupted my train of thought. "You'll sleep on the couch. You take the bed," he said coldly, and then he left the room without another word. I nodded to myself, heading to the bathroom. After hours of travel, a warm bath was exactly what I needed to relax. And some food too, because right now, I was starving. I hoped Maximus would eat as well, or it was going to be a very difficult night for me. After several minutes of pampering myself in the bathroom, I stepped out, wrapped in a towel. I'd forgotten to grab my clothes, something I always did back home. I preferred to get dressed in my bedroom, away from the steam and moisture of the bathroom. I really hated soaking my clothes. When I stepped back into the room, I saw Maximus sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for me with a couple of burgers. His gaze immediately swept over me, lust darkening his eyes as they turned black. His wolf was in control now. Instinctively tightening my grip on the towel, I didn't want to provoke him any further, if that was even possible. "Nonsense," my wolf scolded. "It's just our mate. From now on, we're going to share more than just a room with him," she commented playfully. "Please, girl, don't be so horny," I replied, trying to regain my composure. I knew that when a wolf takes over, the marking wouldn't be avoided, and of course I did not want that. At least, not now. It is too early for me to be marked, and especially in a hotel room. I always imagined being marked in a nice and romantic place, I immediately looked down, avoiding eye contact with him while he kept staring at me lustfully, making me feel vulnerable. He stood up and walked toward me, his eyes never leaving mine as the distance between us closed with every step. When he was only a few centimeters away, his hands settled on my arms, and he leaned toward me. When he touched me, butterflies exploded in my stomach and sparks danced through my body. It was everything I had expected from our bond, but there was more. I couldn't explain it, but when he was around, it was as if he had a way of shaping my emotions, my desires, and my thoughts. Though I had known him for only a few hours, I felt an overwhelming connection to him. I wanted to be near him, to touch him, to hold him, to speak words of love and to do everything lovers do. But how could I feel this way? I barely knew him, and I certainly didn't like him. I closed my eyes, leaning into him, trembling with anticipation, waiting for the kiss. But instead, I heard him clear his throat, making me open my eyes. The moment I did, I saw the disapproval in his gaze. He turned away abruptly, leaving me standing there, feeling foolish. Why had he done that? Do you always behave like this? His voice harsh as he sat on the bed. His body was stiff, his expression cold and distant. What do you mean? Completely puzzled. If anyone should be scolded, it definitely was me. Do you always act so provocative when a man is around? His tone was strict, and his eyes bore into mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. What? I was offended. Was he seriously insinuating that I'd stepped out of the bathroom in nothing but a towel to provoke him? Who did he think I was? Don't play innocent with me. He shot back venomous lie. It's obvious that you came out like this to provoke me. I didn't. I stammered, trying to defend myself, but he cut me off before I could say another word. Stop trying to look innocent. Put something on and come eat if you don't want your food to get cold. He ordered coldly now. I was going to let him get away with such an accusation. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself before responding, my voice low but firm. Let's get something straight. I didn't come out to provoke you. I simply forgot my clothes. I don't need this kind of treatment. His gaze turned colder, his jaw tightening at my words. I was going to back down now. Not after everything he said. His sudden shift in attitude had taken me by surprise, and I refused to let him walk all over me. Besides, I didn't expect you to be here, I added, my voice biting as I crossed my arms. He looked at me for a moment, as if weighing whether or not to respond, before finally speaking in a low, controlled tone. Well, now you know. This is my room too. You can't assume he'll be gone. I stood my ground, my chest rising and falling with the tension in the room. I didn't ask for any of this. I'm not here to cater to your assumptions. Maximus's eyes softened for a split second, but he quickly masked it with an impassive expression. The silence between us thickened, the weight of his gaze still heavy on me, as if he was trying to figure me out. Please spare me from your pathetic excuses. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. End of discussion. Go get dressed, he commanded firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. I couldn't stop myself from snapping back. I have the right to defend myself. I don't want to give you the wrong impression of me. Maximus's gaze hardened, his jaw clenching as he stood tall in front of me. If I were you, I wouldn't worry so much about it. Now come and eat before it gets cold. His words stung, but in a way, they made me pause. Was I overthinking things? Maybe he was right. A mate shouldn't think badly of you for something as simple as this. Maybe I was making a mountain out of a molehill, trying to push the discomfort aside. I guess you're right, I muttered, resigning myself to the moment. With a hesitant glance, I turned to grab my clothes. Maximus had already moved toward the bed, the burgers sitting there, seemingly untouched, waiting for us to settle it into whatever strange dynamic this new chapter would hold. Inside the bathroom, I leaned against the counter, trying to steady my racing heart. What had just happened? One moment, I was imagining a tender moment with him, and the next, he was accusing me of trying to provoke him. I was some object for him to control, but part of me couldn't help but feel confused. The way HED looked at me, it had felt too intense, too intimate, and yet, there was a part of me that couldn't ignore the pull between us. After a few moments of calming myself, I changed quickly, trying to block out my swirling thoughts. I needed to regain my composure. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I found Maximus sitting at the edge of the bed, his back to me. He was already eating a burger, though his posture suggested he was still in a tense mood. I had half expected him to say something else, maybe even apologize for his outburst. But instead, there was just silence. I walked over to the small table where he had placed the burgers, the air thick between us. My stomach growled with hunger, but I couldn't help but feel the distance that still stretched between us. I wanted to break through that wall, to understand him more, but I was sure how. "I'm sorry about earlier," I said quietly, my voice a little softer than I intended. He didn't look up, his focus on his food as he chewed slowly. "Don't apologize. I'm not in the mood for it." I bit my lip and sat down opposite him, not knowing what else to say. My own hunger took over, and I grabbed one of the burgers, trying to keep my thoughts from drifting back to how close we had almost come to kissing earlier. I didn't want to dwell on that. Not now. Not until we figured out what was going on between us. We ate in silence for a while, and it seemed like the tension between us had settled into something more manageable, though it was still there. Maximus didn't make a move to close the distance between us. He kept his eyes down, focused on the food as if it was the only thing that mattered in that moment. Eventually, I spoke again. "So do you always get like this?" Hoping to shift the conversation into less tense territory, his gaze flickered to me for a moment, his eyes hard but calculating. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you seem to be constantly on edge." "I don't know. Maybe it's the whole Alpha thing, but it's like I can't take anticipate anything right around you." There was a long pause, but he didn't seem surprised by my question. He looked at me with something akin to frustration. "Being an Alpha isn't easy. You have no idea what's at stake. I can't afford to be distracted, especially by things like this." "By things like what?" Raising an eyebrow, unsure of where this was going. "By relationships. By you." His voice clipped, though there was an undercurrent of something softer. "I don't have time for things I can't control." I wanted to push him, to ask more questions, but something about his words made me hesitate. He sounded so closed off, so distant, and yet, beneath that, I could feel there was more, something that made me want to keep trying to understand him, even if he kept pushing me away. "I'm not trying to control you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My tone more gentle now. "I'm just trying to get through this without making things worse." But I'm not used to this. He met my gaze then, his eyes unreadable for a moment, before he stood up and walked toward the small desk by the window, as if considering something, then turned to face me again. "We leave early tomorrow. Get some rest. You'll need it." I didn't respond right away. I couldn't help but feel like there was something more he was saying. But in that moment, it was clear he was done talking. Maximus was a man of few words, and when he chose to close himself off, there was nothing I could do to force him to open up. I finished my burger in silence, my thoughts racing, trying to process everything that had happened in such a short time. Maybe tomorrow things would be different, but for tonight, it seemed like the only thing I could do was accept the strange, tense silence and prepare for whatever came next. Chapter 4 Rules Adelina SPOV. Hours passed quickly as we traveled by car. And before I knew it, we had arrived in Maxim's territory. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within me, joy and sorrow, fear and hope all intertwined, filling my heart at once. Would I find happiness here? Would the relationship between us work? 1,000 questions about my future consumed my mind. I was so absorbed by thoughts of what my life would be like from now on that I didn't even notice we had arrived at the drive, aka Pact's headquarters. We parked outside a grand house, or perhaps I should call it a royal palace. The estate was enormous, with sprawling Babylonian gardens, a pool, large garages, tennis courts, a football field, and a basketball court, just to name a few. Maximus immediately stepped out of the car without waiting for me, while I remained in place, mesmerized by the beauty of it all. He didn't even glance back at me, which left me unsettled. Maybe HE's just busy. My wolf spoke up in my mind. HE's been away for so long. There must be a lot for him to catch up on. Perhaps you're right, I replied, trying to calm my nerves. Maybe I'm overthinking things. I finally stepped out of the car and followed Omega, who had come to open the door and guide me inside. As soon as I entered, I was taken aback by the view. The room was filled with modern, stylish furniture and elegant decor. In front of me stood a grand iron staircase leading up to the other 2 floors. Given the opulence surrounding me, I couldn't help but believe this must be Maximus' home. I stood in the room for several minutes, unsure of where to go or what to do, when an Omega kindly offered to give me a tour. Since Maximus had already disappeared into one of the many rooms, I gratefully accepted the offer. As we wandered through the building, I soon realized that this wasn't Maximus' private home, it was the packhouse. The ground floor housed the whole, an entertainment room with numerous games, a restaurant. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A cinema room, and a gym. On the first floor, the offices of the Alpha and Gamma, while the second floor contained their bedrooms. There were also rooms for some pack members who lived here, mostly single wolves who hadn't found their mates yet or had lost them. The married wolves lived in houses scattered throughout the land. Although the tour occupied much of my day, my mind remained preoccupied with Maximus' strange behavior. Why had he treated me so distantly? And why had he brought me here instead of his own home? Normally, when an alpha finds his mate, he brings her to house, not to the pack house. Maybe we'll go to his house later, my wolf suggested. He must have a lot of work to do, especially as alpha and future king of all werewolves. I hope you're right, I responded, my voice tinged with sadness. The situation didn't feel right. Deep down, something inside me warned that things might not be as good as I had hoped. I was resting in one of the living rooms when the Omega who had guided me earlier left to assist in the kitchen. My thoughts were interrupted when a security guard approached and asked me to follow him. We climbed a few stairs, and upon reaching the first floor, we stopped in front of a set of double doors. He knocked and gestured for me to enter. It was then that I realized this was Maximus' office. Maximus sat behind a large mahogany desk, and the office itself was fit for a king. Behind him, a window offered a view of the training grounds and the dense forest beyond. To the left, there was an expansive library filled with all sorts of books. It was truly remarkable. I've always loved books, and I think I know where I'll be spending most of my time from now on. As I mentally planned my daily routine, Maximus cleared his throat, snapping me back to the present. His piercing grey eyes locked onto mine, filled with an unmistakable anger. I froze in place. I didn't understand how, but he always managed to unsettle me, affecting my emotions, my entire composure without my being able to stop it. I hated feeling so vulnerable around him. Sit, he commanded, his tone flattened emotionless. Thank you, I replied, taking a seat in one of the chairs in front of his desk. He stared at me, his gaze stern and unreadable. I wasn't sure whether he was surprised by my response or offended, perhaps both. He closed the file in front of him, his gaze still fixed on mine. Before speaking again, I called you here to inform you of the rules you must follow from now on as a member of my pack. Okay, I managed to say, my voice small. As you know, every pack has its rules. So does mine. We follow them reverently and without exception. There will be no exceptions for you. I don't wish for any exceptions, I said firmly. But before you start with the rules, may I ask you a question? Although I don't appreciate interruptions. Go ahead, he replied curtly. Make it brief. His tone discouraged me, but I pushed through and asked anyway. I was wondering when I can go home, freshen up and get some rest. I'm really tired from the trip. I don't understand your question. His voice called. This is your home now. You won't be returning to your old pack, if that's what you mean. No. You misunderstood me. I quickly corrected. I'm not talking about my old pack's home, but my new one. I know you're busy, but I would really appreciate some rest in my bedroom, if I may. And who's stopping you? He replied, almost as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You don't need permission to go to your bedroom. I know that. But how do I get there? I don't know where your house is. That's completely irrelevant. He responded dismissively. Why would you need to know the location of my house? Because I want to go there to rest. You know. What is wrong with him? You don't need to go anywhere. You're already home. From now on, this is where you live. I blinked, confused. I thought alphas live separately from the pack when they find their lunars. You misunderstood. His tone sharp. You'll be living here. They'll continue living in my house as always. But aren't we supposed to live together? You know, like all mates do. He deliberately ignored my question and continued speaking as though no further explanation was necessary. The rules are as follows. 1. You must spend most of your day in your room. You are not allowed to wander around like a tourist. Meals will be served in the dining room, and if you need anything, you'll ask one of the Omgazer to bring it to you. You must obey your superiors. Any disobedience will be punished. You must always address me as Alpha, never by my first name, under any circumstances. You are not permitted to leave the pack's premises without permission. And last but not least, you must not tell anyone that you are my mate. I stared at him in disbelief. You know, this is really not the time for jokes. I'm exhausted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Confused. I never joke about pack matters, he replied coldly. If you have no further questions, you are free to leave, But wait a minute. I stammered, completely at a loss for words. What was happening? It felt as though the ground had just been ripped from beneath me. If you have any more questions, our beta will be glad to answer them and explain the procedures followed here. Maximus said, his tone imposing. You are dismissed now. I left his office, my head down, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Confusion and sadness gripped me. Why was he acting this way? What was wrong? This was absurd. Why didn't he want anyone to know we were mates? Why bring me here if he didn't want me? Was I just supposed to be confined to a room in the packhouse? Maybe HS afraid. My wolf mused. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Afraid of what? I wondered aloud. Afraid that someone might hurt you. This is new for him too. You may not know how to handle the situation. I don't know. I don't believe that. Achi is so powerful and composed. Of course, he's powerful, but he has one weakness. One weakness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're his weakness. Adelina. Oh, don't worry about the small things. I can feel it, his wolf definitely wants us. I really hope you're right, and that everything works out in the end. I hope I made the right choice by coming here. Chapter 5 Imprisonment Maximus BOV. I can't believe this woman is my mate. I muttered to myself. She's so weak, so pathetic. She didn't even try to defend herself. How could she possibly be the Luna of my pack? She's completely unsuitable for the role. You're overreacting. My wolf. Dive KO. Don't underestimate her. I can feel her wolf chest strong. Yeah. Whatever. I snapped. You can't convince me with just a feeling when the facts show the opposite. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. The door opened, and the familiar, seductive scent of Gina filled the room. She stepped inside, wearing a tight black dress that clung to her body and accentuated her every curve. She was beautiful, and undeniably strong, one of the most powerful wolves in my pack. That was the kind of woman my Luna should be, not someone like Adelina, who couldn't even stand up for herself. Sure, she's capable, but a gold digger. Drive AKO chimed in, his voice dripping with disdain. You forgot to mention that she's the most self-serving wolf in the pack. I ignored him. As usual, I wasn't about to let Drive AKO spoil things for me. For days I had been traveling without any opportunity for enjoyment. Yes, it'd been with other women along the way, but with the revelation of my mate in the last pack, it had been impossible to have fun without drawing attention and making a fool of myself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. I would soon be their king. Gina approached me with her usual confident allure, leaned in close, and whispered in my ear, "Baby, where have you been?" Her voice dripping with a mix of desire and frustration. "You didn't even greet me when you came in. I've missed you." She moved closer, her eyes locked onto mine, filled with an unspoken invitation. I couldn't deny her presence had an effect on me. She was always able to captivate me, her confidence and allure impossible to ignore. But in that moment, as she leaned in, a thought lingered at the back of my mind. There was something unsettling about it all. I had my mate now, and the distance between me and Gina suddenly felt more pronounced. It was something I had expected to feel, but there it was. Adelina's POV. After the guards escorted me to my room, I sat on my bed, completely stunned. What had just happened? Why had he been so harsh with me? I couldn't understand it. I needed to go back and confront him. I had to sort things out. He couldn't just treat me like this, not after everything. Alpha or not, I didn't care. Fueled by anger and confusion, I left my room and made my way towards Maximus' office, my steps determined. But as I neared the door, an unsettling feeling washed over me. It wasn't fear of his reaction, it was something deeper. An instinct that warned me that something was about to happen. Something that would shake me to my core. I couldn't explain it, but I knew. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my chest. I gasped but shook it off, refusing to let it stop me. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I heard strange sounds coming from inside. Moaning. My heart raced, but I pushed the doubt aside and entered without a second thought. The sight I walked into left me frozen in place. Maximus was with another woman at all. Slender redhead. They were entwined, their intimacy so raw and unapologetic that it stole my breath. When Maximus saw me standing there, he let out a growl and shouted for me to leave, his voice thick with anger. Although Maximus' harsh reaction made my knees weak, I stood my ground, my anger flaring. Enough was enough. It wasn't just the way he had treated me earlier, it was this. I had caught him in the act of betrayal, and then he dared to shout at me, ordering me out. No, I wasn't going anywhere. Not anymore. He had crossed a line I didn't even think he could see. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Maximus growled, his voice laced with fury, but I was trying my best to hold it together, to make sense of the mess that had just unfolded. Who is that? Baby. The red-haired woman sneered at me, her venomous gaze cutting through me as she spoke. "I'm his mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm." My voice steady with an unexpected pride, despite the emotional storm inside me. "And who are you?" She scoffed, clearly unimpressed. "You're his mate, Shima." This short, worthless woman, This minion is your mate. Don't make me laugh. She isn't even pretty. The insult stung, but I kept my chin high. Maximus' silence, however, spoke volumes. I could feel my heart sinking as she continued to tear me down. Get out, Maximus bellowed, his words slicing through the tension in the room. I couldn't believe it. He was asking me to leave. After everything, he let this woman insult me. And he stood there, not even defending me. Was this how he truly saw me? Did I even matter to him? Are you telling me to get out while this woman insults me like this? My voice shaking with disbelief. Get out, Maximus repeated menacingly, his tone colder than ever. No, I won't. Until you tell me who this woman is. I demand an explanation. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Crossing my arms defiantly, the red-haired woman, clearly as unclearly enjoying the spectacle, interjected with a smirk. In his only love and the future Luna of this pack. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Didn't you get the news? What? I gasped. How is that possible? I'm his mate. I will be the Luna of this pack. My voice was filled with shock and confusion. Maximus glanced at the woman for a moment before speaking, his calm demeanor an unsettling contrast to the anger that was rising inside me. Gina, please leave us alone. I have some things to discuss with this woman. As she walked out, she turned to me with a final smirk. Okay, love, but do me a favor. Teach that bitch a lesson for disrespecting us. She leaned in for a lingering kiss that made my stomach churn, before lifting her skirt and leaving the office in a confident stride. Completely undeterred by the situation, I took a deep breath, steadying myself. Despite everything, I refused to let Maximus' yelling or Gina's degrading behavior break me. I approached the conversation with as much calmness as I could muster. Maximus, what's going on? Can you please explain? My voice was steady, though inside I was trembling. I knew it might seem foolish to be polite under these circumstances, but it was how I was raised, always be polite, no matter the situation. Unfortunately, Maximus didn't seem to share the same sentiment. His glare was like a physical blow, and without warning, he began to shout, his control slipping completely. It's Alpha to you, and I don't owe you any explanations. I already gave you the rules of this pack. Your disrespect for them will not be tolerated. How dare you show up in my office like this and demand anything from me? Who do you think you are? His voice was loud and cold, each word like a lash. I'll tell you exactly what you are. You are nothing. Your demands mean nothing to me. How dare you act this way? How dare you disobey me? He was visibly shaking with anger now, and I could see that he was no longer in control of his emotions. Your bad behavior will be punished. You need to learn your place. They'll teach you that lesson right now. Guards, at his command, two large men entered the office, bowing respectfully before Maximus. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, and I felt my heart race in my chest. I didn't know what would happen next, but I couldn't back down. Take her to the dungeons, Maximus commanded, his voice like stone. What? In being in prison while you were caught cheating on me? To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you serious? My voice filled with disbelief and fury. I tried to protest, but no one was listening. The guards merely tightened their grip on my arms, dragging me toward the exit with no regard for my struggle. Down we went, deep into the heart of the pack's stronghold. The air grew thicker with each step, carrying the stench of decayed dampness, blood, old, and rot. It was clear this place hadn't been cleaned in years. My stomach churned, but I kept my head high, refusing to give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. They shoved me into a cold, dark cell, the door slamming shut with a finality that sent a jolt through me. The sound echoed in my ears, sinking into the pit of my stomach. The cell was a nightmare. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grey blanket covered a thin straw bed that reeked of mildew. The bars were silver, designed to keep us in, to keep us contained like animals. I realized bitterly. I could see the sky above, a small barred window giving a glimpse of the stars. But it felt like a cruel reminder of what I could never reach. A filthy toilet sat in the corner, the room's putrid smell making my stomach turn in more. I couldn't understand how everything had come to this. This was my first time in a prison, my first time experiencing such cruelty, and I couldn't help but feel a burning sense of injustice. I had done nothing wrong, nothing, and yet here I was, locked away like a criminal. It felt like my whole world was crumbling. Rage boiled inside me, and I started kicking and punching anything I could. The bars. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The bed. Anything to vent my frustration, my helplessness. But it didn't stop the pain, it didn't stop the feeling of being small, being disposable. Eventually, the anger drained from me, leaving behind a crushing emptiness. My body slunk to the ground, and I hugged my knees to my chest, unable to hold back the tears any longer. The cold seeped into my skin, but it was nothing compared to the cold that had settled in my heart. I had been betrayed not just by Maximus, but by everything I thought I knew. My dreams of belonging, of being with someone who cared for me, felt like lies now. Tears streaked down my face as the weight of everything crashed down on me. I hadn't just been locked in a cell, it'd been locked out of a future, out of hope. And that was the most painful thing of all. Where did I get myself into? This can't be happening. Mates aren't supposed to act like this. What is his problem? What did I do wrong? Oh my goddess. Please let this all be a nightmare. I thought desperately, clutching my knees tighter to my chest, hoping to wake up from this horrible reality. The hours dragged by in unbearable silence, with only the distant sounds of the Pact's daily activities breaking the stillness. I lay there, my mind spinning in endless circles. The isolation was suffocating. How could Maximus, my supposed mate, treat me like this? He didn't even care enough to explain himself. I didn't deserve this. The following morning, a guard finally came, tossing a hunk of dry bread and a bottle of water into my cell. My stomach growled, reminding me of the hunger and thirst I had been ignoring, but I couldn't bring myself to eat away. The food seemed so insignificant compared to the storm inside me. Still, my body won out. I ate, though every bite tasted bitter, knowing that I was nothing more than an afterthought to the man who should have cared for me. The night descended cold and unrelenting, but the chill in the air was nothing compared to the coldness that had settled deep in my heart. My wolf, ever faithful, tried to wrap me in warmth, but it wasn't enough. My heart felt frozen, weighed down by the confusion and betrayal that gnawed at me. For the first time in my life, I felt so utterly helpless, so abandoned. How could I have been so wrong about him? How could he have turned out to be someone who treated me like this? I felt like I was caught in a tug of war inside myself. One part of me wanted to fight against him, fight against the woman who had dared to mock me, fight for my place and my dignity. But another part of me felt completely incompetent, like I wasn't strong enough, like I didn't even deserve to fight back. Would I ever get the chance to prove myself? Would he ever see me as more than the insignificant person he seemed to believe I was? Tears gathered in my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I was going to let him have that power over me. Yet no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling of being trapped in a life that wasn't mine, in a future I could barely recognize. Enthusiasm in this world of rules and constraint within the pack. I was forced to become the Alpha's mate. Chapter 6 New Friend Adelina SPOV. The days passed slowly, each one dragging on endlessly in this prison of my own despair. The monotony was unbearable, and I spent most of my time sleeping, trying to restore some of the strength that had been drained from me. My mind swirled with dark thoughts about my future in this pack. A future I didn't choose. A future I couldn't accept. This was no way to live. These rules, these conditions, were absurd. Everything about this situation felt like a twisted nightmare. I had always been disciplined. Yes, but I had also been free to think, to act, to make choices. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This oppressive life under Maximus' control, it was suffocating. I couldn't see myself adjusting to it. Not ever. The very thought of this being my future made my heart sink. The day my sentence ended, or so the guards informed me, came at last. The guards escorted me back to my room, though I could barely walk. The hunger and weakness had sapped every ounce of energy from me. For the past 4 days, the only sustenance I had been given was a bottle of water a day. No food, not that it mattered much. I felt like I was withering away. Once the guards left me alone, I summoned every ounce of strength I had to get up and take a quick shower. My body felt filthy, covered in the grime of my imprisonment, and I couldn't stand it any longer. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Though cold, felt refreshing against my skin. But as soon as I finished, I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted beyond belief, and darkness overtook me once again. When I regained consciousness, I felt as though I had been pulled from some other realm. My body felt too weak to even open my eyes. There was a faint hum of voices around me, but they seemed so distant. A bright hung above me, too bright, almost blinding. Was I dead? How had I died? I remembered the shower, lying down on the bed. But how had it happened? How had I gone from that to this? Then, I heard a woman's voice, soft and frantic, as though relieved. Doctor, doctor, she's awake, she's awake. The words were like an anchor, pulling me back to reality, though I was sure what kind of reality I was waking up to. What had happened to me? And why did I feel so weak, so vulnerable? A figure slowly approached me, and as he drew nearer, I could make out his features. He was tall, with warm green eyes that seemed to radiate concern. His brown hair framed his face, and there was an unmistakable aura of kindness about him. Yet, despite his warmth, he looked worried, almost relieved at the same time. How do you feel, Adelina? His voice was gentle, and there was an undertone of genuine concern. My mind raced. How did he know my name? I blinked, trying to focus. How on earth does he know my name? I thought to myself, confusion swirling within me. I feel tired, but also okay. How did I end up here? I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The man gave me a soft but knowing look, his brows furrowed as he spoke. An Omega found you unconscious in your room and called an ambulance. They brought you here to the hospital. You were very weak, malnourished. You were out for 4 days. I also checked your medical file and found something quite strange for a werewolf. You're anemic. Did you know that? His words hit me like a wave. Anemia. That was new to me. Yes, doctor. I know. I was diagnosed with anemia when I was 2. I said softly. The doctors told my parents I would outgrow it after my first shift, but I guess it never went away. No one knows why, but I've learned how to live with it. How to keep going without it affecting my daily life. The doctor's eyes widened slightly. That's fascinating. And strange. I'd love to research this more. Run a few tests, if you allow me. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I assure you, it's strictly for research purposes. Only if you're comfortable with it. I considered his offer for a moment, then nodded. I don't see why not. Doctor, I'm quite comfortable here. Besides, I don't have anything else to do at the moment, I added with a slight chuckle. The tension in the room seemed to lighten, and the doctor smiled at my response. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Where are my manners? I'm Alex Stone. Nice to meet you. He extended a hand, and I returned the handshake, the warmth in his touch offering a fleeting sense of comfort. Adelina MacArthur. Nice to meet you too. So he shook his head with a friendly smile. Just call me Alex. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said with a soft smile of my own, the moment feeling unexpectedly pleasant in such an unfamiliar situation. Just as we shared a quiet moment, a throat cleared from behind us, breaking the tension. I turned my head to see someone standing in the doorway. Am I interrupting something? Maximus' familiar heavy voice echoed in my ears, followed by a low growl. There he stood, in the doorway, his imposing figure dominating the space. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his expression was rigid, almost unreadable. Still, there was no denying how good he looked in that black suit. A perfect fit that only amplified his strength. But it was just his appearance that caught my attention. His grey eyes were burning with irritation, a storm behind them. Maybe it was the alpha side of him, the one who had to keep up appearances and ensure everyone knew he cared for his pack. But where had that care been while I was locked away in that prison for days? I hadn't seen him. Not once. Not even a word. He didn't care about me then, and I doubted he cared now. His sudden appearance felt like a performance, a mask for the pack, to show that the alpha was indifferent to his mate. He stepped further into the room, and his presence was like a palpable force, spreading his alpha power across the space. His posture was stiff, but there was something beneath the surface. He looked rigid as ever, had a weariness to it, as if he hadn't slept in days. I couldn't help but wonder what he'd been up to. Probably with Gina, his mistress, living the life while I rotted away in a cell. Alpha, Alex greeted with a bow, his voice respectful but calm. No, of course not. I was just informing Adelina about her condition. Adelina. Maximus' voice sharpened at the mention of my name. You mean Miss MacArthur? His tone cold, almost distant. So, is she well? Can she leave now? Alex nodded, his expression professional. Yes, she's stable, but I'd like to keep her here for another night or two. To run some more tests. What kind of tests? Maximus Stone turned more defensive, his frustration clear. I could almost feel the way this news disrupted his plans to lock me up once again. Alex didn't miss a beat. I'm afraid I can't disclose that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Medical confidentiality. A small grin tugging at his lips. His words were polite but held a quiet challenge. Maximus stiffened, his anger flaring. How dare you? His voice lowered, a threat simmering beneath. Do you know who you're talking to? This woman is she is His voice trailed off. The sentence left unfinished. It hit me then unwanted, and that unfinished thought said more than words could ever convey. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my surprise, didn't back down. His posture didn't waver as he met Maximus' glare, his eyes full of a defiance that surprised even me. He respected Maximus. Yes, but there was something else in the air, a quiet challenge. He wasn't intimidated by the Alpha's position or his wrath. Maximus cleared his throat, his frustration turning into something colder, more controlled. He seemed angry, but strangely, He didn't lash out. For a moment, I wondered why was he letting Alex get away with this. Was there something about Alex that held Maximus back? Some reason he was punishing him, like he normally would for anyone who dared to challenge him. Maximus gave in, though his words were still laced with authority. "She is a member of my pack," he said with finality, though there was an underlying tension in his voice. "I must know. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Alex said, his voice wavering. "Even though she is a pack member, she is not obligated to inform you about her health status. She can only do so if she wishes to. Adelina, do you want him to know?" Maximus shot Alex a glare, his eyes narrowing into a furious sliver. But Alex didn't flinch. He stood his ground, meeting Maximus' gaze with quiet defiance. I couldn't help but feel a small surge of relief as Alex turned to me, offering me a choice in the matter. No matter what, I knew I wouldn't let Maximus in. Archie made it clear that he didn't care about me. I was going to give him any more of my vulnerabilities to exploit. "No, Doctor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My voice firm. "I don't want him to know. I don't want him here at all. He upsets me. I want him out of my room immediately." The words left my mouth with more confidence than I expected. I wasn't afraid of him anymore, not after everything AGD done. Not after locking me away and treating me like I was nothing. Why should I fear him now? Maximus' eyes burned into me, a dangerous glint flickering in the depths of his grey irises. "How dare you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Stepping forward, his presence overpowering. "Do you want to be jailed again? Or perhaps you do prefer more drastic measures to learn your place?" My heart pounded, but I stood my ground. "And what about you? What measures do you think suit your situation?" I shot back, my words sharp with anger. For a moment, Maximus seemed taken aback by my defiance. The growl in his chest deepened, but his jaw tightened as if he was holding something back, something dangerous, something I was sure I wanted to provoke further. "Careful, miss. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." His voice low and menacing. "You're swimming in deep waters." "I know how to swim," I replied, my voice stained with a bitterness I didn't know I was capable of. Maximus took a slow step toward me, his alpha energy crushing the space between us. "Do not cross the line with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." His eyes narrowing. "You know what the consequences will be. Am I the one crossing the line?" The frustration in my voice rising as the anger welled up inside me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Before he could respond, Alex interjected, his tone calm but firm. "Please, let's all calm down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Adelina is not in a good mental state yet. As you were informed, she has been unconscious for 4 days. Don't push her. She needs time to recuperate. Maximus' lip curled in disdain. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Whatever. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Though the venom in his words was unmistakable, I've spent way more time than she deserves already. With those cold words, he turned on his heel and stormed out, his steps echoing in the quiet room. His presence lingered in the air long after he left, suffocating me with the weight of his disdain. I exhaled slowly, my chest heavy. Why did he always make me feel this way? Why was he so mean to me? when all I wanted was something simple: understanding, compassion, a glimpse of care. What had I done to deserve this constant mistreatment? What was his problem? I was sure what hurt more the fact that he didn't want me, or the way he treated me like I was nothing at all. Chapter 7: A new job already at SPOV. The days at the hospital passed quickly, but they were also surprisingly pleasant. Alex kept me company, conducting every test he knew, all the while making me laugh with his dry wit and light-hearted remarks. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, he couldn't uncover why I was still anemic even though I was a werewolf. It remained a mystery. Maybe we'd never know the answer. Eventually, I was discharged from the hospital and returned to my dim, solitary room. The first week was relatively easy for me to follow Maximus' rules. My body was still recovering, and I preferred the quiet of my bed to the rest of the world. But as time passed and my health returned, staying locked away in this room became a challenge. I started to grow restless, frustrated, and desperate for anything that would break the monotony. Fortunately, I hadn't seen Maximus since the day he visited me at the hospital. To be honest, I didn't mind his absence. I had no idea how to even begin understanding him anymore. If he had already chosen a woman to be his Luna, why had he brought me here? What had possessed him to reveal that we were mates to the entire pack? If he had kept quiet about it, no one would have known. But no, HED made sure to announce it, regardless of the consequences, regardless of the burden it placed on both of us. And from the way he treated me, it was clear that I was nothing but an inconvenience to him. So why hadn't he just let me go back to my own pack? If no one knew about our bond, what was the point in keeping me here? Was he doing this to exert control over me? I couldn't understand his motivations. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. I was lost in thought when a knock on the door broke my reverie. I hesitated, wondering if it was just one of the Ungays bringing me lunch. Goddess, I was so bored. Could I even be too bored to eat? That would be a new low for me. Adelina, may I enter? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Came the familiar, comforting voice from the other side of the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, how I missed him. His presence was like a light in my otherwise dark, monotonous existence. He was the only person who seemed to understand me here, and the thought of his company brought a smile to my face. Alex, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come in, I said eagerly. He walked in with a playful grin. How was my favorite patient today? I'm not a patient anymore. On second thought, maybe I am. A patient of absolute boredom. Is there such a disease? And if there is, can you cure it? Hoping to lighten the mood, he laughed, clearly amused by my comment. Before replying, oh please, don't whine about it. Look at me. I don't have free time at all. I'm always so busy. I raised an eyebrow. Not buying. I thought that was an excuse for the annoying ladies. Don't play that card on me. He grinned but continued. Don't make fun of me. I'm serious. Besides my duties as a doctor, I've been forced to take over the hospital's administration from our favorite Alpha. The previous manager found his mate and left. So until they find a replacement, I'm stuck doing the job. And honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm at my wit's end. I raised a hand, playing along. Would you like some help? He stared at me, exasperated. Any help would be welcome and valuable. But where would I find it? Hey, do you see anyone else here? You silly. Who else? He blinked, surprised. From you? Yes, from me. Why are you so surprised? I was the financial manager and second in command after the Alpha who, by the way, happens to be my brother at my old pack. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling a little prideful about my past role. That explains a lot. Mockingly raising an eyebrow. Stop joking and actually think about it. He pretended to consider it, before sighing dramatically. I don't need to think about it. I want to get rid of this mess. If you're available, you start tomorrow morning. That sounds perfect. I grinned. He'd love that. Super. He clapped his hands together in excitement. I'll inform the Alpha right away. May I come with you? Eager to be present when Alex informed Maximus about my new job. I wasn't sure why, but I wanted to be part of this moment. Alex's smile widened. I would love that. Let's go then. The sooner, the better. We walked out of the room and made our way to Maximus' office, both of us bubbling with excitement. Alex knocked on the door, and when we were allowed entry, he let me go in first. As expected, Gina was in her usual position, draped all over Maximus. I made sure not to let my emotions show, carefully hiding my sadness and disappointment behind a stone, cold smile. I held my head high and waited for Alex to speak. Alpha, I would like to discuss something very important with you. If I may, Alex said, his voice steady. Maximus barely glanced up. Tell me, he said curtly, showing absolute indifference. It's a bit private, Alex added, nodding toward Gina, his gaze making the message clear. You can speak freely, Maximus said, dismissively. You know I have no secrets from Gina. I suppressed a grimace at the statement. Gina, as usual, took it as an invitation to be all over him, and I had to stop myself from rolling my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Unfazed. Continued. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I found the new administrator for the hospital. Maximus finally raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued. Nice. And who is it? I interjected confidently. Maximus turned to me, his expression unreadable. You. His tone dripping with derision. How did that come about? What exactly are you capable of? Before I could respond, Gina piped in with her usual condescension. Maybe she can take the position of the Omega who worked in the kitchen and left last week when she met her mate. Love. Alex shot her a sharp look, clearly irritated. No, she won't be working in the kitchen. She'll be handling the administration. I could feel the tension rising. But Jean, a worst finished. I didn't know there was a vacancy in the cleaning section. She muttered under her breath, her disdain for me evident. I cowed and let that slide. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's your problem with the cleaning staff? Why are you so demeaning? It's just a job like any other. It's responsible, hard work, and if there weren't people doing it, this place would probably stink. Gina sneered. I don't want a lecture from an old alpha sprat, especially one from a pack that's not even powerful. I couldn't help but fire back, my tone sarcastic. And what do you know about me? To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At least in my family, we learned respect and values, something you wouldn't understand. Maximus' gaze shifted between us, but it was clear he was particularly concerned with the spat between Jean and me. It was almost as if he found it amusing in a touched way. How dare you? To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gina's voice was laced with fury as she stepped forward, ready to attack. But I stood my ground. I wasn't afraid of her. I came here with a purpose, and I was going to back down, no matter the cost. Shut your mouth for once and show some respect. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I said firmly, putting her in her place. Or else what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Closing the distance between us. Our faces were only a few inches apart now, the air thick with tension. We both stood on the edge, ready to strike if necessary. Maximus' voice cut through the room, demanding silence. Yes, my love. She should learn her place. Throw her back in the dungeons. Genus pack venomous lie. Still seething with rage, Maximus sighed, clearly fed up with her antics. Gina, shut the hell up. You're driving me insane. He raked his fingers through his hair before turning to me, his tone more controlled this time. So, what did you want exactly? As Alex mentioned before, they'll be working in the administration department. I answered without hesitation, locking eyes with him. What is this nonsense? With what qualifications do you think you can do that? Gina interjected, unable to keep her mouth shut for a single moment. Can you just stop interfering? I scolded her, my patience wearing thin. How dare you, filthy minion? She took a step closer, but I didn't flinch, continuing to address Maximus. Alpha, as you already know, I have a degree in economics. I also worked as a financial advisor for the Alpha in my old pack, so I believe I am more than qualified for the position in administration. Maximus sat there, completely still, like a statue. His expression was unreadable, and he stared at me in a way that made my heart race with uncertainty. Was he bothered by something? He was so distant, so cold, and still, an enigma. There was no bond, no connection. I couldn't feel anything from him, and I was starting to think he couldn't either. The goddess had truly made a mistake. So, Alpha, what's your opinion? Unable to stand the silence any longer, after what felt like an eternity, Maximus finally cleared his throat. I won't object. On one condition. What's that? I asked eagerly, hoping HED give me a chance. You will work without getting paid. His voice unbothered, almost smug. That's preposterous. How will I support myself if I'm not paid? I shot back, incredulous. You don't need money. You live here in the pack house, so you don't have rent or food expenses. As for your personal expenses, those will be covered by me, he answered coolly. His words hit me like a slap to the face. Why was he offering to pay for my personal expenses when he clearly didn't care about me? I was more confused than ever. What? Why, Gina asked, her voice sharp with disbelief. She was fuming now, clearly unable to understand why Maximus would make such an offer. I'm sorry, but I can't accept those terms, I replied, my voice steady, even as my mind raced. This situation made no sense. Me neither, Alex chimed in, his voice cutting through the tension. We all turned to stare at him, surprised by his sudden offer. And daunted, he continued, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If the issue is financial, you'll give half of my salary to Adelina. You what? Maximus and I said in unison, both caught off guard. Maximus, his voice cold and composed, turned to Alex. Why would you do such a thing? What's the connection between you and her? Before Alex had the chance to respond, I stepped in, my voice firm. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I can't accept that. Although for once more your gesture amazed me. Alex's expressions softened, but he didn't press the issue further. I could see the disappointment in his eyes, but he understood my decision. His kindness had always been a constant, even when I was sure how to accept it. But this, it felt too much. Too soon. Maximus, still standing with a cold aura, let out a sharp breath. You'll work in the hospital's administration, and your salary will be the same as the previous one. Now, everyone out of my office. His voice thundered, and we all flinched slightly at the force of his command. What was it with him? His mood swings were as unpredictable as ever, and yet, I couldn't make sense of any of it. Maybe it was for the best that the bond didn't work. I didn't think I could bear hearing his every mood and thought in my head. A neurotic, volatile mate. No thanks. But despite his harsh words, something within me stirred. It was the first time in what felt like forever that I felt a glimmer of hope, something I hadn't realized I was craving. I wouldn't be locked away in that lonely room anymore. I would have a role, a reason to wake up each day, a purpose that didn't revolve around a bitter, indifferent Alpha and his pathetic mistress. I would take this chance. I would work, contribute, and, perhaps for the first time in a long while, I would feel like I belonged somewhere again. Chapter 8 The Ritual Adelinet's POV. The tension in the room after that meeting had been unbearable. Maximus' cold, dismissive attitude combined with Gina's incessant interference had made me want to retreat to my sanctuary, my bedroom. I was done. I locked the door behind me with a deep sigh, feeling like I could finally breathe in peace. I needed to be alone for a while, far away from the reminders of Maximus and his overbearing mistress. They seemed to live in their own little world where nothing else mattered, and I was just an inconvenient, irrelevant figure, sitting down at the small desk by the window. I grabbed my dinner and began eating, but my thoughts were far from the food. It wasn't about being hungry anymore, it was about my overwhelming feelings of frustration. The contrast of Maximus' behavior around her compared to how he was with everyone else was stark. How could I ever compete with that? He was different with her, playful, relaxed, and even affectionate. Something that seemed so foreign when it came to how he interacted with me. I could see it now. He was in love with her, and the bond that tied us together meant nothing in comparison to what they shared. I shook my head, unwilling to let these thoughts drag me further into the pit of despair. I was going to keep obsessing over this. What was the point? Maybe she put a spell on him. My wolf piped up, her voice a little too eager to explain it all away. Yeah, sure, that's the reason. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sarcasm dripping from my voice. I rolled my eyes. If only it were that simple. It was pointless to keep thinking like this. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't keep holding on to a hope that was never really there. The bond between us might have been real, but it didn't change anything. He didn't want me, and it was clear he never would. I had to accept that, no matter how much it hurt. My wolf's voice softened. We need to focus on what we can control. Let's set new goals, new plans, move on. I closed my eyes, letting the words sink in. My wolf was right. I couldn't keep crying over spilled milk. As much as it pained me, if I wanted to move forward, I had to start somewhere. I had a chance now with my new role in the hospital. Maybe I couldn't change Maximus' heart, but I could certainly change my path. It was time to focus on my own personal and professional growth. There was more to life than just this pack, than just him. I took a deep breath, gathering my strength. The first step to moving on was going to be hard, but it was necessary. I had to stop letting him control my thoughts, my emotions, and my future. It was time to take control of my own destiny. Let's leave all the bad thoughts behind and get some sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Settling down on my bed. Unfortunately, a knock at the door interrupted my peaceful silence. Apparently, someone had other plans for me. I glanced at the clock. It was 11:45. Who on earth could be up so late? And what could they possibly want? I got up, slipped on my robe, and made my way to the door. I usually sleep in a tee, shirt and underwear. I can't wear pajamas because I tend to get hot and sweaty, so I prefer something light and cozy under an extra blanket. I opened the door to find a guard waiting outside. I think his name was George or John, honestly. I'm terrible with names. He stood there, expression stern, and said in a deep voice, "Alpha wants to see you." I couldn't help but feel a pang of irritation at the late night summons. Why now? Why at this hour? After everything that had happened today? Was Maximus just trying to make my life more difficult? Or was there some genuine reason behind this request? Either way, I wasn't in the mood for whatever this was. I asked for a few minutes to change, but he insisted it was urgent. "Alpha Maximus wants to see you right away. You can't keep the Alpha waiting," he said firmly. I adjusted my robe and followed him through the hallways, curiosity swirling in my mind as I tried to make sense of it all. Maximus had been so cold and distant, yet somehow I was still tied to him by this inexplicable bond. And now he wanted to see me in the middle of the night. It was hard not to feel like some sort of puppet being jerked around by invisible strings. The corridors seemed darker than usual, the quiet of the pack house only adding to my unease. The guard led me to Maximus' office. No doubt, I could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on me, and I couldn't help but wonder why I was being summoned at such a late hour. Maybe this was about the administrative position I'd been given, or maybe it was something entirely different. One thing was for sure, I had no idea what to expect. The guard opened the door for me and motioned me inside. As I entered, he closed the door behind me, leaving Maximus and me alone in his dim, smoky office. The only light came from the soft glow of a green desk lamp. Maximus sat at his desk, smoking a cigarette and sipping whiskey, staring off into nothingness. He seemed lost in thought, completely unaware of my presence. I waited for several minutes, but he didn't acknowledge me. Eventually, I cleared my throat, hoping to get his attention. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You asked for me. What's the emergency?" I finally asked, breaking the silence. Maximus slowly raised his grey eyes, locking them on mine. He looked sad even. Without a word, he stood up, grabbed my arm, and ordered, "Come with me." Before I could process what was happening, he had led me out of his office, down the stairs, and out of the pack house. The cold night air hit me, making me shiver slightly, but I kept following. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of a clearing and, to my utter shock, began taking off his clothes. Standing there in stunned silence as he stripped, he turned to look at me, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and ordered, "You too." I stared at him, completely numb, as he shifted effortlessly into his wolf. Drive a KO. He was magnificent. His fur was a striking dark blue, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. He was massive, and his piercing grey eyes shone like polished steel. He approached me slowly, his presence both commanding and strangely gentle. Drive a KO lowered his muzzle and licked my hand softly, an unexpected gesture of affection that left me speechless. Hesitantly, I reached out and stroked his head. A low, rumbling purr escaped him, and for the first time, I felt a connection not with Maximus, but with his wolf. It was as though Drive a KO liked me more than Maximus ever had. And oddly, I found myself liking him more too. We shared that quiet moment until a low grunt from Drive a KO broke the spell. He turned away, signaling me to shift. Embarrassed, I told him to look away, and to my surprise, he obeyed. Taking a deep breath, I shifted into my white wolf. I wasn't very large, but I was probably the fastest in a race. Grabbing my robe with my teeth just in case he decided to shift back, I followed him as he darted into the forest. I had no idea where going or what he had in mind, but for some reason, I trusted him. My wolf stared inside me, encouraging me to follow Drive a KO deeper into the woods. He was speeding through the forest, but I pushed myself to keep up. My wolf was quick, and I was going to let him leave me behind. We ran for what felt like an eternity until we emerged into a clearing. It was breathtaking. Tall trees stood on either side, their branches forming a natural canopy, and in the middle was a large stone covered in intricate carvings. It looked like an ancient shrine, weathered by time but still holding an air of reverence and mystery. Maximus shifted back into his human form with practiced ease, and I really tried not to stare, but it was impossible to look away. He was undeniably hot. His body was strong, sculpted with perfect muscles and ABS that seemed to be chiseled from stone. He quickly slipped on a pair of pants, breaking the spell of my staring, and turned to me, shift back. His voice steady and firm. I nodded, retreating behind a cluster of trees to shift and dress. My robe was all I had, and as I returned to the clearing, I realized how impractical my choice had been. The night air was crisp, and the light fabric of my robe offered little warmth or modesty. Maximus's gaze was intense, lingering on me as though he were trying to memorize every detail. It made my skin tingle under the weight of his eyes. I knew my robe left little to the imagination, and while I wasn't very tall, I had always been confident in my body, slim and fit with subtle curves. My figure often ruined mixed reactions. Some thought I was too thin, while others found my build sexy. But none of that mattered to me. I liked the way I looked, and that was enough. Still, the way Maximus was looking at me now, hungry and unguarded, made me feel something I wasn't sure how to process. He stood there, his eyes raking over me with a look so intense it made me feel both exposed and incredibly uncomfortable. I wrapped my robe tighter around me, shifting under his gaze. Suddenly, it was as though he shook himself awake, breaking free from whatever thoughts had held him captive. Without a word, he motioned for me to follow him. We approached the stone in the clearing. Maximus stepped behind it, repairing moments later with a silver knife in his hand. The knife was ornate, the handle covered in intricate carvings that mirrored the designs etched into the ancient stone. The similarity caught my attention, though it held no meaning for me, just a passing observation. Without hesitation, he took the blade and made a careful cut along the inside of his palm. He didn't flinch, his expression calm and focused. Then, he reached for my hand. I instinctively pulled back but caught the look in his eyes, steady and unyielding. Reluctantly, I let him take my hand, bracing myself as the blade bit into my skin. A sharp sting ran through me, but I refused to show any sign of pain. Maximus extended his bloodied hand, and with a low, commanding voice, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Place your hand on mine." I hesitated, feeling the cool night air against the fresh cut. Slowly, I pressed my palm against his. A strange sensation coursed through me the moment our blood mingled. Goosebumps rose along my skin, and a warm, fluttering feeling spread through my stomach, like thousands of butterflies had taken flight inside me. As our hands remained joined, Maximus began chanting in a language I couldn't understand. The words were melodic yet haunting, vibrating through the clearing as if they held some ancient power. The world around us seemed to shift. A strange aura enveloped us, the air growing heavy with an energy I couldn't explain. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a faint glow radiating from our hands, pulsing softly between us. When the chanting stopped, Maximus released my hand, his grey eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my breath hitch. We stood there, silent, the atmosphere crackling with something unspoken. And then, without moving his lips, his deep voice echoed in my mind. "Now your initiation ceremony is complete. You are officially a member of the Drive aka Pack. Welcome, Adelina." Flashing me a toothy smile. It was the first genuine smile I had ever seen from him, and what stunned me more was that I hadn't done anything to provoke it. The warmth in that smile was enough to make my heart skip a beat and my mind momentarily blank. But what was that? I stammered, still trying to process what had just happened. This was the traditional initiation ceremony that usually takes place in a pack. Maximus's expression turned proud, his voice carrying a touch of arrogance. "We are not like the other packs," he said matter-of-factly. "Oh, I see." I trailed off, unsure how to respond to his cryptic explanation. After a pause, I decided to add, "At least next time, let me know where we're going or what we're going to do so I can rest properly." My tone carried a hint of reprimand, but his reaction surprised me. Instead of annoyance, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his grey eyes. "You are appropriately dressed." His grey eyes twinkling playfully, his smug smile hinted that he knew more than he was letting on. "I don't need to inform you of anything," he continued, his tone laced with authority. "I am your mate and your alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You must obey my orders without second thoughts. I also informed you that I performed the initiation ceremony. So, what exactly are you complaining about?" "I guess I should thank you for that," I said with biting sarcasm. "But next time, I'd appreciate being informed before the event and not after." That initiation ceremony felt strange. "I'm not going to explain anything to you." His face hardening. "It is what I said it is. Don't bring it up again. Old bad Maximus is back." I thought bitterly. "It was good while it lasted," I commented, making Maximus give me a disapproving look. His sharp gaze bore into me, his jaw tightening as if he were holding back a response. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What's your problem, pal?" I shot back, unable to hold my tongue against his condescending behavior. "Pal." He raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. "You seem to forget your place, Adelina." His tone low and controlled, though there was a dangerous edge to it. "And you seem to forget that respect is earned." "Maximus," I retorted, crossing my arms defiantly. His expression darkened, the playful glimmer in his eyes replaced by the steely dominance of an alpha. For a moment, silence hung heavy between us, neither willing to back down. He crossed his arms, his stance rigid. "I don't see what the fuss is about. I welcomed you to my pack. You're officially a member now. What more do you want?" "You're Ianaz." His grey eyes narrowed, a menacing edge creeping into his voice. "Watch your tongue, or else what?" I challenged, refusing to back down. He took a few more steps closer, stopping when we were mere inches apart. His intense gaze locked onto mine, and before I could process what was happening, he grabbed me tightly by the waist, pulling me flush against his body. Leaning down, he claimed my lips in a passionate kiss. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Utterly taken aback by his sudden action, but as the kiss deepened, the walls I had carefully built around my heart began to crumble. Unable to resist, I surrendered to him. My arms found their way around his neck as I kissed him back with everything I had. He held me tighter, his touch igniting a fire I had kept buried for so long. His hand caressed my thigh, lifting my robe slowly, sending shivers coursing through me. When his hand reached my most sensitive spot, our kiss turned wild and primal. It was as if all our suppressed emotions, anger, frustration had erupted, consuming us both in a whirlwind of raw passion. And then, just as suddenly as it began, he pulled away, his chest heaved as he stepped back, leaving me standing there, breathless and dazed. Without a word, he shifted into his wolf form and disappeared into the night, his dark blue fur vanishing among the shadows. I stood alone in the clearing, the moon casting its silvery light over the ancient shrine and my trembling figure. My mind swirled with confusion and emotions I couldn't yet name. Did he feel something from me? Or was this just another demonstration of his control? A reminder of who held the power? As the cool night air wrapped around me, I found myself asking the question I dreaded most: was I foolish for hoping that this was the start of something more? Chapter 9. Not you dare Adelina SBOV. It has been 2 months since the initiation ceremony, and I'm still trying to adjust to my new life. One positive aspect is that working at the hospital has given me the opportunity to meet new people and make friends like Marissa, the hospital's executive secretary. Marissa is 22 years old, just like me, and we have a lot in common. Like me, she's alone here, having lost her parents in a rogue attack 5 years ago. Since then, she has been under Maximus' protection, as she told me. Surprisingly, it seems Maximus does care about someone other than himself, which I never would have expected. The best part is that Marissa and I share the same hobbies, like shopping and working out. We quickly became close friends and now spend most of our days together. As for Maximus, I've been avoiding him. After much thought, I've concluded that he is like a midsummer night's dream for the unattainable. If I keep hoping for a future with him, he'll drive myself into an emotional breakdown. To protect myself, I've created a very demanding daily schedule. Every day I woke up at 7 a.m, get dressed, and head to the Pact's restaurant for breakfast. I eat early to avoid running into him or, worse, enthusiasm, him and the redhead together. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I go to work and stay there until 5 p.m. And then Marissa and I hit the gym. On days we feel bored with our routine, we grab coffee or go shopping instead. Sometimes Alex joins us. Alex has also become a good friend, helpful, caring, and always by my side. However, I know we can only be friends. She is a ladies' man and isn't ready for a committed relationship. Not until he finds his mate. Or so I think. Not that I'm looking for more between us anyway. Starting a new relationship right now would only lead to disaster. For now, I'm focusing on getting over Maximus and letting go of the bond we share. Until I do, I know I won't be able to improve my personal life. My priority right now is to give one to my work. Today marks the 6th day in a row that I've stayed late at the office. And not just because I'm avoiding Maximus. The arrival of the new manager a week ago has been keeping me busy. She is a very ambitious person and a perfectionist, determined to clear all backlogs quickly so he can implement his vision for managing the hospital. Is about 30 years old, tall, and well, built like most werewolves with blonde hair and striking forest, green eyes. He looks like a Greek god, but beyond his appearance, is highly intelligent and capable. I've been doing my best to assist him, keeping him informed about all pending matters. I genuinely want to establish an honest and productive working relationship with him. Because of my late nights, I now rush into my room for a quick shower and change. It's Wednesday, and I have dinner plans with Alex. Once a week, usually on a Tuesday or Wednesday, we meet up to catch up over dinner. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dining with him felt awkward. People always stared wherever we went. But over time, we stopped caring about the prying eyes and truly started to enjoy our evenings together. Tonight, I can't wait for dinner. Even though I'm tired and stressed from work, some wine and Alex's company are exactly what I need to unwind. I left the hospital and headed back to the Pact. 10 minutes later, I arrived and ran straight to my room. I opened the door and reached for the light switch. But the lights turned on by themselves. Startled, I scanned the room, and my gaze locked on Maximus. He was sitting in an armchair, next to my bed, legs crossed, holding a drink in one hand and a cigarette in the other. He was smoking, in my bedroom. I was furious. I don't tolerate smoking in my space, especially not in my bedroom. It's incredibly rude to invade someone's room and behave that way without permission. Where were you? He asked coldly, startling me again. His icy tone sent a chill down my spine. But I refused to let it overwhelm me. I straightened my posture and up me as I could. Good evening to you too. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I replied with a sassy edge. my patience wearing thin. It had enough of his attitude. Why are you coming home late every night? He questioned, his tone cold, his face rigid. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a curfew. I retorted, matching his sharpness. I asked you a question, and I demand an answer. Don't play dumb with me. He shot back sternly. Alpha, don't you have anything more important to do tonight? Maybe spend time with your girlfriend instead of bothering me, I suggested sarcastically, crossing my arms. My personal life is none of your business. His voice hardening. Neither's mine to you. I shot back. So I'd appreciate it if you left my room right away. I need to take a bath and get changed. And I'm already late. Late for what? He asked incredulously, narrowing his eyes. Don't tell me you're Evie again. Ivy told you. Alpha, that's none of your business, I said firmly, holding his gaze. Do not push it. Adelina. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes menacing. It's me who's pushing it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's your problem? I snapped, my patience fraying further. Answer my damn question, he demanded, his alpha tone cutting through the room like a blade. You know what? Do me a favor and leave. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice trembling with a mix of frustration and exhaustion. I couldn't stay calm any longer. He remained seated in the armchair, glaring at me angrily. I said leave. I yelled, my voice rising with the pent-up tension. I won't leave until you tell me where you've been and, more importantly, where you're going. His tone resolute, his eyes burning with determination. How dare you come here and demand explanation when you've been fooling around this whole time? I yelled, my voice trembling with pent-up anger. You kicked me out of your life, out of your mind, and out of your heart. Hell, you never even let me in to begin with. You revealed we were mates just to drag me here and then told me to forget about it. So what the hell do you want from me now? My frustration boiled over, my voice rising with every word. After months of getting the cold shoulder from you, you have the audacity to show up here and demand answers. Answers about what? Why should I explain myself to you? Why am I obligated to tell you what I'm doing, where I'm going, or who I'm meeting? Tell me why. I felt like I was about to explode. All the emotions I had buried so deeply were clawing their way to the surface, refusing to be suppressed any longer. My fury was raw, and I couldn't stop it from pouring out. He just stood there, staring at me in silence, his expression unreadable. His lack of response only fueled my anger further. You want me out of your life, don't you? I continued, my voice cracking with emotion. Then why are you still keeping me here? You were very clear when you said you didn't want anything from me. So why don't you stick to your damn decision? It was your decision. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My words code in the room, hanging in the air between us. I was seething, my chest heaving as I glared at him, daring him to say something, anything. But he just stood there, silent as ever. I could no longer control myself. My anger was like a wildfire, growing stronger with every passing second. All the thoughts I had suppressed for so long clawed their way to the surface, demanding to be heard. I wanted to break free, to let it all out. Maximus stood up and approached me. Despite the palpable tension in the room, his demeanor remained calm and composed, as if none of this mattered to him. His indifference only fueled my rage. It drove me insane when someone ignored me, especially when we were discussing something as serious as our lives. Don't you have anything to say? My voice tight with frustration, desperate for a reaction. I am waiting for an answer, he replied sternly, his tone cutting through the air. And my patience is running out. Oh, you want an answer, do you? I snapped, my voice rising with unrestrained anger. Fine. I'll give you one answer I should have given you a long time ago. And then, I did something I never thought I could do. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and began to utter the words I never imagined I'd say. I, Adelina MacArthur, daughter of Richard MacArthur, Alpha of the Crescent Moon Pack, reject you. Maximus. Enthusiasm, in the blink of an eye. He was in front of me. His hand gripped my waist tightly, putting me close, while his other hand clamped over my mouth. His movements were swift, almost predatory. His face hovered inches from mine, his breath warm against my skin. Now completely black, burned with fury, his body trembled slightly, as if he was barely containing the storm within him. In a low, dangerously threatening voice, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Don't. You dare. Fear coursed deep through me like ice in my veins. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe properly. I just stared into those dark, enraged eyes, my body paralyzed. I had never seen him like this before. Maximus was always so composed, his emotions carefully concealed behind a mask of control. But now, that mask had cracked, revealing the raw, untamed force beneath, still holding me tightly. His voice dropped into his commanding alpha tone, each word cutting through the tense air like a blade. "Never dare to do this again." His voice low but laced with an edge of venom. "You cannot reject me. You cannot leave me. You will never go away from me. Do you understand? Never." His voice rising to a thunderous roar. "You will stay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Me forever. The finality in his words echoed in the room, sending a shiver down my spine. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, the air thick with unspoken words. Our faces were mere inches apart, and I could feel the heat of his breath against my skin, mingling with my own. Every slight movement, every shallow inhale seemed amplified in the silence that enveloped us. His presence was overwhelming, and for those few seconds, time seemed to freeze. It was as if the world outside this room had ceased to exist, leaving only the suffocating tension between us. And just like that, he let go of me, stepping back abruptly. Without another word, he turned on his heel and stormed out, slamming the door so hard it rattled in its frame. I stood there, still trying to catch my breath, when I heard the unmistakable sound of a lock turning. He locked me in my own room. A rush of panic shot through me. I couldn't believe it. He had just sealed me in here, trapping me in a place that should have been my sanctuary. The door, once my escape, now felt like an unbreakable barrier. In the middle of a heated argument, I was actually locked in my room by my own partner. Who does he think he is to treat me like this? I'm not some pawn he can control at will, but when he speaks to me in that commanding tone, I find myself unable to resist. Chapter 10 Jealousy Maximus BOV. Although I haven't seen Angelina since the night of her initiation, I always find a way to stay informed about her. Enthusiasm in these last few months since her arrival, I've become consumed by an obsession I can't control. I want to know everything where she goes, what she does, who she speaks with. Despite my firm decision to keep her from invading my life, to push her away, I find it increasingly impossible to ignore her presence. That night in the sacred place lingers in my mind, refusing to fade. It was there, under the weight of an ancient ritual, that I made the fateful choice to bind her destiny to mine. That night was one of the most difficult of my life. I wanted her so desperately that I almost surrendered to her charm. Her presence is utterly intoxicating. Every glance, every movement, every breath seems designed to unravel my self-control. When I'm around her, My instincts threatened to overpower me, pulling me toward her in a way I can't entirely resist. Somehow, I managed to reclaim my senses, to push back against the overwhelming pull, and avoided doing something foolish. But the temptation was almost too much. Leaving her alone in the clearing was my proudest decision. I knew it even as I walked away, but I had no other choice. If I had stayed a moment longer, I might have succumbed to my urges. I might have mocked her. Since that night, she has avoided me like the plague, and I hate to admit how much it stings. Her absence leaves an ache I can't rationalize, a hollow space in my chest that I'm powerless to fill. It was supposed to feel like this. I thought I could keep my distance, keep her at arm's length, but every time she's near, my resolve fractures. It's irrational, but I can't feeling a flicker of happiness knowing she seems to enjoy her new job. Even so, I can't deny that I would much prefer to have her here, within the pack, where I could watch her every move more closely. The day she came to demand the administration position, I knew there was much I could do to stop her. That idiot Alex was backing her so relentlessly that it was clear even if I refused to let her go to the hospital, she would find another job somewhere else. Her determination left me with little choice but to concede. Though I was about to let Alex forget where the lines were drawn, I made it explicitly clear to him that he was to stay away from her. And I didn't stop there. I warned him that if he crossed me or did anything stupid, there would be consequences, and he would pay dearly for it. The past few days have been nothing short of a nightmare for me. Adelina is always late, and that idiot Alex refuses to tell me anything about her. He has the nerve to brush me off with some nonsense about being extremely busy and not having spoken to her. What a load of bullshit. I know full well how close he is to her. She is doing this deliberately, just to get under my skin. Every smug word, every dismissive shrug, it's all part of his game. And it's driving me insane. The thought of him being near her, knowing things about her that I don't, sets my blood on fire. It's 8 o'clock at night, and Adelina still hasn't returned home. This is the 6th night in a row she's pulled this. Her shift at work ended hours ago, and yet there's no sign of her. I can't wrap my head around it. Where's she? What could she possibly be doing? I sit in the darkened room, tense and restless, waiting for Christopher, my beta, and my oldest friend to bring me answers. Chris and I have been through everything together, and he is one of the few people I trust implicitly. He is loyal to a fault, and his honesty is something I've always respected. Chris never sugarcoats things, which is why I value his counsel more than anyone's. Aside from Gina, he is the only one in the pack who knows that Adelina is my mate. But unlike Gina, Chris doesn't agree with how I've handled things. He has made his reservations clear, and though I've considered his perspective in the past, this time, I can't. This isn't about what's logical or emotional, it's about what needs to be done. Chris lets his emotions drive him when it comes to Adelina, and I can't afford that kind of softness. Not now. A knock at the door pulls me from my thoughts. My head snaps up, and I stand, waiting for him to enter. Chris has arrived. The door creaks open, and he steps in, his face unreadable, though the slight furrow in his brow betrays his concern. Alpha, good evening. His voice steady but tinged with unease. Good evening, Chris. I reply, unable to keep the frustration from bleeding into my tone. I let out a dry laugh, shaking my head. All these years I've known you, and whenever you call me Alpha like that, it always means you've got something bad to tell me. His jaw tightens, and for a moment, he hesitates. That pause alone is enough to make my chest tighten with unease. Chris rarely holds back when he does. It's because he is carefully measuring his words. This is something only you can decide. Maximus, he says finally, meeting my eyes with a steady but conflicted gaze. I can't and I don't want to take a stand on this. I cross my arms, already irritated. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just tell me, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's going on? He takes a deep breath before speaking. Adelina has made a lot of friends in the pack these last couple of months. She's very sociable, and she's been quickly accepted. Everyone likes her. I can feel the impatience building in me. Don't go around the bush, man. Just tell me what's going on. He meets my gaze and pauses for a moment, as if weighing his next words carefully. The last few days, she's been staying up late at the hospital. She's been coming home later and later each night. I know that. Tell me something I don't know, like the reason she's doing this. I growl, my frustration mounting. Chris doesn't flinch, his expression as serious as ever. Her colleagues say she wants to give a good impression to her new superior. He explains, she doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. I snap, my patience wearing thin. Enthusiasm, I'm the one who guarantees for her. Everyone knows it, and no one dares defy me. I know. Max, Chris replies, his voice stained with hesitation. But she doesn't. I doubt anyone's even dared to tell her that. I exhale sharply, running a hand through my hair. This is getting out of hand. What is she doing in the hospital for all those hours? Did you manage to find out? Chris leans in slightly, his eyes narrowed as if preparing me for something. Of course I did. But before I tell you, I want you to react calmly when you hear it. My mind races, but I try to keep my composure. Just tell me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rumor has it that she spends long hours locked up in the new manager's office. Every day. They lock themselves in there 4 hours without letting anyone disturb them. My blood boils. They do what? I hiss, fighting to keep my voice steady. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Enraging. How dare she? The thought of Adelina alone with this man, spending all that time with him, fills me with a mix of disbelief and fury. But I can't show it. Not yet. Who is this new manager? I force the words out, my tone colder than I intended. What I really want is to tear this man apart, to rip him from his position and make him pay for getting anywhere near her. But I can't let Chris or anyone else see how deeply this is affecting me. His name's Mario Lupo. Chris answers, unfazed. Archias from the Well, known Lupo family in Italy. The name rings in my ears like a death knell. My jaw clenches, and I force myself to keep calm, though every fiber of my being is screaming to act. And what the hell is he doing here? I demand, the irritation clear in my voice. Archias, the third son of the family. Chris continues, unfazed by my rising anger. Instead of becoming a gamma in his pack, he studied medicine, and now he oversees the management of hospital units around the world. Archias very successful. It's an honor and a privilege to have him here. I can't contain the disgust that rises in my chest. Honor and bush. I want him gone by tomorrow morning. I snap, my voice dripping with contempt. Chris looks at me, his expression serious but firm. You know we can't do that. Why not? I bite out, my teeth clenched. I'm the damn alpha of this pack, and the future king of all werewolves. I do whatever I want. Chris gives a short shake of his head. You aren't king, but even if you were, you can't act so recklessly. Because we can't rely on rumors to blame someone for something. And secondly, because his family is one of the strongest allies we have in Europe. We can't afford to lose them. And last but not least, he pauses, watching me closely. Why do you care about what he does with Adelina? I thought you didn't care about her. Am I right? Yes, I answer too quickly, my voice sharp. I'm trying to mask my irritation, but it's futile. My control is slipping, and the rage building inside me is impossible to ignore. I need to get away from Chris before he sees how much this is affecting me. I stand abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. I've had enough. I don't need to listen to any more of this. On hearing about these two, about Adelina and her so-called colleagues or superior, without another word, I storm out of my office. My mind a whirlwind of anger and confusion. I make my way to Adelina's room. My steps quick and forceful. I'm going to end this tonight. I reach her door, throw it open, and flick the light switch, hoping to find her there. I scan the room desperately, my heart pounding in my chest. The room is empty. My eyes scan every corner, but there's no sign of her. The emptiness gnaws at me, but as I breathe in deeply, her scent hits me. The familiar fragrance of her perfume lingers in the air, soft and intoxicating. It calms me down, just a little, grounding me in the midst of my rising frustration. I close my eyes for a moment, letting the scent settle my racing thoughts. Despite the anger still bubbling beneath the surface, there's something about her perfume, her presence, that soothes me, even if only for a second. But the relief is short-lived. It doesn't change the fact that she's not here, that she's been avoiding me, and that the last thing I want is for her to be spending time with that damn Lupo. Frustration consumes me. She's not here. She's probably off with that Italian idiot, Mario Lupo, enjoying their little secret rendezvous. My blood boils at the thought. How dare she? How could she do this to me? I clench my fists, my body trembling with the urge to act, to make her realize how much she's crossed the line. I could feel my wolf pacing inside me, restless and irritated. I had to fight to control it. How is it possible for my mate to fool around with someone else? The question kept repeating in my mind like an endless echo. How can she be so disrespectful to me? I sat in the armchair, trying to calm myself down, but nothing seemed to work. I had already downed a bottle of whiskey and smoked several cigarettes, but the rage bubbling inside me kept growing, gnawing at my insides. Every minute that passed without her made it worse. Where the hell is she? An hour and a half had passed when I finally heard the familiar sound of footsteps outside the door. The scent of her intoxicating perfume reached me before she even entered. She's here. I turned off the lights, my heart racing. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. What is happening to me? Why am I so eager to see her? I composed myself, my hands steady, my face neutral as the door creaked open. The instant she stepped inside, I flipped the light switch back on. She froze in her tracks, eyes wide as she scanned the room. It was obvious I was the last person she expected to find here at this hour. I didn't waste any time. Where were you? My voice cold, my alpha tone cutting through the silence. Good evening to you two. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She replied, her voice dripping with sass. I didn't miss the way she tried to mask her surprise. I narrowed my eyes, the tension in the room thickening. Why are you late every night? Her expression was unreadable as she shrugged nonchalantly. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a specific time to return, she retorted, her tone challenging. I felt my control slipping. She thinks she can talk to me like that. I stood up from the chair, my voice hard and commanding. I asked you a question, and I demand an answer. Don't play dumb with me. The air between us grew heavier, the silence palpable. I wasn't about to let her dismiss this any longer. Not when I was already at my breaking point. Alpha, don't you have anything more important to do tonight? She shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Instead of bothering with someone like me, why don't you focus on your girlfriend? Her words stung more than I wanted to admit, but I quickly recovered, my tone sharp. My personal life is not of your business. I scolded her, my patience wearing thin. She didn't flinch. Neither is mine to you. So I would appreciate it if you left my room right away. I have to take a bath and get changed, and I am already late, she said with an air of defiance. Late for what? The question burned inside me. I couldn't understand why she was still pushing me like this, especially after everything that had happened. Late for what? Don't tell me you're eating again. I asked incredulously, my voice dimmed with frustration. Ivy told you. To my agent extraordinaire, my Lindolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's none of your business, she replied with a cold finality, her eyes not backing down. I took a step forward, my anger flaring up once more. Do not push it, Adelina, I warned, my voice low and dangerous. My wolf stared, sensing the shift in my mood. I was on the edge, and I knew I needed to rein it in before I lost control. I had to admit, this girl had guts. No one, except for a few, dared to talk to me like that. She spoke to me so freely, without fear or hesitation, as if she didn't have a care in the world about the consequences. It was both infuriating and oddly fascinating. Was she this bold because of who she was? Or was it because we were mates? I couldn't tell anymore. When I first met her, she couldn't even form a complete sentence in front of me. And now, look at her standing here, challenging me. She had evolved, and I couldn't make sense of it. How did she gain so much confidence in such a short amount of time? She stared me down, her defiance written all over her face. It is I that I push it. To my agent extraordinaire, my Lindolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's your problem? She shot back, her voice raw with frustration. I couldn't let it go. I needed answers, and I needed them now. Answer to my damn question, I demanded in my alpha tone, my patience thinning, but she didn't back down. She rolled her eyes and said, you know what? Do me a favor and go. Her words were laced with defeat, but there was a flicker of something else. Was it anger? Or was she just exhausted? I stayed where I was, sitting in my armchair, anger building within me, unable to look away from her. I said, leave. She yelled, her voice sharp. I stood up slowly, unable to leave until I got the answers I wanted. My control was fraying at the edges, but I forced myself to hold it together. I will not leave until you tell me where you have been and where you are going so late at this hour, I said firmly. Her eyes narrowed, and the fire in them only grew. How dare you come here and ask for explanations when you've been fooling around all this time? She demanded, the words leaving her mouth like a slap. You kicked me out of your life, your mind, and your heart. You never let me in. You revealed to me that we are mates only to bring me here and tell me to forget about it. And after months of getting a cold shoulder from you, now you come here and ask for answers. Answers for what? Why am I obliged to inform you about what I do or where I go or who I meet? Why? She yelled, the anger in her voice vibrating through the air. Caught off guard by the force of her words, I hadn't expected her to get this angry. I thought she might cower or ask for my forgiveness. But this was something different. She wasn't afraid of me, not anymore. I stayed silent, just watching her, as her words continued to pierce through me. She wasn't holding back, and for some reason, it only made me more confused. I couldn't tell if I was angry with her or frustrated with myself. Maybe both. She sighed heavily, her body tense as she continued. You want me out of your life, don't you? So why are you still keeping me here? You were very clear when you said you didn't want anything from me. So why don't you stay in your own decision? It is your own damn decision after all. It was as if she didn't understand, as if she couldn't see what I was trying to protect. But she didn't get it. Not yet. She yelled at me again, and I felt every word cut through me. My mouth went dry, and my throat tightened. I couldn't say anything. I just stood there, fuming but also unwilling to lash out at her. My wolf growled at me from within, urging me to stop holding back, to do something, anything, but I held my ground, my body tense with restraint. But that didn't mean I was torn inside. I was so angry, and the way she spoke to me, the way she acted like she didn't care, it unsettled me. It made me feel powerless. Don't you have anything to tell me? Her frustration evident. I took a few moments to calm my nerves before responding in a controlled, stern tone. "I'm waiting for answer, and my patience is running thin." I replied coldly. "Oh, you want an answer? He'll give you one. One I should have given you a long time ago." Then she did something I never expected from her. Her words echoed in the room, each syllable digging into me deeper. "Iodilina MacArthur, daughter of Richard MacArthur, Alpha of the Crescent Moon Pack, reject you, Maximus." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Every word she spoke felt like a slap to my face. And my wolf snarled inside me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." This was not how things worked. I was the Alpha. I made the rules. No one, especially not my mate, could speak like this to me. She was rejecting me. I could feel my heart race, my blood boiling. How dare she? How dare she do this to me? I had never been so enraged in my life. The audacity, the disrespect. My mind screamed at me to do something, to stop her. I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping across the floor. I couldn't let her finish. I was going to let her reject me like this. Not when it worked so hard to bring her here, to keep her close. She didn't get to throw all of that away with one simple phrase. She didn't have that right. I moved toward her in a blur, my body acting before my mind could catch up. My hands gripped her shoulders tightly, pulling her closer to me. My eyes locked onto hers, and I could see the defiance there. She was still trying to reject me, still trying to break the bond between us. But I wasn't going to let that happen. "Don't you dare," I growled, my voice low and dangerous. "You can't reject me. Do you understand? I am the Alpha. I decide who stays and who goes. You don't get to make that decision. Not now. Not ever." Her breath hitched in her throat, but she didn't pull away. Her eyes flickered with something fear. Or was it determination? I couldn't tell. I didn't care. The only thing that mattered was that she understood who was in control. "You think you can just walk away from me?" I continued, my voice more forceful. "You're mine, Adelina, and nothing is going to change that." Her lips parted, as if she was about to say something, but I didn't let her speak. I couldn't. My rage had taken over, and I was going to allow her to finish what she started. I was going to let her reject me, not when I could feel the bond between us so strongly. She was staring at me, eyes wide with fear, and for a moment, something shifted in my chest. I didn't want her to be afraid of me, not like this, but I couldn't let go. Not when she was about to make the worst mistake of her life. I was angry, but underneath the fury, there was fear too. Fear that she would leave me. Fear that she might actually reject us. Fear that the bond we shared, one that had tried so hard to ignore, might be severed forever. I pulled her closer, keeping our eyes locked, and my alpha tone came out before I could stop it. "Never dare to do this again. You cannot reject me. You cannot leave me. You will never go away from me. Do you understand?" I wasn't asking, I was demanding. She needed to hear it, to understand the gravity of what she was saying. I saw the defiance in her eyes, but that wouldn't save her. "You will stay." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Me forever. The words coming from a place I didn't even recognize. The finality in my voice left no room for argument. We stood there, wrapped in each other's arms. The warmth of her body against mine made my desire for her grow stronger. I longed to hold her tighter, to kiss her endlessly until we both lost ourselves in the moment. Her scent was intoxicating, overwhelming me. I couldn't fight it any longer. I wanted her more than anything, but I couldn't let my feelings take control. As an alpha, I had to maintain my composure, show strength, and keep my emotions in check. I pulled away from her suddenly and walked toward the door, forcing myself to leave. As I stormed out of the room, the door slammed behind me, the sound echoing in the silence. But there was something else. I had locked her in. I knew it was extreme, but I couldn't just let her walk away. Not like this. I needed time to make her understand. Time to make her realize she was mine, that there was no escaping this bond we shared. And maybe, just maybe, she had come to see that. But for now, I had to leave her there, alone, to think, to feel what I had felt, to experience the pain of knowing she cowed and walk away, not from me. Chapter 11. Moving on. Adelina SBOV, I couldn't believe what had just happened a few minutes ago. Maximus was furious over my imminent rejection and had the audacity to lock me in my own room like some damn criminal. He treats me like he owns me, like I'm nothing more than an object to him. The way he acts, as if I have no say in my own life, is infuriating. Everything became painfully clear to me tonight. He was nothing more than an arrogant, selfish man, indifferent to others, especially to me. He hadn't brought me here to build a genuine relationship, to be true mates, no. HUD brought me here because it was convenient for him. He wanted me close, so his wolf could wield ultimate power, solidifying his claim to the throne and defeating any enemies in the way. How could I have been so blind, believing he would act differently? I had heard the rumors about him. I knew deep down who he really was, yet I had followed him like a naive schoolgirl. I shouldn't have ever held any hope for him. He was done. Tonight, I realized I needed to move on with my life. Waiting for him was pointless. All it did was keep me stagnant, with no future to look forward to. Alex had called me several times that evening, but I tried to avoid him. What could I possibly tell him? That I was locked in my own room, punished like a schoolgirl. But he insisted so much that I finally answered. When he heard my sobs, he immediately got angry and wanted to come comfort me. I told him I was fine, that I needed to be alone. He respected my wishes, but made me promise to meet him early the next morning before work at the usual cafe. Thank the goddess for sending me such a good friend. His care for me melted my heart and gave me the strength I needed to face this difficult situation. All night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned in bed, trying to accept the situation I was in and thinking of ways to escape it. I finally managed to drift off just before morning, only to be awoken by the blaring sound of the alarm clock. Reluctantly, I got out of bed and went through my usual routine. When I was finally ready, I headed to Toza, a small CAF near the hospital. I avoided the Pax restaurant, not wanting to run into Maximus, and also because I figured Alex would probably be waiting for me at the CAF. As I waited for my order, I felt a light touch on my back. Turning around in surprise, I found Mario Lupo, the hospital manager, smiling at me. This was the first time Mario had ever been so discreet and friendly with me. He had always been polite and professional, but today was different. After a brief exchange, he paid for my coffee and suggested we sit at one of the tables. Since Alex was running late, I agreed to join him. We sat in silence for a few minutes before Mario broke it. So, Adelina, how are you? How are things going here? Are you satisfied with your work? I am very satisfied, I replied, genuinely excited. I think this new administration model will be a success. I was just flattering him. I honestly believed in his approach and supported his vision. Please, Adelina, do me a favor, if I can. So stop calling me sir. It's Mario when we're alone. I want my partners to speak to me freely, without all the formalities. I promise I'll try. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smiling awkwardly. So you're satisfied? I'm glad to hear that. Your opinion means a lot to me. I really hope to make this hospital a model for functionality and impeccable service. I nodded in agreement. We shared the same vision. How about your life in the pack? Have you managed to blend in? He asked after a few minutes of silence. I'm doing okay. I've made some progress. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I still miss my old pack, my home, my family, and friends, but I've managed. These past few months, I've met some new people. As for you, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How are you handling everything? I heard your euphemistically. It really doesn't matter to me anymore. He replied. I've been through so many packs in my career that I've lost count. I'm familiar with the culture of most packs around the world, every alpha, every law, every tradition. It's fascinating, but also tiresome. And to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Frustrating. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous of you, I admitted with a sigh. You've traveled to so many places. Meanwhile, I'm 22 and have never left my pack, except for the 2 months I've spent here. I've always wanted to see the world, meet new people, experience different cultures. There's plenty of time for that, he said with a reassuring smile. Nothing's stopping you. I nodded slowly, but there was a hint of sadness in my voice as I murmured. I guess. Why the long face? Mario asked, his tone softening. Is something holding you back? It's never too late for anything. I took a deep breath, one I didn't even realize I was holding. Gathering all the courage I could muster, I looked him in the eye and said, I don't think it's that simple. There are things holding me back. Responsibilities, expectations, especially back home. And there's the pack too. My role in it. My obligations. I hesitated for a moment, then added, it's not as easy as just leaving. He looked at me thoughtfully for a moment, his expression softening. I understand, but you deserve to live your own life. Adelina, don't let anyone or anything hold you back from what you truly want. Reassuringly, but there was something in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. I forced a smile in return, but inside, I couldn't help but wonder if I was truly ready to leave it all behind. The Pact, Maximus, everything. Could I really start fresh? Or was I too tied to the life I'd known? Just as we were about to leave, Mario suddenly grabbed my arm, gently but firmly, and turned me to face him. I want you to know that I am here whenever you need someone to talk to. Don't hesitate at all. His voice sincere and compassionate. Thank you, I replied, completely taken by surprise by his words. After 9 hours of work in hospital, I finally called it a day and headed to the gym. I wanted to decompress from the stress and anxiety of work. Marissa could not come with me today because she had a romantic appointment. I hope it goes well for her. At least one of us is lucky in her love affairs. I did not get my car I preferred to walk as I managed to clear my head of the thoughts that haunted me. When I entered the gym, I went straight to the locker room and put on my black leggings and my black sports bra that I had in my bag. In the gym, there were a lot of people training, including the warriors. I started with a few stretching exercises and continued with a little cardio and a little running. Then I headed to the boxing bag to throw some punches. This is my favorite part of the exercise. I love to give a few punches. It always helps me decompress. With my perimeter vision, I saw someone shouting at my side. A man in his mid-40s was approaching me. He was very tall and his body was well built. He had brown hair with a little grey on his temples, black eyes and some wrinkles on his face. I looked around and realized I was there alone. He came closer to me. Hey, you there? What's your name? His voice rough and commanding. Are you talking to me? Somewhat taken aback. Yes, you. Do you see anyone else around? He replied sarcastically. I guess not, I answered, trying to keep my composure. My name is Adelina. How can I help you? So, you're the girl that the Alpha brought a few months ago. In Demetrio, the gamma of this pack. I've been watching you, and I gotta say, you're pretty good. Have you had any training before? Thank you, I replied, a bit uncomfortable with the attention. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've trained. I was working out every day in my old pack. I still do, I see. Would you like to do some training here as well? As you probably know, I'm responsible for training the warriors. I also help anyone in the pack who wants to learn how to defend themselves. You interested in that? That would be interesting. When can I join? Feeling intrigued, Demetrio's expressions softened slightly as he observed me, seeming to weigh my response. Well, we usually have a group training session every Monday and Wednesday evening, but if you're eager to get started sooner, I can arrange a one-on-one session for tomorrow. We can get right into some basic moves and you'll see what you've got. I nodded, feeling a flicker of excitement. It had been a while since I'd trained in a proper setting. The few sessions he'd done here and there hadn't quite been enough to keep my skills sharp. This could be a good opportunity to get back into form, and Phoebe even proved Demetrio wrong about my fighting abilities. I'd appreciate that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Meeting his eyes. Tomorrow it is. His lips twitched, as if he was pleased by my eagerness. Good. I'll meet you here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Main the training room. Be prepared to sweat. I gave him a small grin. I'm always prepared for that. Demetrio chuckled, a sound that echoed in the open space of the gym. I like your attitude. See you then. Adelina. As he turned to walk away, I felt a surge of energy. Training was exactly what I needed right now. A way to channel the frustration and confusion from the past days into something productive. And perhaps, if I trained hard enough, I could prove to myself, if not to Demetrio, that I was capable of defending what mattered to me. Chapter 12 Training Adelina SPOV. Follow me, Demetrio said, motioning toward the training field. The field stretched out before us, the size of a football stadium. At the center, there was a large area marked with painted circles on the ground where two-man battles were held. A long table was covered with a wide array of weapons, ranging from medieval to modern. There were knives. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's guns loaded with silver bullets, machine guns, revolvers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And more everything a warrior might need for combat. Around the edges of field, several warriors were training. Demetrio walked over to them and ordered them to stop, his commanding voice making them fall into line immediately. He turned to one of them, a man I recognized as Gregory, a very tall, muscular figure who stepped forward when his name was called. Demetrio gave a brief, nodding greeting. This is Gregory. Then turned to us. You will fight him. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and the warriors stood still, watching as Demetrio began to explain the rules of the training exercise. You will fight in 3 rounds. Demetrio continued, his tone firm. The total time will be seconds. The first 20 seconds. You will fight in your human form, using only your body for the first 10 seconds. Enthusiasm in the next 10. You may use any weapon you choose from that table. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will shift to your wolf form for the last 10 seconds, but you are not allowed to shift until I give the command. I nodded, feeling a rush of adrenaline. I had trained in various forms before, but this would be different. Demetrio's rules were clear and straightforward. My heart raced as he turned to me, waiting for the signal. Begin. And the command made my muscles tense with readiness. I faced Gregory, my gaze steady as I prepared myself to engage in the first round of this test. We began to move around the perimeter of the battle circle, each of us carefully sizing up the other. I was going to be the first to strike. I needed to get a feel for Gregory's moves. My canines began to elongate, and my nails sharpened, ready for whatever he would throw at me. We circled each other for a few seconds, neither making a move until he attacked first, throwing punches from all directions. I blocked and dodged his strikes, my body fluid and focused, repelling his blows with ease. It seemed like we were evenly matched, but then I saw my opportunity. He threw a wide punch, leaving his left leg exposed. I took advantage of it, landing a strong punch that swept him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, clearly caught off guard and angry. The intensity in his eyes was evident as he launched himself at me once more. This time, his strikes came faster and harder. His blows were relentless, and I dodged some. One punch hit me in the side, knocking the wind out of me and throwing me to the ground. Before I could recover, he aimed the kick at me. I quickly rolled away and pushed myself back to my feet. We locked eyes again as he charged at me, throwing more punches. I blocked, dodged, and waited for my opening. When I saw it, I countered, letting my strength surge through me. I kicked him in the stomach and followed up with punches to his chest and face. The force of my blows seemed to catch him off guard, and with one powerful kick, I landed a strike that knocked the wind out of him where it hurts most. He crumpled to the floor, but I was done. I took the chance to kick and punch him some more, pushing him back as he struggled to defend himself. His attempts to block became slower, more desperate. Finally, he managed to stand up again, and the fight resumed. He threw another series of punches, but I dodged most of them and landed a few solid blows in return. We locked arms, each trying to overpower the other. Just as I was about to land another blow, Demetrio's voice rang out, commanding us to stop. Enough. Pulling us apart. The intense focus and adrenaline melted away, leaving me breathless and with a feeling of satisfaction. Gregory and I both stood there, panting, as Demetrio sized us up with a critical eye. Second round. Choose your weapons, Demetrio announced, his voice firm. I followed him to the table, where a variety of weapons were laid out. Without hesitation, I picked up a sword, its weight feeling comfortable in my grip. Gregory chose an axe, a bulky weapon that would require considerable strength to wield effectively. The tension between us was palpable as we squared off, both of us waiting for the other to make the first move. Gregory didn't wait long. With a swift motion, he swung the axe toward me. I blocked most of his strikes, though a few hit and left cuts on my arms and torso. The pain was sharp, but nothing I couldn't handle. I knew my wolf would take care of the healing once the fight was over. As the battle raged on, I focused on staying one step ahead of him. Using my sword, I carved a deep gash across his face, drawing a pain draw from him. I followed up with strikes to his sides and abdomen, leaving him staggering and trying to regain his balance. This was my opening. With a burst of speed, I pressed my advantage, landing blow after blow. His knees buckled, and he conceded, holding up his hands in surrender. Before I could catch my breath, Demetrio's commanding voice echoed through the field. Third round. I didn't hesitate an instant. I put down my sword and shifted into my white wolf, my fur gleaming in the fading light. Gregory quickly followed suit, shifting into a massive brown wolf with grey spots. His wolf was much larger than mine, but I had speed and agility on my side. The moment the shift was complete, he lunged at me with powerful jaws, trying to sink his teeth into my sides. I dodged, twisting my body just in time to avoid his bite. His strength was undeniable, but I used my speed to wear him down. He lunged again, this time trying to catch my legs, but I was too quick. I weaved around him, my movements fluid and calculated. We danced around each other for nearly 10 minutes, each of us trying to land the decisive blow. He made a mistake. In a desperate move, he jumped toward me, but I was ready. I dodged, rolling under his body and coming up behind him. With all the strength I had, I launched myself forward, sinking my teeth into his already wounded abdomen. Gregory howled in pain, but I didn't stop. I bit and clawed at his sides, forcing him onto the ground. As he tried to recover, I quickly maneuvered around and latched onto his neck, my teeth piercing his fur. It wasn't long before he finally gave up, submitting to me. Demetrio called the fight. The warriors around us erupted into applause, cheering for me. I stood tall, bowing my head in acknowledgement, my chest swelling with pride. But then, something unexpected happened. The cheering warriors suddenly stopped, their heads all bowing at once. Confusion washing over me. Wolves usually bowed in the presence of high-ranking members or alphas, but I hadn't expected them to show such respect to me. I wondered why they were doing this. And then I felt it, the unmistakable scent of my mate. It hit me like a wave, rich and intoxicating, cinnamon, pine, and lemon. My heart skipped a beat as I turned, and there he was, Maximus. He stood across the field, arms crossed, a look of arrogance and dominance on his face. His aura was undeniable, a presence that commanded attention and respect. His eyes locked onto mine, and a growl rumbled from his chest, loud and unmistakable. His voice full of authority, shaking the air around us. I stood frozen, my heart racing. Who had just been cheering for me, instantly stopped and lowered their heads in submission, a clear sign of Maximus's power and influence. He stepped forward, his eyes never leaving mine, the weight of his presence almost overwhelming. What the hell is going on here? Maximus's voice boomed, making every inch of the training field feel suffocating. His anger was palpable, and the warriors who had just bowed to me seemed to shrink back, understanding what was about to unfold. Demetrio bowed low to Maximus, his posture showing respect, though there was an undertone of unease. Good evening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just ordinary training as always. So we're glad you came to watch us. Would you like us to make a demonstration for you? Maximus's glare intensified, his gaze burning with fury. He didn't say anything for a moment, the silence hanging heavy between us. Then, without warning, he turned to the Galvat warriors. You are all dismissed. Go get some rest. His voice cold and commanding. The warriors quickly scattered, heading to the exits without a second glance at him or Demetrio. Maximus's gaze never wavered from me as he spoke, his voice low and commanding. Stay. The word lingered in the air, heavy and unyielding. I wanted to protest, to walk away, but I couldn't bring myself to move. His presence was suffocating, like an invisible force keeping me rooted to the spot. The last of the warriors filtered out of the training field, leaving only the three of us. Maximus's aura seemed to fill the space, making everything feel too close, too tight. My heart raced as I stood there, waiting for what would come next. Demetrio, ever the professional, kept his expression neutral, though I could sense the tension between him and Maximus growing. Maximus finally turned his attention to Demetrio, his expression dark, eyes narrowed. What is she doing here? Gamma. His voice was clipped, each word dripping with authority and something darker that I couldn't quite place. Demetrio hesitated for only a second, but I could see the subtle shift in his demeanor as he prepared to answer. She's my new trainee. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's very good. I was planning to make her my second in command of the warriors. Her skills and techniques are exceptional. She even bested Gregory in the last round. Demetrio's voice was steady, but there was a hint of tension in his words, a sense that he knew how this conversation was about to go. Maximus didn't respond immediately, his gaze still fixed on Demetrio. The silence between them was thick with unspoken thoughts. Then, with a barely audible growl, he finally spoke. She's not a warrior. She's not meant to be part of that team. His words hit me like a slap, and I felt a wave of frustration and anger rush through me. But I said nothing, keeping my eyes on the ground. I could feel Demetrio's discomfort, but also his determination to stand his ground. With all due respect, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. This is where you're wrong, Demetrio replied, his tone firm and unwavering. She is a warrior. She has already proven herself. This is something you should have discussed with me first. Don't you think, Irma? Maximus said, his tone commanding. With all due respect. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It didn't cross my mind, Demetrio replied firmly. Promoting trainees to higher levels is one of my responsibilities. What I've always done without seeking your permission. You've never challenged my decisions. So it's changed now. Do you doubt my abilities? No, I don't. But I also do not want this woman in the Warriors team. Maximus responded, his voice calm but strict. Honestly, I don't see why not. According to Pact law, she's free to participate. It's her right to learn how to defend herself for fight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Demetrio turned to me and asked, do you still want to train with us? Adelina, of course, I want to. I'm thrilled with the idea. I answered eagerly. Dime trio. You're dismissed, Maximus said, his expression blank. Alpha, Demetrio bowed, his tone respectful, but his eyes gleaming with something that bordered on amusement. He looked at me and added, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Don't be late. He winked, and with a final good night, he left us alone. Maximus's eyes locked onto me, his gaze fiery and penetrating. He took a deliberate step forward, his presence suffocating. You think you can just walk in here and prove yourself with a few punches? Adelina, his voice dripped with mockery and irritation. You're not one of them. You don't belong in the arena. Each word felt like a weight pressing down on me. A dismissal of everything I had worked so hard for. My fists tightened at my sides, but I kept my expression neutral, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing my anger. I was going to back down. I belong wherever I choose to be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice unwavering, though my pulse quickened. Maximus smirked, amusement flickering in his cold gaze. He didn't respond immediately, but the tension between us was palpable. A storm just waiting to break. Follow me to the office now, Maximus ordered, his voice harsh, the frustration radiating from him. He was practically seething with anger. I trailed behind him as we headed to his office, feeling the weight of his fury in the air. For the first time since arriving here, I wasn't intimidated by his reaction. Maybe it was the adrenaline from the fight still rushing through me. Or maybe I have finally trained myself not to let his presence unsettle me. We reached the office, and Maximus opened the door, stepping inside and waiting for me to follow. As I entered, he locked the door behind us and took the key. The sound of the lock clicking echoed in the quiet room, and suddenly, the confidence I had felt moments ago started to waver. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so sure of myself after all. Chapter 13 surrendered to him. Adelina SBOV, Maximus stood by his desk, his body tense with barely contained rage. He didn't speak at first, his eyes fixed on me, scanning every detail. The silence between us was heavy, suffocating. The seconds ticked by slowly, each one amplifying the tension. I stood there, trying to keep my composure, but inside, I was bracing myself for what would come next. He had made it clear earlier that he didn't want me in the Warriors team, and I could feel that he was on the edge now. The last thing I wanted was to provoke him further, but something in me refused to back down completely. Do you understand what you've done? Maximus's voice broke the silence, low and threatening. I held his gaze, steady, and just doing what I think is right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. trying to keep my voice even. I want to be useful. I want to be better. And that means training. Maximus narrowed his eyes, his jaw tightening as fury simmered beneath the surface. Training, huh? His voice dropped lower, laced with accusation. You think I'm stupid? That I don't see exactly what you're doing? And what's that? I shot back derisively, crossing my arms, my tone daring him to continue, provoking other men. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Taking a step closer, his presence towering. You used training as an excuse to lure them in. I won't allow it. I won't stand by while you flirt with others right in front of me. His voice was sharp, each word slicing through the space between them. My expression hardened, my chin tilting up defiantly. Is that what you think I'm doing? I asked coldly, my voice dripping with disbelief. I'm training. Maximus. You know training. The thing you supposedly care so much about. Or is it only acceptable when it's invisible to everyone else? You think you can just walk into my pack and disrupt everything? I swallowed hard, trying to suppress the frustration bubbling inside me. I'm not trying to disrupt anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice now rising slightly, in trying to prove that I can contribute. I don't need you to make decisions for me. His eyes flashed with fury, and for a brief moment, I wondered if I had said too much. But before he could react, I continued. You can't control everything. Maximus, you don't control me, I said firmly, my voice steady even as my heart pounded. You can't just lock me up in a room for the rest of my life. I held his gaze, refusing to back down. Maximus's expression darkened, his jaw tightening like a storm about to break. For a moment, I thought he might lash out, the tension in the room nearly suffocating. But then, just as quickly, something shifted. His features softened, and the anger in his eyes gave way to an unreadable intensity. He exhaled slowly, dragging a hand through his hair in a frustrated motion. You really have a lot of nerve. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice low and biting. You think you can challenge me after everything you've seen, after everything I've done? I felt my heartbeat quicken, but I refused to flinch. I'm not challenging you, Maximus. I'm just living my life. I'm not asking for your approval. I'm asking for respect. There was a long pause, the air between us charged with an intensity that was almost suffocating. The silence stretched, thickened and yielding, until Maximus finally spoke again. This time, his voice was more measured, but no less demanding. What's your plan? He asked incredulously, his eyes boring into mine. My plan, I repeated, confusion flickering across my face. Yes, your plan, your real purpose, the reason behind all this. What are you trying to achieve? His tone was sharp, probing, as if he were trying to peel back my layers to find the truth hidden beneath. My plan, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I echoed, still baffled by the accusation. I don't have a plan. Maximus, I just live my life. I do what I do because it makes me feel good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And productive. So don't worry, I'm not scheming, and I have no hidden agenda. My only goal is to live the best life I can, even if I'm stuck here under these awful conditions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice steady but tinged with exasperation, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in slightly. Don't take me for a fool, he said coldly. I know your plan. You're after the position of Luna of the pack. What? Stunned by his words. That's preposterous. My voice rose as disbelief turned to frustration. What are you talking about? I'm not pursuing anything. And I definitely don't want to be Luna. Ivy never wanted that. He shook his head, his expression hard and unyielding. I don't believe you. You know what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I shot back, my voice firm and unwavering. That's not my problem. I'm not obligated to explain my life to you. I don't have to prove anything to you or anyone else. And I'm definitely not sitting here to listen to any more of your baseless accusations. He stood there, silent for a moment. Clearly, he had doubts about my answer and was wondering if I was telling him the truth or not. I could feel his unease. It was obvious that he was conflicted and didn't know how to react. After a few seconds of silence, while still locking eyes with me, he cleared his throat and spoke sternly. To summarize, I inform you that I forbid you to train with the Warriors team, and this is my final decision. You can excuse yourself now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You what? I snapped, my voice rising. How dare you? Who gives you the right to forbid me anything? I could feel the heat rising inside me, my temper threatening to break free. I wouldn't let him control my life. He had hurt me too much already. His audacity, to think he could did what I couldn't couldn't do, was infuriating. I am your Alpha. Your life belongs to me. Do not forget it. Ever. His voice hard and final. I took a deep breath, trying to control the surge of frustration and anger threatening to spill over. I refused to let him see me break. I stood tall, keeping my gaze locked on his, the anger simmering beneath the surface. For a moment, I stared at him, my jaw clenched. Then, with as much composure as I could muster, you are the Alpha, but you are not above the law. The law clearly states that every pack member has the right to learn how to fight and defend themselves. Any pack member except you, he retorted, his tone final. Why accept me? What's your problem with me? I demanded, my voice sharp. I don't have a problem. It's nothing personal. It's just my decision as your Alpha. This is it, he answered arrogantly, his gaze unyielding. That's not even a reason. I shot back, my voice rising in frustration. You owe me an explanation. I owe you nothing, he said coldly, his expression unreadable. You know what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Taking a step toward the door. Neither do I. I'm not here to ask for your permission. I don't even need it. They'll train with the team whether you like it or not. I turned on my heel, ready to walk out. But his voice stopped me. I don't like your tone. Why do you always make things more difficult? He said firmly, his frustration evident. Maximus didn't move, his eyes fixed on mine, a storm of emotion swirling in their depths. He didn't say a word, but his presence seemed to fill the room, making it feel smaller, more suffocating. He could see the struggle in my eyes, the way I was holding on to my last bit of composure. It almost seemed as though he was waiting for something, daring me to make a move. I stood there, my fingers still gripping the lock, trying to control the rapid beating of my heart. You're not going anywhere, he finally said, his voice low and commanding. Before I could react, his hand shot out, gripping my arm tightly and pulling me toward him. The sudden movement took me by surprise, and I stumbled slightly. Our bodies collided, and for a brief, dangerous moment, I could feel the heat radiating off him. His grip on my arm tightened, and I felt trapped, caught between the urge to fight and the instinct to push him away. His breath was warm against my ear, his voice a low whisper. You think you can just walk away from this? From me? Not so easily. I tried to step back, to free myself, but his hold was unrelenting. Let me go, I said through gritted teeth. my frustration mounting. But Maximus didn't relent. He leaned in closer, his presence suffocating. Not until we resolve this. The tension in the room thickened, and all I could think was that I needed to get out of there. I was going to let him control me, not again. I gathered my strength, trying to pull away, but he held me firmly in place. I looked up into his eyes, frustration burning inside me. What was he trying to prove by keeping me here like this? I fought against the urge to lash out, to make him regret the thinking he could control me. But deep down, I knew that was the way I wanted to handle this. Let go. Maximus, I said one last time, this time with a calmness I didn't even know I possessed. I'm not going to fight you, but I am not staying here either. He looked down at me for a moment, as if considering my words. Finally, with a slow exhale, he released my arm, though his eyes never left mine. You'll get what you want. His voice still tinged with authority. But remember, nothing's ever that simple with me. I turned away, my heart still racing, determined not to let him get under my skin. But as I made my way to the door, I couldn't escape the magnetism that pulled at me from behind. Do you mind? My voice steady but laced with frustration. Without warning, he grabbed my arm, spinning me around to face him. His grip was firm, unyielding. Our bodies collided, and the heat between us was unmistakable, an electrifying tension, almost suffocating in its intensity. His face loomed close as he tilted his head, his breath warm against my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. Yes, I do. His voice low, but sharp with intent. I tried to focus on the door, to ignore the words, to push through the storm of emotions crashing inside me. Please, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Open the door. I just want to leave. I pleaded, my voice strained, desperate. He didn't move. His stance was solid as a mountain, unshakable, as if he were the immovable force and I was just the storm trying to break in. The air was thick with tension, my hands balled into fists, swinging at his chest. But before I could make contact, his hand shot up, effortlessly grabbing mine and pinning them above my head. His strength was overwhelming, his proximity unnerving. His face was inches from mine now, his eyes burning with a quiet intensity that made my heart beat faster. His breath brushed my skin, a whisper against the tension between us. You think you can just push me away? Adelina, his voice was soft, but there was something else beneath it, something raw and vulnerable that I hadn't expected. I swallowed hard, my mind spinning, trying to maintain my composure. I just want to be free. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My words coming out stronger than I'd expected, to make my own decisions, not to be a pawn in some game. The truth slipped out before I could stop it, and though my voice was firm, my heart hammered with uncertainty. What exactly was I challenging? Maximus's lips twitched, something between a smile and a challenge. He pulled back slightly, his grip still firm on my wrists. But there was a flicker in his eyes, something that made me pause, unsure of what I was seeing. In not trying to control you, Adelina, he murmured, his voice almost pained, but you push me in ways no one else does. You make me want to break every rule I've set for myself. His words hit me like a physical blow. There was a vulnerability in his tone, a rawness that I hadn't expected. It made the walls it built around myself feel fragile, thin. I had never considered him in this light. But now, as I stood there, unable to ignore the pull between us, it was impossible to deny that something deep and complicated was growing between us. Why do you do this to me? I whispered, my voice trembling, the words slipping out before I could catch them. It was just about the training, it was about everything, the dominance, the arrogance, the way he seemed to tear down every wall I built around myself. He didn't answer immediately. His gaze flickered from my eyes to my lips and back again. his expression clouded with a storm I couldn't quite read. "Because I don't know how not to," he finally muttered, his voice laced with frustration. It was an admission, raw and unspoken, but one he wasn't yet willing to fully acknowledge. He stepped back slightly, his hands still hovering near me, unsure whether to pull away or to touch. I felt the familiar urge to retreat, to rebuild my defenses, but my heart betrayed me. I was drawn to him, pulled into this complex, dangerous connection between us, a bond neither of us could explain, nor deny. "Maximus," I whispered his name, the air thick with unspoken words. Emotions tangled in my chest. He reached up, his hand sliding behind my neck, pulling me closer, as if afraid I might slip away, and when our lips finally met, the world seemed to fall away. I met a mysterious alpha on the dance floor. He was confident, charming, and offered me his hand. But my heart still belongs to the man who rejected me. How am I supposed to deal with this unexpected attraction? Chapter 14, Ignoring the Alpha. Adelina SPOV. The room felt warm and peaceful, the soft light of morning bathing everything in a gentle glow. Yet, despite the sense of serenity that lingered in the air, my mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, still feeling the faint traces of his touch on my skin. Maximus had been tender, something I hadn't expected after everything that had happened between us. But now, as the haze of passion faded, doubts crept in. I tried to focus on the warmth and the happiness I had felt in his arms, but with each passing moment, the reality of our situation settled in. I couldn't ignore the red flags anymore. Why did he treat me so terribly for so long? Why had he been so controlling, constantly testing my limits, trying to bend me to his will? Was it because of our bond, the pull of the mate bond that neither of us could escape? Or was it simply the power he wielded, his need to dominate and control every situation, every person? The contradiction in him was maddening. In the quiet of the room, I allowed myself to confront the emotions I had been pushing aside. It was just about the physical connection we shared. It was just about the tenderness and passion of last night. It was about trust. Could I trust him? Could I allow myself to believe that the man who had been so cold, so distant, was truly the same person who had held me so gently just hours before? I sat up in bed, rubbing my face in frustration. My thoughts were a tangled mess, and I didn't know how to untangle them. I wanted to be happy. I wanted to believe in what I had felt in his arms, to believe that what happened between us could be something real. But the doubts remained, and they were growing louder. He had shown me a side of him that was unexpected, yes. But what if it was just a moment of weakness for him? What if he was just reacting to the pull of the bond, not out of any true affection for me? What if everything he had done up until now, the control, the cruelty, the power plays, was just his way of grappling with his own feelings and fears? What if I was just another thing for him to possess, another challenge to overcome? I swung my legs over the side of the bed, feeling the coolness of the floor against my feet. I needed to think, to process all of this, but I couldn't do it in a vacuum. I needed to talk to someone. But who? Who could I turn to when I couldn't even make sense of my own feelings? The uncertainty gnawed at me, but the only thing I knew for sure was that nothing would be the same anymore. Whether I was ready for it or not, the course of my life had already changed, and I was caught up in something much bigger than myself. Maybe Marissa was right when she told me that Maximus probably had feelings for me but wasn't able to express them. Who knows? The only truth is that no one makes love in such a caring way unless they feel something for their partner. He had treated me like a princess, and that spoke volumes about his feelings. He couldn't have been pretending. Could he? Still, I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that he was there when I woke up. But I knew being an alpha was a demanding role that required constant attention, leaving little time for personal matters. When I glanced at the clock, I quickly got up, completed my daily routine, and since I didn't have time for breakfast, I headed straight to the hospital. I hadn't seen Maximus since yesterday, and I had to admit, I missed him already. The day at work was exhausting, both mentally and physically. By the time I returned to my room late that night, I was drained. I took a quick shower and started drying my hair when I heard a knock at the door. I glanced at my watch, 10:30 p.m. Who could it be at this hour? I stopped what I was doing and went to answer the door. To my surprise, one of Maximus' guards stood outside. He told me that Maximus was waiting for me in his office. I quickly got dressed and followed the guard to Maximus' office. As I walked down the hallway, I crossed paths with Gina. She shot me a disapproving look, which I chose to ignore. There was something off about her. She didn't look well. What is she doing here? I wondered. Maybe Maximus told her about us and divorced her. My wolf said, excitement bubbling inside me. Oh my goddess. Our dream is coming true. We'll be able to be with our partner without any obstacles in our way. I knew it. He couldn't deny the bond for long, she exclaimed, filled with hope and happiness. However, I wasn't as optimistic as I let on. Despite the night filled with love we had shared, I couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. There was something about Maximus that still kept me on edge. His emotions were often a mystery to me, and although the night before had felt like a breakthrough, I was so sure about where he stood. I wanted to believe that what we shared meant something to him, that the bond had shifted something deep inside him. But the doubt lingered in the back of my mind. Maximus had never been one to easily show his feelings, and while last night had been intimate, I couldn't ignore the fact that he was still the Alpha. His decisions, his actions, they were always governed by authority, control, and duty. How could I know if I was just another fleeting moment in his world, or something real? As I watched him glance up from his papers, I saw the familiar indifference in his eyes, nothing like the warmth I had seen when he kissed me last night. It was hard not to feel a pang of disappointment, but I refused to let him see it. It'd been hurt enough already, and if I wanted to stay strong, I couldn't allow myself to be vulnerable with him just yet. I reached his office, knocking on the door with a heart full of anticipation. Maximus' hoarse voice called from inside, telling me to come in. I opened the door, and as I stepped inside, I saw him sitting behind his desk, reviewing some documents. When he noticed me, his gaze lifted, looking onto mine. His eyes, those beautiful grey eyes, scanned me, sending a wave of warmth through my body, but also making me feel self-conscious and shy. Those same eyes that had been filled with care and love just the night before. I smiled widely, unable to hide my happiness. Maximus motioned for me to come closer. I took a few steps into his office and sat in one of the armchairs, greeting him warmly. Good evening, Maximus. How was your day? Smiling, I was genuinely happy to see him. I had missed him all day. How strange how the bond worked. After our night together, the connection between us had only intensified. Good evening, Adelina. It was all right, he replied curtly, not looking up from his files. And yours? Very tiring. But now it's getting better, I said honestly. It was true. Probably the bond made everything feel so much more intense. He said nothing in response. Without taking his eyes off me, he stood up from his chair and moved closer. He offered me his hand, a silent invitation for me to rise. And I took it, letting him help me to my feet. His hands gently rested on my arms. And then, unexpectedly, he leaned in and kissed me on the forehead. The touch was soft, almost reverent, and we stood there for a moment, our breaths mingling, sharing the space in comfortable silence. Adelina, he finally spoke, his voice more serious now. I need to talk to you about something very important. Curiosity flickered in my chest. What is it? My smile still lingering despite the sudden change in his tone. There was something comforting about being with him in this moment, something that filled me with warmth. I don't know why, but looking at him made me genuinely happy. It was insane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A few days ago, I could barely stand to be around him, but since that night since we'd made love something had shifted between us. I'd seen a side of him I hadn't known existed, caring, sensitive, tender, and sweet. I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness whenever I was near him. I couldn't deny it anymore. It was like a veil had lifted, and I could finally see things clearly. Maximus' behavior last night had given me hope. I truly believed that we could make things work between us. I knew in my heart that he felt something for me too. He had changed his mind. I was sure of it. The mate bond was undeniable. We were meant to be together, not apart. Adelina, he interrupted my thoughts, drawing my full attention to him. Last night was truly magnificent for me. You made me feel emotions I didn't even know existed. Unprecedented feelings. Too, I admitted, a smile still playing on my lips. Please, let me finish without interrupting. His tone unexpectedly humble. I was taken aback. Was this the same man who had been so arrogant and dismissive just days ago? Had the bond affected him so profoundly that it changed his entire demeanor? Was it possible that he was finally realizing the errors of his past behavior? I nodded, silently urging him to continue. He ran his hand through his hair, letting out a sigh before speaking again, as though gathering the courage to share his heart. You know, he began, his voice softer now. You're the first woman who's ever made me feel this way. I've never felt anything like this before. I swear it. I blinked, confused. I don't understand. Can you please explain it to me? He gave me a timid smile, the kind that was so unlike the Maximus I had known. For the first time in my life. Happy, complete. I was overwhelmed by positive emotions. It's like I saw my life from a new perspective, a more peaceful one. I couldn't help but feel elated hearing him speak so openly. I'm really glad to hear that, I said excitedly. You know what? I felt the same way. I feel more optimistic than I did yesterday. His expression shifted to one of sternness, and I felt my own smile falter, unsure of what was coming next. But then, just as quickly, his attitude softened, and a huge smile spread across his face. Oh my goddess. His moods are like a roller coaster. It's difficult to keep up with him, but when he smiles, it's like everything makes sense again. His smile had the power to warm my heart, to light up my world in a way I couldn't describe. I couldn't deny it anymore. Maximus had a way of getting under my skin, a way of making everything feel right, even when everything around us was chaotic. As I said, he continued, his voice heavy with something I couldn't quite place. You are the only woman who has made me feel so different, so human, but I can't be like that. Enthusiasm, in the alpha of one of the largest and most powerful packs in the world. And I intend to become the king of all wolves. And that comes with a price. What exactly are you saying? Maximus, it's difficult for me to keep up. I told him, feeling a wave of confusion and a sense of dread wash over me. I couldn't fully comprehend what he was telling me, but one thing was certain: I was filled with anxiety, and my mind was swirling with bad thoughts. What I'm trying to say is that, although we are mates, we can't continue like this. His voice cold and firm. With what? My heart pounding. We can't continue this relationship. We can't act like true mates. And we can't even announce that we are mates, or that we nearly fulfilled the bond, he said seriously. My breath caught in my throat. What? Why? I asked, my voice shaky. His words hit me like a bolt from the blue. I hadn't expected this. It felt like everything had come crashing down in an instant. The only thing I can tell you, his eyes hardening, is that there is too much at stake. I'm an alpha and a future king of all werewolves. I have to act according to my position, not my feelings. Please explain how our bond stops you from being an alpha becoming king. My voice barely above a whisper. the confusion and hurt growing. You are weak, Adelina. His words cutting deep. You can't be my Luna, let alone the future queen of all werewolves. Don't you see? I took a step back, shocked by his words. Where's this coming from? My voice colder now, trying to hold on to some sense of control. But he remained silent, offering no explanation, sir. You're telling me that you're willing to ignore your feelings in order to be king. Is that it? My voice cracked as the words left my mouth, but I held back the tears. My heart felt as though it had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. I felt devastated, betrayed, wounded, but I wouldn't let him see it. My pride wouldn't let me break down in front of him. Then what do you want from me? My frustration bubbling over, my voice filled with a mixture of pain and anger. I can't ask anything from you, although I want to, Maximus said, his voice strained. I'm just stating the facts for now. I need you to understand that I'm in a very difficult situation. How thoughtful of you, I replied sickly, my frustration rising. There's no need for sarcasm. I've just opened my heart to you. His tone sharp. I need you to understand that what I do isn't always what I want. Understand what? The words leaving my lips with more bitterness than I intended. That you think him weak and unworthy to be your mate. That becoming king is so important to you that you're willing to sacrifice our relationship. It's not that, he insisted, his voice quieter now. Believe me, it's not what I want. But there are too many factors forcing me into this decision. Factors? I repeated, my mind racing. What factors? I'm sorry. I can't reveal them to you. Avoiding my gaze. You'll have to be content with what you know. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. My heart felt heavy, as if it were being squeezed. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I muttered, turning to leave, my steps slow and deliberate. Adelina. His voice softened, and I stopped, frozen in place. You have to understand. I still want you in my life, but I can't be with you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned slowly, the confusion and pain clear on my face. What does that mean? Struggling to keep my voice steady. It means I want you. Taking a step closer, and we can be together. In a way. In what way? My voice rising, almost pleading. Since you refuse to acknowledge us as mates, since you refuse to reveal us to your pack, I don't see how we can be together at all. We can see each other in secret, Maximus suggested, his voice low but filled with urgency. If you're willing to accept it, you'll make me a very happy man. My chest tightened in disbelief. How dare you suggest such a thing to me? I shot back, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and hurt. We are mates, Adelina, he insisted, stepping closer. We can't stay away from each other for long, especially since we've already begun the bond. It's not something we can ignore. Then accept me officially as your mate, I demanded, my voice rising in frustration. Give me a reason to believe this is real. Don't ask me to settle for something hidden. I've explained why I can't. His tone resigned. Can't or won't. Desperate for an answer that made sense. Maximus looked away, his jaw tightening, but he said nothing. I could feel the weight of his silence like a heavy curtain falling between us. Then, I'm sorry, I whispered, my voice breaking. I can't either. I pulled away from his grasp and turned, my heart sinking with each step I took toward the door. The pain in my chest was unbearable, a sharp contrast to the hope I had felt just moments before. I never expected this. I had been so naive to believe that Maximus would choose me, that he would put our bond, our connection, above everything else. How could I have been so blind? How could I have thought that someone who had fought so hard to deny our bond would suddenly embrace it? He had done everything in his power to keep us apart from the very beginning. I reached for the door, the finality of the moment crushing me. I had trusted him, believed in what we could have, and now I felt nothing but devastation. I hurried out of his office, my heart aching, and burst into tears as I made my way to my room. I locked the door behind me and collapsed onto my bed, sobbing uncontrollably. I cried and cried until exhaustion took over, and I fell into a restless sleep. 2 days had passed since my conversation with Maximus, and during that time, I had avoided him at all costs. He tried to speak to me several times, but I refused to give him the chance. It was clear that he wanted something more, but in the current situation, I was unwilling to make any concessions, not now. Not ever. I wouldn't be the third person in someone's twisted relationship. I never had been, and I wasn't about to start now, especially when it involved my mate, the very same person who was asking me to accept such a thing. Today had been another grueling day at work. We'd finished the hospital's annual budgeted task that demanded countless hours of concentration. As it was Friday, Marissa and I decided to go out and unwind. When Alex found out about our plans, he insisted on joining us. After a little back and forth, we finally agreed to let him come along. We arranged for him to pick us up at 9 p.m. in his luxury car. Once I arrived back at the Pack, I rushed to my room, took a quick shower, and began my preparations. I applied my cat eyeliner and bold red lipstick, straightened my hair, and slipped into a form-fitting black dress with no back. I grabbed my jean jacket, put on my black stilettos, and grabbed my purse before heading out. As I descended the stairs, I felt the eyes of several males in the packhouse follow me. Their gazes were filled with obvious lust, but I chose to ignore them, walking past without a glance. I made my way to the main hall, where Marissa was waiting. "Oh, my goddess, you look amazing. You look like a supermodel," Marissa exclaimed enthusiastically. "I think you're exaggerating a bit, but thank you anyway. You look wonderful too," I replied, flashing her a teasy smile. We were chatting outside the Pack house, waiting for Alex to arrive, when a black SUV pulled up in front of the entrance. Maximus and his beta stepped out, looking tired but carrying a serious, almost ominous, demeanor. They climbed the stairs and quickly approached us. "Good evening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." At her, Marissa greeted them with respect, bowing her head. I followed suit, bowing but remaining silent. Maximus gave us a brief but approving nod, while Christopher, who I've met only a few times, greeted us warmly. It was strange, especially considering his usual quiet and reserved nature. Why was he so kind to me? He must know Marissa very well. I made a mental note to ask her about him later. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Maximus staring at me intently. He looked stiff. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And distant, his gaze met mine for a brief moment, but I quickly turned my head away, avoiding any eye contact. Pretending to be engrossed in my phone seemed like the safest option. They stood by the door, conversing about something while we continued to wait for Alex, who finally arrived with a loud screech of tires. His expensive black car with tinted windows and blaring music was just what I expected from him. "That's his car. It's absolutely amazing," Marissa shouted, clapping her hands and jumping up and down. I tried to calm her down, but her excitement was contagious. Soon, everyone was looking in our direction. Alex stepped out of the car in his signature arrogant style. Dressed in a dark blue suit, he looked absolutely stunning. With a confident stride, he made his way up the stairs and dramatically offered us his elbows. "Are you ready, my beautiful ladies?" he asked with a cocky grin. We both nodded, grinning in return. "Let's roll," he declared. We linked our arms with his and walked down the stairs together. When we reached the car, Alex opened the door for us, but we quickly realized there was only one passenger seat. "Wait, how are we supposed to fit?" There's only one seat. Marissa pouted, looking disappointed. Please don't malign my car, Alex said, raising an eyebrow. Isn't it enough that I'm taking you for a ride in a supercar? You're both tiny. You're fit. He winked at us, and we reluctantly squeezed in. Once inside, Alex turned on the radio, and house music blared through the speakers. I glanced over my shoulder, hoping to get one last look at Maximus, but to my disappointment, he was already gone. Come on, girls. Tonight we're staying out until morning, Alex said, his excitement palpable. We're going to drink, dance, and have a blast. It's going to be an amazing night, Marissa shouted, clearly thrilled. Chapter 15 Nicholas Adelina SPOV. We began our night out at a very classy restaurant in the heart of the town. The decor was elegant, with a touch of luxury in every corner. White and wood dominated the space, and the golden chandeliers hanging from the ceiling gave the place a sophisticated, opulent feel. The white wooden tables and chairs, accented with metallic gold finishes, added a sleek yet cozy atmosphere. It was clear that this restaurant was a favorite among the city's high society. We spotted several high-ranking members of our pack, as well as a few foreigners and even some humans. We were seated at a table by the window, offering a beautiful view of the bustling streets. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Clearly the irregular at this place was treated like royalty by the staff, especially the waitresses, who seemed eager to cater to his every need. I ordered a plate of pasta with pesto sauce as an appetizer, followed by a seafood medley with shrimp, mussels, and lobster for the main course. Marissa and Alex opted for beef dishes. For dessert, we enjoyed small cheese pies topped with various jams. Every bite was exquisite, and I may have eaten a little too much, but it was all so delicious that I couldn't help myself. Throughout dinner, we chatted about everything and anything, telling jokes, sharing stories, and gossiping about nearly everyone in the pack. Marissa and Alex had a knack for digging up the juiciest details. The evening was off to a great start, and we hadn't even reached the main event yet. After finishing our meal, we made our way to the most popular clan. It was hosting a house party that night, and a long line of people waited outside to get in. But thanks to Alex's connections, we bypassed the wait without hesitation. He was well known by the club's owners, and before we knew it, we were inside. The club was packed with people, and the energy was electric. The flashing lights and pounding bass nearly overwhelmed our sensitive wolf ears, but the excitement in the air was contagious. We made our way to the bar and ordered drinks. The bartender, a stunning woman with bright eyes, immediately focused her attention on Alex, not hesitating to flirt with him. Honestly, I was getting used to this by now, but it was still impressive how effortlessly Alex attracted attention. I ordered a martini. Alex went for scotch on the rocks, and Marissa chose an orange vodka. We raised our glasses in a toast, savoring the moment. Just as we were starting to relax and enjoy ourselves, Alex spotted an old friend in the opposite corner of the club. Without another word, he excused himself and headed off to catch up with him, leaving Marissa and me alone at the bar. Two very handsome men approached us, their eyes clearly on us the moment we walked in. They had been checking us out from the start, but neither of them made a move while Alex was still around. Now that Addis appeared to greet his old friend, the air felt different, charged with the possibility of new attention. Both men were well built, with dark hair and striking green eyes. They shared a similar look, and from their commanding presence, it was clear they were high-ranking werewolves, probably related. They weren't from our pack, but the aura they gave off suggested they were influential. After a few moments of eye contact and subtle smiles, they finally spoke up, suggesting we join them on the dance floor. Marissa and I exchanged a look, both feeling the night's energy, and we gladly accepted their invitation. The music was uplifting and had already drawn a crowd to the dance floor. We began moving to the beat, our bodies swaying with the rhythm. The two men quickly followed us, effortlessly matching our movements. Before long, the atmosphere grew warmer, the pace of the music picking up, and the dancing becoming more sensual. The air around us seemed to crackle as the dance flowed with energy. The music was loud, almost deafening, but the rhythm kept us in tune with each other. As we danced, it became harder to hear anything over the heavy bass and beats, but eventually, the man I was dancing with leaned closer to speak. Though barely audible, carried an undeniable authority. Nicholas, he shouted over the music, his green eyes intense. I blinked in surprise, recognizing the name immediately. Nicholas was the Alpha of the Winterwoods Pack, a powerful werewolf clan from Canada. His pack controlled vast lands, numerous assets, and had significant influence across several industries. I'd heard of him, but had never met him before. The previous Alpha had been a well-known figure, and I had crossed paths with him in the past. But Nicholas was someone new, someone I hadn't expected to encounter here. He explained briefly that he had been studying abroad in Northern Europe and had only recently returned. But between the booming music and the constant shifting on the dance floor, conversation was nearly impossible. So after a moment, Nicholas leaned in, his lips almost brushing my ear. "Why don't we step outside for a bit?" he suggested, his tone inviting but commanding. "It'll be easier to talk out there." I nodded, curious but cautious. Marissa and the other guy continued to dance, lost in the music, as I followed Nicholas outside, away from the thrumming pulse of the club. After a few minutes of weaving through the crowded club, we finally managed to step outside into the cool night air. It was a beautiful night. A light breeze swept in from the west, carrying the scent of the city and the distant ocean. The sky above us was a blanket of stars, each one shimmering brightly, untouched by the city lights. I always loved the night sky, tracing constellations and watching the satellites that passed by with uncanny precision. As a child, I used to do this with my father. He would point out the different constellations, and we'd watch the stars together for hours. It was one of the many lessons he taught me, and even now, the memory of those quiet nights with him warmed my heart. It's strange how nostalgia can hit so suddenly. It comes out of nowhere, like a sudden wave, pulling you back to the past. Nostalgia, the word itself comes from the Greek nostos, meaning return home. I never thought of it before, but that's exactly what it felt like. I had been away from home for so long now, and despite everything, my job, my friends, this life I had built, it never quite felt like home. Not yet. The quiet was broken when Nicholas took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The smell of tobacco filled the air, and the wisps of smoke dissipated into the night, pulling me back from my thoughts. He offered me one, but I politely declined, preferring the fresh air over smoke. "So you're Edic, sister?" he said with a thoughtful look, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Who would have known? I'm really glad to meet you. Adelina, your brother and I recently made a very promising financial deal. He has some good ideas for the financial recovery of his pack." His words made me smile, a sense of pride swelling within me. Jake had always been a sharp thinker, and I was happy to hear that his ideas were making a difference. I'm glad to hear it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice warm. I know HE has been working on a lot of strategies, and it's nice to see them paying off. Nicholas nodded, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he studied me for a moment. "And what exactly are you doing here?" His curiosity piqued. "I live here," I replied simply, though it felt like an incomplete answer. There was more to my story, but I wasn't sure how much I wanted to share with him. "Oh, I see." Nicholas' tone shifted slightly, his eyes scanning me in a way that felt like he was trying to piece together something. "Did you find your mate?" The question caught me off guard. I hesitated, The mention of my mate making my stomach tighten in a way I wasn't expecting. Maximus. The thought of him, of everything that had happened between us, was like a weight pressing down on my chest. I could feel my heart beat faster, the memories of our recent conversations flooding back. No, I said softly, the word heavier than I meant it to be. I haven't found him yet. Nicholas gave a slight nod, as if my answer was quite what he was expecting but still made sense in some way. He didn't push further, which I appreciated. He turned his gaze to the sky, flicking the ash off his cigarette. Well, I think you'd be better off waiting for someone who deserves you, not just anyone who comes along, he said with a small grin. I looked at him, surprised by his sudden shift in tone. There was something sincere in his words, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to him than the confident, somewhat arrogant Alpha that first approached me on the dance floor. The conversation shifted once again, and I found myself drawn into it. Despite the unease still lingering in the back of my... Nicholas was not only good, looking unconfident, but he also had a sharp mind, one that seemed to dissect every moment, every gesture. What do you do for a living? He asked after several minutes of comfortable silence, unsure of how much to share with him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, no, I haven't found what I'm really looking for yet. I'm here as a financial advisor to the new hospital's manager. It was an offer I couldn't turn down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Honestly, in having second thoughts at the moment, I replied, trying to be as sincere as possible. Nicholas raised an eyebrow at my hesitation. Do you have problems with the manager? His tone calm yet probing, shifting uncomfortably. Not exactly with the manager. I'd say it's more with the Pax Alpha. At my words, his expression flickered with understanding. Ah, I see. Alpha Maximus is very notorious for his bad temper and how he treats people. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket and started searching through the pockets, as if looking for something specific. I watched him, curiosity piqued. What was he looking for? He didn't keep me waiting for long. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pulling out a business card and handing it to me. Take my card. If you ever need any help, don't hesitate to contact me. I'd be happy to assist you. I took the card from him, surprised by the offer. I guess I will. Thank you, I responded politely, sliding it into my purse. His generosity seemed genuine, though I still was sure where he was coming from. Nicholas observed my actions closely, a small smirk playing on his lips. That's very professional of you, he commented. Confused. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? What do you mean? He leaned back slightly, watching me with a more analytical gaze. You took the card and put it in your purse without hesitation. That shows professionalism, reliability. You don't take it and toss it aside like it's meaningless. That gesture tells me a lot about you. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite myself. That's interesting. How is it possible to profile someone just from a small gesture? It's not so hard, he replied with a cool smile. If you know how to read body language, you can make many assumptions about someone. I find it fascinating to study people's behaviors. His eyes sparkled with an almost mischievous gleam. I always rely on these cues when building relationships, whether personal or professional. I suggest you start doing the same. It can save you from a lot of trouble. His words echoed in my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was right. I'd never paid attention to such small details before, but perhaps I should start. There was a lot I still had to learn, and being in the presence of someone like Nicholas made me realize how much I was still missing. Well, I can't say I've ever thought about it that way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. considering his advice. But I suppose you'll keep that in mind. Nicholas's smile widened, clearly pleased with himself. You'll thank me later, he commented smugly. I found myself lost in thought. Maximus had always made me feel like there was more to him than I understood. But now, here was someone else. Someone who read people like an open book. Someone who seemed to see right through me. It was strange, perhaps I wasn't as in control of things as I thought. Nicholas's words lingered in the air between us as he spoke with casual confidence. You know, you'll be here for at least a week. I have several issues to solve with your new Alpha. I would like to see you again if possible. I turned to face him fully, the unexpected of his request catching me off guard. He was charming. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And undeniably interesting, that there was something in the way he spoke, something that made me pause. Was he genuinely interested? Or was this just part of his natural demeanor, a way of getting what he wanted? I'm not sure, I replied, the words coming out more hesitant than I had intended. I'm here for work, not for personal things. Nicholas chuckled softly, his expression not at all dissuaded by my response. I understand, Adelina, but sometimes the best things come unexpectedly, don't you think? Besides, I'm sure your work can wait for a few moments of fun. I felt a flutter of uncertainty in my chest, unsure of how to respond. My mind was still clouded with thoughts of Maximus, his aloofness, and the confusing emotions he had left me with. How could I even entertain the idea of another connection, another possible complication? It was then that I heard Marissa's voice from afar, calling me to come back inside. According to her, Alex wanted me to meet some of his friends. It's time for me to return. It was nice meeting you, I told him, offering my hand for a handshake. Nicholas reciprocated the gesture with a smile. His handshake was warm and steady, and for a moment, I felt a slight sense of comfort from the connection. I pulled my hand away and started heading toward the club's entrance. Hey, wait. You forgot something? His posture suddenly shifting to something more serious. I stopped and turned to face him, a confused look on my face. I'm sorry. Did I accidentally take something of yours? Quickly searching myself to make sure I hadn't made any mistake. He smiled again, but there was a slight glint in his eyes as he responded. You owe me an answer to my request. I paused, the weight of his words sinking in. My mind raced as I considered my response. Nicholas was a nice guy, pleasant, kind, with a great sense of humor, but I didn't know him well. I had only just met him, and more importantly, I already had a mate. I took a deep breath, trying to clear my mind. This wasn't as simple as it seemed. What exactly do you want me to say? My voice steady despite the flutter of uncertainty in my chest. You can say yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nicholas said playfully, making me smile but also leaving me with a lot to think about. What should I do? I cowled and just say yes. I had already found my mate, and despite everything that had happened, I couldn't fool around with another just like that. It didn't feel right. And deep down, I knew it. Maximus's rejection stung, but I couldn't let it push me into something I wasn't sure about. There was a bond between us, something deep that I couldn't ignore. Even if he was giving me the attention I deserved, that didn't mean I could give in so easily to someone else. A mate who ignores you all the time. My wolf commented in my head, a tone almost teasing. Don't think about it anymore. Just say yes. My wolf was right. I couldn't push away every male who approached me. I had to accept that life goes on. I couldn't wait forever for Maximus to change his mind. I'd love to, I finally answered, surprising myself with how easy the words came out. You'd love to answer me, or you'd love to meet me again? He asked with a playful smile. Both, I replied with a toothy grin, which he gladly reciprocated. He was incredibly handsome and seemed like a genuinely nice guy. He behaved like a true gentleman, managing in those few minutes to make a great impression on me. I stepped into the club, immediately hit by the loudness of the music. The dance floor was packed with people, some dancing while others enjoyed their drinks and conversed. I scanned the area, looking for Alex or Marissa. When we entered the club, I had lost Marissa in the blink of an eye. I spent a few minutes searching for her until I spotted Alex across the room. He stood at the bar surrounded by other men and women I didn't recognize, but I could tell they were definitely werewolves. I made my way over to him, planning to greet them and introduce myself to the others, when suddenly a hand grabbed my arm from behind, accompanied by a low, menacing growl. Chapter 16. So close. Maximus POV. It's been 3 hours since Adelina went out with that moron, and she still hasn't arrived. Where the hell is she? What is she doing? The anticipation is driving me crazy. I don't understand why Adelina even spends time with Alex. At least, I know they're just friends, and nothing more. Despite Alex's well-known taste in beautiful women, I made sure he knew the consequences he'd face if he ever jeopardized his relationship with me. I'm confident he understands what I share with Adelina. I saw it in his eyes when I visited him at the hospital a few hours ago, when I saw her waiting for that idiot to pick her up. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She looked mesmerizing, so beautiful, so sexy. She wore a black, tight dress with a denim jacket, and her black hair fell loose around her shoulders. She was stunning, absolutely irresistible. Any sane man would want her by his side. And yet, instead of being with me, she was with that asshole. Since then, I've locked myself in my office, trying to calm down the fury swirling in my chest. I'm not mad at her or at him, I'm furious with myself and my own feelings. I pushed her away when all I want is to kiss her, to love her. I want her like the earth needs water to thrive, like the fish need the sea. She's the air I breathe, she's everything to me. And yet, I'm the one keeping my distance, doing it for her own sake. At least that's what I tell myself. Why do I desire her so much? Why can't I get her out of my mind? Why does she affect me this way? I removed her from my life. I made it clear that she's nothing to me. She's not good enough for me. She isn't worthy of being my queen. Yet, here I am, obsessing over her. What kind of magic did she cast on me? I thought to myself, frustration bubbling inside me. You can tell yourself that every day to convince yourself. But deep down, you know it's not the truth. Adelina is the ideal queen. You need her. Don't be a fool. Don't keep denying the bond. Draco's voice broke through my thoughts, but I quickly severed the link. I wasn't in the mood for one of his lectures. I had enough of them already. While I tried to regain control of my emotions, my warriors kept feeding me updates through our mind link. I had sent 2 of my men to keep an eye on her since she left. I knew it was desperate, even pathetic, but I wasn't about to leave it to chance. Adelina was out there, surrounded by other males. I was willing to risk it. Every half hour, my men reported in, detailing her movements. I needed to know exactly where she went, who she was with. So far, all I knew was that, to my frustration, she had a great time at the restaurant and that she left just a few minutes ago. I couldn't figure out what bothered me more, the fact that she was out there alone or the fact that she was having fun with other people. Why did I even care? Alpha, they are heading towards the city center. One of my men mind linked me again. Where are they going now? I wondered aloud, tension rising in my chest. I knew the city center had several nightclubs, and I hoped Alex wouldn't take her there. I couldn't shake the image of her dancing, drinking, surrounded by unmated males. Minutes later, my men confirmed that Adelina and her friends had arrived at one of the most popular clubs in town. The thought of her in that tiny black dress, vulnerable to the advances of other men, especially with Alex nearby, made my blood boil. I couldn't leave her there. She was exposed. This fool would fled, and she'd be a magnet for anyone looking for trouble. I had to act fast. I grabbed my car keys and phone and headed straight for the garage. As I descended the stairs, I heard a very familiar voice behind me. "Maximus, my love, where are you going?" Gina asked, her voice dripping with an allure I used to find appealing, but now only found annoying and repulsive. "I have work to do," I said coldly, not even turning to look at her. I couldn't stand her presence anymore. Something about her felt desperate, her fake expressions, her constant advances. She clung to me like a vine, and I was suffocating. I had no patience for it. I got into the car and slammed the door shut, starting the engine. My mind raced as I gripped the steering wheel. A few moments later, one of my men linked me again. "Alpha, Miss Adelina is dancing with a high-ranked werewolf. She is either Alpha or a Beta from another pack. Don't lose her from your sight. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." My tone sharp as I pushed the accelerator. How could she? Frustration boiling inside me. "She's my mate. A mate you hurt at every opportunity and treat disparagingly." Draco's voice cut through my thoughts, scolding me in that familiar, relentless way. "Shut up. You don't know anything." I snapped back. "I don't know what? Am I lying? Maximus, you were the one who pushed her away, who played with her emotions and deceived her. You're the first one who cheated on her. What did you really expect her to do?" Drive AO continued, his words piercing through the haze of anger in my mind. I shoved him back, forcing him to retreat to the deepest corner of my thought. I didn't have the patience for his lectures right now, even though I knew, deep down, he had a point. The minutes dragged on as I sped toward the club, my heart pounding in my chest. When I finally arrived, I was ready to get out of the car and confront her. But then, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen and saw Chris' name flash across it. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't afford to be distracted now. I left the car and made my way into the club. There was a long line outside, but I was the Alpha. Surely I didn't have to wait. I walked past the bouncers with a single nod and entered, the overwhelming scent of her instantly filling my nostrils. My senses sharpened, and I scanned the crowd until I found her. She was talking to a well-built man, probably an Alpha. He was good-looking. I couldn't deny it, and it seemed that she was attractive by him. Just seeing them together made my blood boil. They were laughing, speaking casually, and it made something dark twist inside me. I took a step forward, ready to interrupt their conversation, when my phone rang again. I hesitated, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the anger that had been building up inside me since I entered the club. I had to focus now. There were more pressing matters at hand. "Yes," I answered, my voice laced with annoyance. "Max, I've been trying to contact you for at least an hour. Where are you?" Chris' voice crackled through the phone, his concern evident. "A few hours ago. It turned off the mind link for every member of the pack except for the few men tailing Adelina. I didn't want to be disturbed. But now, Chris' voice was the last thing I needed to deal with. "What do you want?" I replied, irritation clear in my tone. "A rogue attack took place on our northern border an hour ago. I've already sent warriors there. Another group of rogues is attacking us from the south right now. Open your mind link, for goodness sake. Our warriors are handling it, but we need to be there to investigate. These attacks are coordinated. Max, they happened almost simultaneously. I'm heading south as we speak." I clenched my jaw, the frustration bubbling up again, but I had to focus. "You know I don't believe in coincidences," I muttered under my breath. "I've already opened my mind link, and am heading toward the northern borders. Who's in charge there?" "Demetrio is in charge at the north. And at the south?" "It's Leopold," Chris replied, his voice calm but authoritative. I couldn't help but feel a spark of pride. "You always guess my next question. And what's more, you managed to answer it." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Impressed. Chris stunned, own turned cocky. That's why in your beta, man. Well, butter, let's kick some asses. I said firmly, the urgency returning. Keep me informed, as I will keep you informed. With that, I severed the mind link. My focus now entirely on the pack security. Adelina would have to wait. My pack safety was paramount, and these rogue attacks were far too concerning to ignore. On top of that, with the Alpha of Winterwood's pack being in town, something felt off. My gut told me he was involved. He had harbored ambitions of becoming the ruler of the werewolves. His pack was second only to mine in strength, but his desire for power was a constant threat. It wouldn't be wise to underestimate him. I needed to put spies on him, keep a close watch. I got out of the club and quickly made my way to my car. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and started the engine. Without hesitation, I shifted the car into reverse, then floored the gas and headed toward the forest. My mind raced with the looming dangers. Tonight would be anything but ordinary. My pack was at risk, and there was no room for distractions. The rogue attacks were escalating, and I needed to act fast. The safety of my pack came first, and there was no time to waste. Chapter 17: The Accident. Maximus BOV. I arrived at the northern border within minutes. The border guards had set up a strong defense, and I immediately joined them. After several intense minutes of fighting off the rogues, we managed to repel most of them. Once again, the border guards performed admirably, and I couldn't be prouder of my warriors. Chris reported that the situation in the south was improving as well. Most of the ruthless attacks had been repelled, and thankfully, we had suffered minimal losses and injuries. However, the enemy's weapons and combat techniques were highly advanced, and that raised alarms. If I had once suspected that another pack was behind these attacks, I was now certain of it. I was engaged with two rogues when one of my men, who had been keeping watch over Adelina, linked me with alarming news. Adelina is out of the club with Nicholas, the Alpha of Winterwood's pack. He confirmed. My heart dropped. What the hell is she doing with him? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're waiting for your orders. What should we do next? The guard asked. Nothing for now. Keep an eye on them. And if possible, try to eavesdrop on their conversation. If you hear anything suspicious, let me know immediately. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mind still spinning with questions. What is Adelina's relationship with Nicholas? How long have they known each other? Are they just friends? Or is there something more? How did they even meet? I was consumed by these thoughts when suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my right side. Without thinking, I pressed my hand to my ribs, only to find it drenched in blood. A wave of dizziness hit me, and my vision blurred. The next thing I felt was the cold, harsh reality of the ground beneath me. My breath was shallow, my chest tight, and the pain in my side was unbearable. I tried to move, but my limbs felt heavy, my body betraying me at the worst possible moment. Not now. Pushing through the fog in my mind. I can't be weak. Not like this. I could hear the distant sounds of battle, my warriors still fighting on, unaware of my condition. I told myself, but the blood from the wound in my side continued to pour out, staining my clothes and the earth beneath me. I clenched my teeth, struggling to remain conscious. My heartbeat was erratic, and my breath came in ragged gasps. I could feel my wolf, drive KO, urging me to heal. But I was too far gone. I needed time. You have to stay awake. Draco's voice rumbled inside my mind, though he sounded distant. This isn't the time to give up. The pack needs you. Adelina needs you. Adelina. The thought of her made my chest tighten in a different way, and for a moment, The pain in my side didn't seem as intense. I let the image of her face fill my mind. The way she had looked earlier tonight, confident, beautiful, yet so far from me. It hurt her, pushed her away, and now she was out there, alone, with another alpha. Damn it. What was I thinking? I fought through the dizziness and tried to push myself up, but my body refused to cooperate. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through my ribs, and I gasped, clutching the wound tighter as if that would somehow stop the bleeding. Maximus, you need to get up. You're not done yet. Ko urged, his voice cutting through the fog. You can't let them see you like this. Get back in the fight, or everything you've built will crumble. I know. I thought back at him bitterly. I know. But this injury. I can barely focus. My vision's fading. My body was shutting down. Darkness overwhelmed me. Adelina SBOV. I approached Alex and Marissa, ready to greet them and meet the new people, when a hand suddenly grabbed my arm from behind. A loud growl followed immediately, sending a chill down my spine. I turned to see who it was, only to find Nicholas' hand firmly holding me, while the growl had unmistakably come from Alex. My eyes widened in surprise. What was going on? Alex had never been possessive like this before. He was usually the laid-back type, always at ease and unbothered. But now, there was something different in his stance. His jaw was clenched, his eyes narrowed, and the air around him felt charged with an unfamiliar tension. I could feel the possessiveness radiating off him, and it threw me off balance. I glanced at him, my right eyebrow raised in surprise, my confusion clear. Why is he acting like this? Nicholas, however, seemed completely unfazed by the growl. He looked almost amused. With a broad, confident smile, he handed me my wallet, the one I had almost forgotten about earlier. He didn't seem to care about the tension in the air between the two of them. I believe this is yours, Nicholas said smoothly, his smile still wide, as if he hadn't noticed the growing conflict between Alex and him. I took the wallet from his hand, my heart still racing from the unexpected turn of events. Thanks. You're a lifesaver, I muttered, forcing a small smile as I tried to regain my composure. My fingers brushed against the smooth leather of the wallet, grounding me for a moment. Lifesaver nah. It just didn't match my clothes, Nicholas replied humorously, a playful smirk dancing across his lips. This man, in addition to his other qualities, had a sharp wit and an effortless charm, his humor light in the atmosphere, even as the tension between him and Alex lingered in the background. As I chatted with Nicholas and the others, I couldn't help but notice Alex's constant, unwavering gaze. His eyes flickered between Nicholas and me, his expression unreadable but intense. I couldn't understand his behavior. Why was he suddenly so hostile toward Nicholas? Was there a conflict between them I didn't know about? I made a mental note to ask Alex about it later. Whatever was going on, it was something I could ignore. The night progressed smoothly for a while, filled with light conversation and the buzzing energy of the club around us. Then, out of nowhere, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Searing pain radiated through my right side. I gasped, clutching at my ribs, as the wave of agony left me breathless. It was just the physical pain, it was accompanied by an overwhelming flood of emotions, despair, weakness, and an inexplicable sense of loss. My knees merely buckled under me, and I had to steady myself against a nearby table. Nicholas was the first to notice. Adelina, are you all right? His voice laced with concern as he stepped closer to me. Alex was at my side in an instant, his earlier hostility replaced by alarm. What's wrong? He demanded, his hand lightly resting on my arm as he searched my face for answers. I don't know, I stammered, my voice trembling. The pain and emotions didn't feel like they were my own, but they were so vivid, so consuming. It feels like something's wrong. Someone's hurt. When the pain finally subsided, my thoughts immediately turned to my family. A surge of panic gripped me. Did something happen to them? My fingers trembled as I quickly dialed my sister's star. She picked up on the third ring, her voice tinged with both confusion and amusement. Adelina, what's going on? Do you know how late it is? Are you drunk? Her words laced with playful suspicion. I ignored her teasing tone, focusing on her answer. Is everything okay there? Is everyone safe? My voice came out in a rushed, desperate plea. Stella's laughter faded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything's fine. Are you sure you're all right? You sound off. Relief washed over me like a wave, though it did little to soothe the lingering ache in my chest. In fine, I lied, forcing a steadiness I didn't feel. I just needed to check in. Well, thanks for the midnight scare, she said with mock exasperation, but I could hear the concern creeping into her voice. Go home and get some sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mumbled a quick goodbye and ended the call, my mind still racing. If my family was safe, why was I still feeling this way? The pain returned, sharper and more intense than before, forcing me to crouch down. My heart pounded wildly. What's happening to me? As I struggled to piece things together, Alex's raised voice cut through the haze. I turned my head to see him a few feet away, his phone pressed to his ear. He was speaking loudly, almost shouting, his tone thick with worry and frustration. His normally composed demeanor was gone, replaced by visible tension. He ended the call abruptly and headed straight for the exit, his strides quick and purposeful. Alarm bells went off in my mind. What's going on with him? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wait, I called after him, but he didn't stop. Ignoring the renewed throbbing in my side, I forced myself to run after him. I caught up to him just as he reached the stairs leading outside. His car was already parked in front, engine running, as if he had planned his escape. He turned to face me, his expression a storm of emotions. Adelina, not now. His voice strained. I have to go. What's wrong? I demanded, my concern overriding my own pain. Why are you leaving so suddenly? Is something happening? For a moment, he hesitated, his jaw tightening. Then, as though deciding something, he softened slightly. I must go to the hospital. Maximus is hurt. His voice laced with agony. Maximus, as in Alpha Maximus. Hurt how? I stammered, panic gripping me. My legs felt like they would give out beneath me. The idea of Maximus being injured was unfathomable. My wolf growled in despair. How is that even possible? Achius, one of the strongest werewolves I know. Who could have possibly hurt him? That's why we felt his pain. Alk's expression was grim as he gestured for me to hurry. Quick, get inside. I'll explain on the way to the hospital. His tone leaving no room for hesitation. I climbed into the passenger seat, my hands trembling. Before I could even secure my seatbelt, Alex floored the gas pedal. The car sped through the streets, but I barely noticed the rush. My mind raced with questions, my chest heavy with worry. Maximus, hurt. He was supposed to be invincible. The very idea that someone could injure him sent my thoughts spiraling. Who could possibly do this? What kind of enemy could take down a man like Maximus? The drive blurred by, and before I knew it, we were at the hospital. Alex jumped out, heading upstairs to prepare for surgery, leaving me alone in the waiting area. My heart pounded as I paced back and forth, my mind unable to settle. And then I saw him. A stretcher was wheeled through the doors, surrounded by a swarm of doctors and nurses. My breath caught in my throat as I approached hesitantly. Maximus lay there, his body battered and bloodied, a ghost his usual self. His face was pale, his strength absent. It looked like the blood covering him was his own. The medical staff buzzed around him, shouting orders and monitoring his vitals. They were working frantically to stabilize him. But to me, time had frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. He looked so fragile, so vulnerable, an image I never thought to associate with Maximus. My world tilted, the weight of it all crashing down on me. He had done so much to hurt me, pushed me away over and over. But seeing him like this, I couldn't bear it. Tears blurred my vision, and dizziness swept over me like a tidal wave. My wolf whimpered. The pain we felt unbearable. The stretcher moved again, the staff rushing him toward surgery. I took a shaky step forward, but my legs gave out beneath me. As the world spun, darkness claimed me. I woke up to the faint beeping of machines and the sterile scent of the hospital. Realizing I was lying on a patient's bed, I tried to sit up, but nurse approached me quickly. "Good. You're awake," she said with a smile. "Can you tell me your name and age?" Thankfully, I answered her questions correctly. She nodded approvingly but frowned slightly. "You don't remember how you got here, do you?" I shook my head. "You fainted in the lobby. You've been out for about 2 hours. You need to take it easy." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lie down and relax. She took my blood pressure, handed me a glass of orange juice, and then left the room. As I sipped the juice, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Maximus. He was hurt. My heart clenched as the earlier panic surged within me. I threw the covers off and stood abruptly. A wave of dizziness washed over me, but I pushed through it. I had to know if Maximus was okay. I rushed to the front desk, my voice trembling as I asked, "Where's Maximus? What's his condition?" "The surgery is over, and Alpha Maximus has been moved to room 501, she said sharply, her tone carrying a note of reprimand. I realized, too late, that calling the Alpha by his first name must have struck a nerve. The respect his title commanded was just a formality to her. It was a matter of honor. I swallowed hard, nodding quickly to show I understood. "Thank you," I mumbled, trying to suppress my growing impatience. Without wasting another moment, I turned toward the stairs and began climbing, my thoughts racing faster than my feet. I reached his room, standing outside the door for a moment to collect myself. I took a deep breath and entered. The sight of him stole my breath away. Maximus lay unconscious on the hospital bed, pale and fragile. He looked so unlike the powerful Alpha I knew. The machines monitoring his vitals beeped steadily, but it was a small comfort. I approached quietly and reached for his hand. It was cold, lifeless. Tears welled up as I kissed his hand gently and placed it against my chest, feeling the faint sparkles that always accompanied our bond. "You have to fight," I whispered, my voice cracking. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For your friends, for your pack, please. Maximus, wake up, for all of them." Tears streamed down my face as I clung to his hand, desperate for any sign that he could hear me. "What are you doing here?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A stern voice cut through the silence. I turned to see a nurse standing in the doorway, her arms crossed. "You are not allowed to be in here," she said sharply. "Please leave the room immediately, or I will have to call security." "Will he recover?" I pleaded, my voice breaking. The nurse didn't answer, her expression firm as she stepped closer. "It's forbidden to discuss Alpha Maximus' condition. Now please leave." She grabbed my arm gently but firmly, steering me toward the door. "Okay, I'm leaving." "Relax," I muttered, pulling my arm free. I took one last glance at Maximus before walking out. my chest heavy with insecurity and fear. I love you is supposed to be the most romantic declaration, but in my world, it's the beginning of a nightmare. Chapter 18 Chris Plan Adeline SPOV. Maximus had been unconscious for about a week since the accident, and over the last 2 days, he had fallen into a coma. The doctors had run a battery of tests, but remained baffled. There was no poison in his system, no signs of any underlying illness, and only one serious wound that, inexplicably, refused to heal. For a werewolf, this was unheard of. Despite receiving daily updates on his condition, I hadn't been allowed to see him again. The guards stood stationed outside his room, barring entry to anyone except the doctors, Christopher, and, much to my irritation, Gina, the ever-present, insufferable redhead. Work, thankfully, provided some sense of normalcy. Mario's new management system had proven efficient, enabling me to finish my tasks on time without needing to work overtime. It was a small blessing, especially when my mind was consumed with thoughts of Maximus. I also continued my training, finding solace in the physical exertion. It was the only outlet that managed to quell my worries. Even if temporarily, my skills had improved significantly at mastered neat and refined old ones. Demetrio had even promoted me to Alpha's personal guard team, a symbolic gesture rather than a practical one. Since I had no intention of taking up such a position, the idea of guarding Maximus was laughably inconvenient and deeply uncomfortable. Even if it meant being close to him, I wouldn't want it. Maximus, his accident had unearthed feelings I thought he'd buried. Despite everything that had happened between us, I still cared for him, even though he had made it abundantly clear that I meant nothing to him. I couldn't help but worry about him, think about him. Perhaps it was the mate bond pulling at me. Or maybe it was just my own twisted heart clinging to someone who continually pushed me away. I wanted to move on. I truly did. Deep down, I knew a relationship between us was impossible. He would wake up eventually, and when he did, he would return to treating me like I didn't exist. I was certain of that. And yet, I couldn't stop myself from caring. His current condition had left me heartbroken, unable to eat, barely able to sleep. Thankfully, Alex and Marissa had stepped in. Their efforts to cheer me up had become my lifeline. They made me laugh, even on the worst days, and gave me moments of joy amidst the relentless worry. Without them, I was sure how I'd have coped. 2 weeks after Maximus has fallen into a coma, Christopher's POV. Drive. Kruger. I want the truth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My frustration evident. It's been 2 weeks now, and the Alpha is still in a coma. You understand this situation can't go on. The pack needs its leader. I need answers about his condition. What caused this? We're werewolves. Damn it. A single wound shouldn't put us in a coma like this. What the hell is going on? I demanded as the doctor checked on Maximus. But, you know, we're doing everything we can, Drive. Kruger replied, his tone calm but weary. We've run every test imaginable. We know for certain he hasn't been poisoned, nor does he suffer from any underlying disease. To be honest, I can't pinpoint the cause of his condition. It's possible that his wolf is unwilling to wake him up, or worse, that H.E.S. lost his wolf entirely. But these are just theories. We can't say anything for sure yet. I'm truly sorry, he said with a solemn nod before leaving the room. Thank you, Doctor. Keep doing what you're doing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, my frustration didn't ease as he exited. I stood there for a moment, staring at Maximus. And moving form was a far cry from the powerful Alpha I knew. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I have to save my friend and protect the pack, I muttered to myself. Before leaving the room, I turned to the guards stationed at the door. No one gets in. Not even Gina. Especially not her. I ordered firmly. I'd never trusted that woman. And I was about to start now. She was useless anyway, always lounging in the room, fussing over her hair or nails instead of doing anything remotely helpful. There was no reason for her to be near Maximus in this state. As I walked down the corridor, my thoughts raced. I need to inform the council about Maximus' condition. We can't keep this hidden much longer. The weight of the Pact's future pressed heavily on me as I made my way forward. Suddenly, I collided with someone, the unexpected impact jolting me from my thoughts. "Watch out!" I exclaimed in annoyance as I stumbled slightly from the collision. Beta, I didn't see you coming," came a shaky, nervous female voice. That voice, it was familiar. I'd heard it before, but I couldn't quite place where. I looked up, and to my surprise, Adelina stood in front of me. Of course it was Maximus' mate. I'd been aware of her presence these past days. The medical staff kept me informed about her constant inquiries into Maximus' condition. She had been wandering the corridors, asking questions, always trying to gather any updates about his health. "How is the Alpha?" she asked timidly, her eyes filled with concern. "The same," I replied coldly, though I regretted my tone immediately. My frustration over Maximus' condition was bleeding into everything I did and said, and it wasn't fair to her, but I couldn't help myself. "I'm terribly sorry," she said softly. "I hope he recovers soon." She bowed slightly, showing respect, and turned to leave. I watched her walk away, her shoulders slumping slightly as if the weight of the world was on her. "I really hope so," I muttered under my breath, despair creeping into my voice. Maximus' condition was taking its toll on all of us, and for a moment, I wondered how much more we could bear. As she walked away, it suddenly hit me. "Adelina, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Why didn't I think of it before? She's Maximus' mate. She might be the only solution to our problem. The doctor said that his wolf might be the reason he hasn't woken up. Maybe Drive AKO is waiting for Adelina to be by his side. How did I not realize this sooner? I'm such an idiot. I scolded myself. Without wasting any more time, I turned around and quickly caught up to her. She was about to step into the elevator when I called out to her. "Adelina, wait." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Reaching out and grabbing her arm gently, she froze, startled. "Yes, Beta, how can I help you?" Her voice was filled with confusion, and I could sense the wariness in her. "I need to talk to you," I said firmly, but with as much calmness as I could muster. "About what?" Her voice trembling slightly. It was clear that she didn't trust me. Given everything Maximus had put her through, I couldn't blame her for that. "It's something very important. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Trying to soften my tone, "Would you please come with me?" The last thing I wanted was to make her feel more uncomfortable. I hated that she had such bad feelings toward me. I was her enemy. I was the Beta, her pack mate. I wanted her to feel safe, to trust me. She hesitated, still looking unsure. "Something important." "About what?" "You'll find out soon enough. Please, just follow me." I led her down the hall to Maximus' room. When we arrived, I gave the guards strict instructions to keep everyone out, anyone disturb us. Once inside, I turned to Adelina. "Please, take a seat." I gestured to one of the chairs by the bed. She stood still, several paces away from Maximus, her eyes glued to him. Her face was filled with sorrow and worry, her concern for him palpable. I could see the pain she was hiding. It was so obvious she cared for him, but it broke my heart that Maximus hadn't reciprocated her feelings. "Adelina," I began, "I brought you here because I need to ask you for a favor." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She seemed almost startled by the request. What kind of favor could I possibly offer you? You know about Maximus' condition. My voice steadied despite the weight of the situation. The doctors have done everything they can, but nothing's worked. They don't have the answers. And that's why I'm asking for your help. My help. But how can I help him? I'm not a doctor, she replied, her voice laced with uncertainty. I believe your help is more valuable than anything the doctors can offer at this point. I explained, trying to make her understand. Adelina, I know you're Maximus' true mate, and am aware of the way HES treated you. I completely oppose, but that's not the reason I brought you here. I paused, looking directly at her, knowing how hard this was going to be to explain. The truth is, you're his mate, and if there's any chance for Maximus to wake up, it's going to be because of you. She looked at me, still confused and hesitant. But how? What can I do? I don't understand. Please, let me finish. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice gentle but insistent. Maximus is a powerful alpha, but even he can't overcome what's happening right now on his own. His wolf, drive AKO, is likely refusing to wake him up. Maybe because HES waiting for you. That's why I need you help me. I want you to be the one to help him wake up. He needs you. Adelina. She stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. You want me to wake him up? She whispered, as if she couldn't quite comprehend what I was asking. Yes, I said firmly, locking eyes with her. Maximus may not have treated you the way you deserve, but you're the only one who can reach him right now. I believe that with all my heart. Will you help me? You must be out of your mind, Adelina finally said, her voice sharp with disbelief. She took a step back, as if preparing to leave. I quickly stepped forward, blocking her path. Adelina, please, just listen, I implored, my heart pounding. I know this is a lot to ask, and I know everything that's happened between you and Maximus. But right now, the only thing that matters is that he wakes up. Archie is the leader of this pack, and we need him. The pack needs him, and you, his mate, are the only one who can bring him back. Her eyes flickered with emotion, but she didn't speak right away. She just stood there, staring at me as if weighing my words. Her brows furrowed in frustration. Why now? She finally asked. Her voice strained. After everything HE has done to me, why would I help him? I understood her anger, her resentment. I had witnessed, firsthand, how Maximus had treated her, and I knew it wasn't right. I can't change what's happened between you two. I know he hurt you, and I'm sorry for that, but this isn't about him or you right now. This is about the pack and the man who needs your help. Adelina clenched her fists, her emotions teetering between anger and sorrow. He doesn't deserve my help. He doesn't deserve anything from me. I could feel her pain in every word she spoke. The bitterness was thick, but beneath it, there was still something that held her here. In this room, as if there was a glimmer of hope left for Maximus. You're right, I said quietly. He doesn't deserve your forgiveness. But he needs you. Adelina, Drive AKO needs you. And for whatever reason, you're the key to bringing him back. If there's a chance to save him, you're it. She took a shaky breath, her eyes darting toward Maximus, still unconscious on the bed. She looked torn, her face a mixture of frustration and a deep, almost painful sadness. I'm not sure I can do this, she whispered, her voice barely audible. How am I supposed to trust him again? After everything. I didn't have an easy answer for her. Trust was a complex thing, especially in a situation like this. But I had to be honest. You don't have to forgive him. Not right now. But for him to wake up, for him to heal, you need to be by his side. He needs his mate. Only you can reach him. Adelina hesitated for a long moment, her hands trembling, the silence stretched between us, heavy with the weight of her decision. Finally, she nodded slowly, her voice a quiet murmur. "I'll do it. But not for him. Only because you're right. It's yes, our Alpha. And the pack needs him." I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, relief washing over me. "Thank you, Adelina. You don't know how much this means." She gave me one last look, her expression a mixture of resignation and determination. "I hope you're right. I hope this actually works." Chapter 19. Mine for one night. Adelina SPOV. And how am I supposed to do it? I asked Chris, genuinely surprised. "I don't know. Just get closer to him and let the bond do the rest," Chris replied, trying to explain his thoughts. "That's the plan. Really now?" I raised an eyebrow, sarcasm dripping from my words. "It must have taken you a lot of time to come up with such a complicated strategy. You don't have to be so sarcastic," he retorted, clearly annoyed. "Do you have any better ideas?" "Not exactly my plan. You know," I responded with a shrug, the bite in my tone sharpening, trying to wake up Maximus Wurst on my to-do list. "So, no, I don't have anything else to suggest because honestly, this whole idea sounds crazy to me." Chris' eyes gleamed with amusement. "Finally, the little cat shows her claws. I didn't expect you to be so argumentative." "Interesting." He grinned widely. "I'm a wolf, not a cat." I shot back, crossing my arms over my chest in annoyance. "If I were you, I'd be more careful with labels." Chris chuckled, clearly enjoying the banter. "Touch, but seriously. You've got this. The bond between mates is strong. If anyone can wake him up." I rolled my eyes. "I guess we'll see about that," I muttered, unsure whether to feel reassured or even more skeptical about the whole situation. He laughed at my antics and moved closer to Maximus' bed. I followed behind him, a bit hesitant. Chris sat on the left side of the bed, while I settled down on the right. My eyes couldn't help but wander to Maximus' unconscious form. Seeing him like this, so fragile and vulnerable, was unbearable. I couldn't fathom how we had gotten here. After taking a deep breath to steady myself, I finally managed to ask Chris the question that had been tormenting me for the last few minutes. "And now what?" "I know it all." Trying to keep my voice steady. "Take his hand. Caress him. Whisper some loving words to him. Give him a kiss." "Hell, I don't know, just let the bond work," he answered, nonchalantly. "Loving words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I almost gagged at the suggestion. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What's wrong with you?" "All right then." Chris sighed, clearly losing patience. "Just say something nice to him. Instead of criticizing everything, why don't you do something? Anything." Trying to think of something that didn't make me want to cringe. "Give me a second to think of something," I snapped back. "I'll leave you to it. Have a good night." Chris rose from his seat and moved toward the door. "Wait, where are you going?" A hint of anxiety creeping into my voice. "There's only one armchair in here, and I get really grumpy if I don't sleep well. So, good night," he said with a smirk, winking at me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You never learn, do you? Whatever. Good night, Mr. Grumpy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to hold back a smile, Chris shot me a disapproving look before leaving the room. I could tell he was uncomfortable with the situation, as if that somehow made me feel better. He had pinned all his hopes on me and the bond, But I had my doubts. I was sure his plan would work, but it didn't cost me anything to try. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This was the first time I had the chance to be completely alone with Maximus to do what I'd always wanted to do without being ignored or brushed off. He would be completely at my mercy. I took his hand in mine and gently stroked his cheek. Sparks erupted all over my body as soon as I touched him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Almost overwhelming sensation flooded me, and butterflies stirred in my stomach. Unfortunately, he didn't react at all. Fighting the overwhelming sense of helplessness. Questions that I had been dying to ask him ever since I met him, flooded my mind. Why couldn't we be real mates? Instead of behaving like two strangers, we should have stayed together, shared a home, a bed. We should have shared our dreams, our worries, spent weekends together, gone on romantic dinners, stargazed, or just watched Netflix together. We should have laughed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Made up and made love. We should have supported each other through every difficulty and celebrated every joy. We should have dreamed of our future, our children. Why did you deprive us of all of that? Maximus, why you were never sure if it would work. Maybe it could have. Why did you reject us before we even had the chance to try? Why? Tears welled in my eyes, and I couldn't hold them back any longer. I sat beside him, gently stroking his hair, imagining the life we could have had. I cried for the life I would never live with him. And so, I sat there, crying throughout the night, until eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep in the armchair. The next morning, I woke up holding his hand, feeling surprisingly at peace, despite the uncomfortable position I had slept in. I guess at least the bond was still there, working its way through me in a way that brought me some comfort. Unfortunately, Maximus' situation hadn't improved. Chris' expectations had been far too high, but I had made an effort, and I was content with that. At least I could rest easy knowing it tried. I stood up, splashed some water on my face, ran my fingers through my hair, and put on my shoes. I was preparing to leave when I bent down beside Maxim's bed and pressed a kiss to his lips. This would be my last kiss. My last attempt to make our bond work. Even if he woke up one day and decided to give us a chance, I had already made my decision. I couldn't continue to base my life on a bond that had proven to be so useless, especially when he clearly preferred others over me. In the end, it's the emotions of people that matter, and I knew from the beginning that Maximus felt nothing for me, other than repulsion and indifference. Sadly, that hasn't changed, and it likely never will. That's why I need to bury my feelings for him, move on, and rebuild my life. It's time to try and find happiness again. I hope you get well soon, and that you find happiness in your life. Bye. Mate, I whispered in his ear. I gave him one last look as he slept soundly, then turned and walked toward the door. I opened it, nodded to the guards, and was immediately met by Chris, who had been waiting in the hallway. He looked exhausted. It was clear that he hadn't slept well the previous night. Perhaps those armchairs were more uncomfortable than I realized. Well, what happened? His voice thick with anxiety. Good morning to you. To Beta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A touch of sarcasm in my voice. I thought sleeping in the armchair made you grumpy. I guess it was so bad after all. Or are you telling me those chairs are more comfortable than the one inside? Please, Adelina, spare me the sarcasm. Clearly not in the mood. Is he awake? I'm sorry to disappoint you. But no. Your expectations were a bit too high, I said softly, feeling the weight of the situation. But why? Your mates. The bond should have had some effect on him. You stayed by his side all night. It should have made a difference. He should have woken up by now or at least shown some improvement. His confusion and frustration clear. Everything you've said is just speculation, not reality. I replied, trying to remain calm. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. But as I said before, your expectations were too high from the start. But the bond, the mate connection, you know, it can do anything. It can work wonders, he exclaimed, disappointment heavy in his voice. Maybe, if both of them had fully accepted it, I replied sadly. But as you know, that was never the case for us. I paused before continuing. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I really did my best. But please, have faith in our goddess. I truly believe Maximus will recover soon. He is a strong man. He won't disappoint us. Don't forget our doctors are the most skilled and trained in all of North America. Don't lose hope. I know I won't. I reassured him, placing my hand gently on his. Yes, I suppose you're right. Frustration evident in his voice. I pulled my hand away when I glanced at my watch. It was already 8:55. My shift started in about 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but I'm late for work. I have to go. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me, I said quickly. Goodbye. Have a good day, and take care of yourself. His voice defeated. He was clearly struggling with the reality of the situation. His hopes already shattered. Chapter 20. Awaken Adelina SPOV. As soon as our conversation with Chris ended, I headed straight to my office, knowing I had a lot of work waiting for me. But as soon as I entered, I was surprised to find Mario waiting for me. He informed me that he had heard about my overnight stay in Maximus' room. It seemed like my time there had spread quickly throughout the hospital news of the day. Apparently, he suggested that I take some rest, and I realized that this was probably Chris' influence. I was grateful to him for thinking of it. Although I felt energetic when I first woke up, fatigue began to hit me as the minutes passed. I made a mental note to thank Chris for this later, so I followed Mario's advice and left for the packhouse. When I arrived at my room, I took a quick shower, changed into something comfortable, and collapsed onto my bed. I turned off my phone and, before I knew it, I had drifted into a deep sleep. Chris POV. I couldn't shake the feeling that something should have happened by now. I had expected the bond to work its magic, to have a positive effect on Maximus' health. But nothing had changed. It didn't make sense. The bond was a powerful gift from the goddess, meant to keep us together, to protect us from other species. Why hadn't it had any impact on Maximus? Maybe Adelina had been right after all. Perhaps the effort had been futile from the start. I had tried everything I could, but now, I couldn't do anything else. It was time to focus on the things I could control. As I walked toward my office, my mind shifted to the pressing matters at hand. Securing our borders had to be a priority. The warriors needed to be reorganized, and the council needed to be updated on Maximus' condition. They would have to make decisions about the future of our pack, including selecting a new alpha. The thought of the council getting involved in our affairs was uncomfortable, but there was no denying that it was time to face reality. I entered my office, sank into my chair, and took a deep breath, one I didn't even realize I had been holding. I mentally prepared myself to reach out to the council, but just as I was about to make the call, my mind link buzzed. It was Nathan, one of the warriors guarding Maximus' room. About half an hour ago, 3 doctors and 2 nurses suddenly entered Alpha's room and have not allowed anyone inside. Not even us. They haven't updated us on Alpha status. And I think, with all due respect, it would be wise for you to come here. Nathan's voice buzzed in my mind. Okay, Nathan, I'm on my way. Stay at your post and do not let anyone enter or exit the room. Is that understood? I replied, a sharp edge to my tone, crystal clear. Nathan confirmed. What in the goddess' name is going on? Why did the doctors suddenly bar the door? Has Maximus' condition worsened? I could only pray it hadn't. The council would have to wait a little longer. As I made my way to the hospital, I ran into Gina in the hallway. She wore a tight blouse with an overly revealing neckline, paired with a very short skirt and towering heels. The nauseously sweet scent of her perfume hit me like a wall. She stopped in front of me, blocking my path. "Berta, I demand an explanation. Why did you forbid me from entering Alpha's room?" Her voice dripping with irritation. "Gina, this is neither the time nor the place for this kind of discussion. If you have nothing else to say to me, kindly excuse yourself," I said coldly. "How dare you speak to me like that? Who the hell do you think you are? You're just the beta of this pack, and not for long. As the future Luna, I will take care of this." She sneered, her tone dripping with arrogance. "First, you aren't the Luna of this pack," I shot back. "Yet," she replied, her confidence unwavering. "And you never will be," I said firmly, locking eyes with her. "Second, I'm still the beta, and you're just a pack member. The Alpha is, well, entertaining. So do me a favor and keep your mouth shut. Now get the hell out of my way, or I'll have you locked in the dungeons for disobedience." Am I understood? Her face turned crimson with fury, but she didn't dare argue. She spun on her heel and walked away, muttering under her breath. It served her right. I still didn't understand why Maximus let this parasite have any influence within the pack. She was beneath him in every sense. But now, I had more pressing matters to deal with. I had to get to the hospital and figure out what was going on. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the hospital, anxiety gnawing at me. Why the hell did the doctors take matters into their own hands without informing me? I stormed down the hallway toward Maximus' room, without bothering to knock. I flung the door open, catching the medical team off guard. They stopped what they were doing, staring at me in surprise. I returned their gazes with a hard look. "What the hell is going on here? What are you doing? And by what authority did you decide to bar everyone from entering? I want an explanation." "Now," I demanded, my beta tone sharp and unforgiving. One of the doctors stepped forward, attempting to calm me down while the others continued their work. "Beta, please calm down. There's nothing illegal or unethical happening here. Alpha has recovered from his coma, and we're running some tests to understand why he woke up and ensure his recovery is proceeding properly," the doctor explained, trying to reassure me. "Maximus is awake." I wondered. About an hour ago, the emergency bell rang from his room. We thought his condition had relapsed and quickly came to check on him. But when we entered, there was no one in the room except Alpha, who scolded us that we were late and then he passed out. Did he sink back into a coma again? I asked, extremely worried. "Thankfully, Achius just sleeping. His body needs rest. I must inform you that the healing rate has increased exponentially. By the end of the day he will be perfect." I must admit that we still do not understand the reason for this amazing improvement. "I think I might know the reason," I told myself. The doctor continued with his statement. "We did not change his medicine, and nothing unusual happened in between. So we will do some more tests and monitor his condition, which seems to stabilize at the moment. Okay, doctor, please keep me informed if anything else occurs." I left the medical staff to do its job, giving specific orders to the guards to not let anyone enter Maximus' room and always do backgrounds check to anyone who wants to enter, even if she is wearing a medical uniform. I have to take Adelina back to Maximus' room. If staying with him for one night managed to wake him up from the coma, it is best to stay close to him until he is fully recovered. I tried to mind link her, but she didn't respond. Then I called her, but her mobile was switched off. So I decided to send one of my warriors to the packhouse to find her and bring her here as soon as possible. From now on she will always be near him. I will personally take care of it at any cost. Chapter 21. Second Chance at Alina SPOV. I was jolted awake by a loud banging on my door. Someone was calling my name urgently from the other side. "Hold on. Just a second." I called out, trying to clear the sleep from my head. I quickly jumped out of bed, threw on some clothes, and opened the door. Standing in front of me was a tall, muscular warrior, his expression serious. Beta Chris sent me. We need to go. Follow me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Without another word, I nodded, and he turned to lead me. Outside, a black SUV was waiting, and as soon as I got in, the car pulled away. The driver and the guard beside him didn't say a word. Their silence unnerving me. I tried to start a conversation, hoping to find out why I was summoned, but neither man responded. The unease only deepened in my gut. Maybe something had happened to Maximus. I couldn't shake the thought. 15 minutes later, we arrived at the hospital. The guard opened the door for me, and I followed him briskly into the building. My heart pounded in my chest as I climbed the stairs, my thoughts focused solely on Maximus. I reached his room and was about to knock when the door swung open. Chris stood there, motioning for me to come inside. Has his condition worsened? I asked quickly, my anxiety apparent in my voice, but instead of an answer, I heard it a faint whisper, soft at first, then growing stronger. Adelina, come, closer. A familiar voice beckoned. It was Maximus. Shocked. When did he wake up? I asked Chris, still stunned. Chris didn't respond immediately, his face a mask of seriousness as he stepped aside to let me through. Adelina? Maximus repeated, his voice strained but clear. I moved closer to the bed, unsure of how to approach him. Maximus' hand reached out weakly, and he motioned for me to sit beside him. Hesitantly, I complied, avoiding any direct eye contact. Though faint, was warm. He then gently took my chin between his thumb and fingers, lifting my face to meet his gaze. I want you to look at me. His voice commanding despite the weakness in it. The things we need to discuss are important, and I need your full attention. I nodded, my heart racing in my chest. What was this about? He hadn't even mentioned the bond or anything from last night. My mind was racing with possibilities. But then, a part of me prepared for what I thought he might say but thank you for sitting with him, followed by a dismissal. Perhaps he'd tell me never to bother him again. If that were the case, I'd take the chance to ask if I could return to my old pack. It might be my only shot at being free of this complicated, painful situation. Adelina, it's hard for me to say this. Maximus began, his hand running through his hair in frustration. He let out a deep sigh before continuing, his voice tinged with regret. Recent events have made me realize how wrong and unfair I've been to you. Chris told me about the entire night you spent by my side. I know that your presence helped me recover, and I can't thank you enough for that. Despite the way I treated you, you stayed with me. So, after thinking long and hard, I've decided to give you a second chance. A second chance. My confusion obvious. What are you talking about? Maximus took a deep breath, his eyes finally meeting mine with determination. I've decided to accept you as my mate. I'll announce it to the pack and introduce you as my future Luna. From now on, you will always be by my side, where you should have been from the start. I was speechless for a moment, my mind reeling from the sudden shift in his tone. Wait, what? This is your second chance. What makes you think I'll just accept your decision? I shot back, my voice rising in frustration. You didn't even ask me. Who the hell do you think you are? Maximus' expression hardened as his frustration started to show. I don't understand your anger. This is everything you've ever wanted. Instead of rejecting you, I'm accepting you. How is that not what you've been waiting for? What's your problem? Maybe because you never bothered to ask me first. I snapped, feeling my blood boil. You're not listening. You just assumed I'd be happy with your decision without even considering how I feel. I am the Alpha. His tone now cold and final. I don't need to ask anyone's permission for decisions regarding my life, especially when it concerns my pack. You're my mate, and doing exactly what every wolf does when they find their mate. It's what you've wanted from the beginning. So why are you making this a bigger deal than it is? Are you seriously this blind? My voice shaking with anger. You think just because you're the Alpha, you can make decisions for me without even consulting me? Do you not see how wrong that is? He stared at me, unconfronted, as if my anger made no sense. No, I don't understand why you're upset. His voice cool and distant. But it doesn't matter. I've made my decision, and it's final. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, frustration and disbelief swirling within me. But there was nothing I could do. His mind was already made up. Maximus took another deep breath before continuing. I'll gather the pack and announce that I've found my mate. I'll introduce you as my Luna. Gazer will assist you with the preparations for the ceremony, and you will change room. From now on you're staying at my house. Your bedroom will be ready as soon as you arrive at the packhouse. I didn't know how to respond. It was like everything I'd hoped had been thrown at me in the most cold, detached way possible. The moment I thought I could finally have a chance at what I wanted, it had been tainted. I turned away from him, unable to look at him any longer. My thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and hurt. What the hell are you saying? I shot back, my voice trembling with anger. I'm not going to be your Luna just because you decided so. I don't care if you changed your mind, or if it fits your convenience now. I refuse to participate in this travesty. His gaze never wavered as he crossed his arms, as though my words were just noise to him. You had the chance to be my mate and you missed it. Maximus, I continued, my chest tight with frustration. For so long, you didn't want me. I still remember your words, how you told me I wasn't fit to be your Luna. And now, just because you think the bond helped you recover from your coma, you decide to give us a second chance. I clenched my fists, fury burning through me. And you have the audacity to tell me this in such a cold, detached way, without even asking me first. No, I refuse. I refuse to be your Luna. You hear me? I deny it. Maximus' face hardened. In not asking for your permission, Adelina, he said coldly, in just informing you. But I don't need to ask you anything. Remember, in your Alpha. He turned toward Chris. Take her back to the pack house. Then come back here. And make sure to warriors guard her in case she does anything stupid. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. He fixed me with a final, almost condescending gaze. I'll see you later. Love. Go to hell. I spat, my heart pounding, unfazed by my outburst. You know, women who swear, not my thing. You'll learn my tastes eventually. Then, with an air of satisfaction, he turned to Chris. Take her. I want her to be relaxed for our night together. My blood boiled. The moment his smug words left his mouth, I could feel my instinct flare. I was about to charge at him, claws out, fury in my veins, but before I could move, Chris was behind me, grabbing me with force. His hold was strong, preventing me from breaking free as I kicked and fought in his grip. Let go of me. But my words were drowned out by the frustration building in my chest. We were moving too quickly, and I was helpless against Chris' iron-clad grip. Minutes passed in a haze of anger and confusion, my mind racing to understand what had just happened. I didn't expect this. I thought Maximus had learned something, that maybe this was a chance for us. But now it felt like a punishment, and he didn't even care about what I wanted. What am I supposed to do now? I muttered under my breath as we reached the exit. Instead of returning to my old pack, I'm stuck being the Luna of this self-centered Alpha. My wolf's voice was a whisper in the back of my mind, filled with reluctant acceptance. Unfortunately, right now we have no other choice. We have to follow his plan, at least for now, until we find a better opportunity to escape. I sighed heavily, feeling trapped. My thoughts swirled, but there was nothing I could do about it now. Not yet, but I'd figure out a way. I had to. Chris POV. I left Adelina at Maximus' house, arranging for Gazer to assist her with anything she needed. Despite my efforts to calm her down, it was clear that her trust in me had eroded. She probably believed I had some involvement in Maximus' decision, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. But the truth was, I had no part in it. I wanted her to be our Luna now. I preferred her to be our Luna. She was strong, kind, and deserved it far more than that opportunist. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I promised myself I would do everything in my power to help her from now on. This time, I wouldn't sit idly by while she suffered. With that determination in mind, I made my way back to Maximus. As I entered his room, I found him already dressed and freshly shaved, sitting with a look of impatience on his face. "You're finally back. What took you so long?" His tone sharp and irritated. I held my ground, my own frustration simmering just beneath the surface. I tried to calm Lee down before I left. "What you did today was right. You shouldn't speak to her like that. She deserves more respect than you're giving her." Maximus waved off my concern, his expression hardening. "Relax. Everything is under control. Don't worry about it too much. It's all going according to plan." I didn't buy it. His words didn't reassure me, they only made me doubt even more. I was beginning to feel like there was something he was telling me, and I was sure if I wanted to find out. But one thing was clear, whatever happened next, I couldn't stand idly by. Not anymore. Chapter 20 to Kicking Out Jean and Maximus POV, chop chop. We have a lot to take care of. First of all, I want all the intel we've gathered on Nicholas, the Alpha of the Winterwoods pack. We had 2 of our warriors spying on him. Are they still keeping an eye on him? My impatience clear. "No, Maximus," Chris replied. "No, why the hell not?" I demanded, my anger rising. "He left our territory after the attacks, and we thought it was necessary to follow him anymore. At least not while he is on his own turf." He explained, trying to stay calm. "You thought it was necessary. Are you completely out of your minds?" Frustrated. We had other priorities. I do believe he had something to do with the attacks, but I can't prove it. It's just a hunch," Chris admitted, his voice strained. "That's exactly why you should have been keeping an eye on him. But whatever. We can't change the past. I won't waste time on what's already done. We need to get our people on him right away. They can pose as traders or business entrepreneurs, whatever works. I'll call Nicholas to get the paperwork sorted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My tone hardening. Understood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chris replied, his tone resigned but obedient. "Now, about my personal guard, I want to double their numbers. Demetrio informed me the warriors' teams have been reformed and reinforced. I want some of them assigned to my guard. I have to be more cautious with my security. I believe the attacks on me aren't of anything. I think they'll intensify. I also want a team dedicated to guarding Adelina. Inform Demetrio to have the new teams ready by tonight. Are you worried she'll be targeted too?" Chris asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't know," I replied, my voice hardening, "but in not taking any chances, I need to be prepared for anything." "Understood. And about the ceremony for the presentation of our Luna O? Not that. Please. Anything but that." Chris groaned. "You know I'm not cut out for these kinds of things." I shot him a sharp look. "It's part of your job, Chris. Get it done." "Fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Clearly displeased. "What exactly do you want me to do?" I asked Leopold and his mate Jana to help. "It will take place at the Sacred Rock in the clearing. I've also invited the council. Most of them have already accepted. I want the official invitation sent out by tomorrow morning. I expect perfection. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He frowned but nodded. You'll handle it. Good. Now, what's this about something more important? Chris hesitated before speaking. What are you going to do with Adelina? I already answered that question. Why do you keep asking it? My patience wearing thin. It's not about the ceremony. It's about her as a person. Have you really changed your mind about her? Or is she just a pawn in your plan to solidify your power? My eyes narrowed. Anger rising. Watch your words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We've been through a lot together, but you're pushing your limits. For the sake of our friendship, I'll let this slide. But why do you even care about her? Because I do care. Maximus, he said firmly, not backing down. We've always been honest with each other. And I'm not going to stop now. You're my alpha, but also my best friend. If that's the case, then you should honor the goddess' choice. You have to truly accept your mate. Adelina is someone special, she has potential. And I believe she's good for you. I see you care for her quite a bit. Do you have feelings for her? Irritation lacing my tone. Chris' eyes widened. And he scoffed. What are you talking about? I would never lay a finger on my best friend's woman. You know that. From the moment you found your mate, I told you to accept her, to love her, and to build something real with her. I still stand by that advice. Adelina is a treasure, and if you let her slip through your fingers, you'd be a damn fool. In following your advice, so it's with the preaching. I responded, my tone dry. Chris met my gaze, unwavering. Fair enough, but don't forget you don't mess with the goddess will. No one plays with her and comes out unscathed. Trust me, you'll only understand her value when she's gone. Enough with the lectures. Chris, I snapped, my patience thinning. We have far more pressing matters to deal with. This isn't the time or place for these discussions. Get the papers on the spies. That's our top priority. He gave a stiff nod, clearly irritated. With your permission, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Once Chris left my room, I decided to head to my office to take care of a few minor tasks. The doctors had informed me earlier that my health had improved and there was no longer any need for me to stay in the hospital. I was officially discharged. I made my way down the stairs, greeted several people, then got into my car and drove to the packhouse. Half an hour later, I arrived at the packhouse. I parked in the lot and headed toward my office. On my way there, many pack members greeted me, wishing me well. Their warm reception filled me with pride. It was clear that my pact really cared about me. As soon as I entered my office, the scent of Jean hit my nose. It was unmistakable, lingering in the air. I really wasn't in the mood to deal with her. But there was no avoiding it. She was already here, waiting for me. When I walked in, I saw her, as usual, lying on the sofa wearing nothing but her underwear and high heels. I couldn't help but wonder who had informed her of my early return to the pack. I walked past my desk and sat in my chair without acknowledging her presence. Gina, clearly irritated, continued to stare at me. When she realized I was paying attention, she stood up and approached me with a deliberate, seductive stride. She came close, tilted her head, and leaned in so that her mouth was near my ear. In a low, almost teasing voice, she spoke, "I missed you so much, Maximus." I replied coldly. That didn't deter her in the slightest. She moved closer, stroking me and rubbing against me. It was when she tried to kiss me that I stopped her by grabbing her arm. She looked at me, confused. "What's wrong, babe?" "Sit there," I told her, pointing to one of the two armchairs. She gave me a surprised look but followed my order without hesitation. I knew she hadn't meant to follow my command, but I didn't care. She sat and waited for me to speak. "Gina, our relationship is over. I said bluntly. I don't waste words or explanations. I prefer to be direct and concise. WH what? WHY? My love. Why are you playing games with me? She pouted, clearly thinking I was somehow mocking her. I'm not playing anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said firmly. But why? Her frustration mounting. I've found my mate. I already know that. What a lame excuse. So far, it hasn't stopped you from being with me. Gina hissed, her tone venomous. Things have changed. I intend to officially accept her and present her as my Luna. What nonsense is this? Are you completely out of your mind? Endure, Luna, she snapped as she stood up, anger evident on her face. You're aware that you're not my Luna and never will be. You were only here to entertain me. Nothing more. Your services are no longer needed. I told her coldly. Is this some kind of cruel joke? My love, why are you teasing me? Trying to sound seductive. But her tricks no longer had an effect on me. I was sure why. But everything had changed since Adelina stayed with me at the hospital. I am not your love. And this is not some cruel joke. I do not want you in my life anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can remain at the Pack, but only if you follow my rules and respect me as your alpha. From now on, you will address me with the proper respect. Now go. Her face twisted in disbelief, but I held my ground, unwavering. But I love you, she pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. This woman, she's not good enough for you. Please, my love, listen to me. Why are you doing this to me? Her words were laced with a kind of frantic, painful longing. She collapsed to her knees, tears welling in her eyes as she reached for me. I stood motionless, my eyes icy. Enough. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't degrade yourself like this. My voice was cold. Final. Go now, before I change my mind. I turned my gaze to the papers on my desk, deliberately ignoring her. But, instead of leaving, she stood up, her step slow, hesitant, with tears now streaming down her face. She approached me again. Her hands trembled as she threw herself at me, wrapping her arms around me, pressing her lips desperately against my skin. She kissed my neck, my jawline, trying to force something between us that no longer existed. I recoiled, pushing her away with more force than I intended. But before I could regain control of the situation, the door to my office swung open with a loud bang, and there, standing in the doorway, was Adelina. She stood frozen, her body rigid, her eyes flashing with fury. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, her jaw clenched in disbelief. The tension in the air was thick, and I could feel every second stretching out in slow motion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was the last thing I needed right now. Chapter 23. The Agreement. Maximus POV. Adelina stood in the doorway, her expression a mask of unreadable calm, like a silent storm brewing just beneath the surface. Her gaze was unwavering. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I couldn't tell if the tension in her eyes was born of anger, jealousy, or perhaps a mixture of both. The uncertainty gnawed in me, and I knew it was a dangerous game. It felt as though the very air between us was thick with the weight of unspoken words, each of us caught in our own thoughts, waiting for the other to make the first move. I had to tread carefully now. I had to explain myself, make it clear that Gina no longer had a place in my life, that she was a past I was leaving behind. I couldn't afford to lose Adelina, and she needed to understand that she was the only one I wanted. Only her. I couldn't let her doubt that for even a second. The words felt heavy on my tongue as I prepared to bridge the gap between us. I had to make her see that, despite everything, I was committed to her, that she was my future. It was crucial I showed her that I wasn't willing to let her go, that I wasn't about to lose the only woman who mattered to me. I needed to chase her down, prove that I could be the one she could depend on, or everything would be lost. I glanced at Gina, my eyes hardening. My tone was cold. "Leave us. Babe," she whined, her voice dripping with her usual insufferable tactics. Gina's refusal to leave only proved her desperation. She was trying to use her familiar tricks, those manipulative, old charms that had worked so many times before. But this time, they wouldn't work. Not anymore. I was the same man I used to be. My focus was now set on one thing, on making Adelina happy. My future with her was my only goal, and I was committed to it. With Adelina by my side, I would be strong, unstoppable, and I'd be able to claim my rightful place as the ruler of all werewolves. I would be invincible. And yet, when I thought of Adelina, I realized she was just a means to an end. She was everything I could ever want. Beautiful, intelligent, and strong. She had proven herself capable of handling herself, of standing her ground. In the end, having her as my mate would benefit me in ways I hadn't imagined. "I'm not your babe. Now leave, before I lose my temper," I growled, the warning clear in my voice. Gina was grating on my nerves now, and I was tired of this game. How many times did I have to tell her that I didn't want her anymore? I had allowed her to believe she might be my Luna for too long, and that had been my mistake. I should have ended things decisively from the start. After a few more moments of resistance, she finally walked towards the door. The look she gave me was full of frustration and bitterness. She was clearly annoyed, and her exit was laced with that familiar aura of displeasure. She shot one final glance over her shoulder, as if trying to draw me back in with one last attempt to regain my favor. But I wasn't falling for it anymore. Her tricks had no hold on me now. Since my injury, I had gained clarity, and my path was clear. Gina no longer fit into the life I was shaping, and I had no intention of letting her back. I turned my attention to Adelina, who remained in her position, her arms crossed over her chest. She stood still, her gaze firmly locked onto mine. The disapproval in her eyes was unmistakable, but it didn't shake me. I knew I had to make this right. I couldn't afford to lose her. "Adelina, it's not what it looks like. Please, let me explain before you jump to conclusions." I tried to apologize, my voice soft but desperate. "Don't rush so easily to conclusions," she replied, her tone laced with an arrogance I was prepared for. "Don't pretend you don't care, because I know that's not true." I shot back, unable to hold my frustration in check any longer. "You're right," her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm terribly sorry for interrupting such an important meeting." I shot her a disapproving look, and for a moment, she paused. The sarcasm stung more than it should have. It was a personal jab, a quiet insult. I hated it, and it made my blood boil, but I forced myself to restrain the anger rising within me. I could feel the heat in my chest, but I didn't want to make things worse. Despite her composure, I could see the subtle shift in her eyes, the tightness in her jaw. She was far more affected by what had happened than she let on. I knew it. Beneath that mask of indifference, she was boiling. "I didn't come here for an explanation," she said suddenly, her voice firm, cutting through the tension. "I don't care about what you're doing with your lover. I'm here for something else." I blinked, caught off guard. My pulse quickened as I tried to process her words. I truly believed she had come here to demand answers, but that didn't seem to be the case. Not yet, at least. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A hint of surprise creeping into my voice. "Whatever the case may be, allow me to make this clear. There's nothing between me and Gina. Our relationship ended a long time ago. Adelina stood there, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her gaze cold and disinterested. It was clear she was buying my explanation. The look on her face was one of indifference, as if my words held no weight. But I could sense there was more beneath that calm exterior, something simmering just below the surface. I knew then that pushing further wouldn't change her mind, and I was about to beg for her understanding. I had made my position clear, and now it was time for her to make hers. I sighed inwardly, deciding to drop the subject altogether. There was no point in explaining myself further when she was clearly unwilling to listen. Now, enough about that. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone shifting to something more direct. Tell me why you're eerily here. What is it you want? I'm here to make a deal. Her tone no, nonsense. Her expression hardening with determination. A deal? I echoed, my confusion deepening. What kind of deal? She took a few deliberate steps forward, each one filled with purpose, exuding an air of confidence that was both alluring and intimidating. Her posture was poised, proud even, with her head held high, but I couldn't ignore the slight tension that rippled through her body. She refused to meet my gaze, her eyes purposefully avoiding mine as if the sight of me or perhaps what she had witnessed was too much to bear. Was it discomfort? Or was it jealousy? Either way, it was clear she was far from pleased by the scene that had unfolded. I motioned toward the chair across from my desk, an unspoken invitation for her to sit, but she didn't take it. She stood tall, as if the mere act of sitting in front of me was beneath her. Her refusal to settle, to lower herself in any way, only added to the tension thickening in the air between us. Silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Neither of us spoke, but the space between us crackled with unspoken words, with everything we weren't saying. I didn't want to be the one to break the silence. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wanted to hear her out, to let her speak first. After a few long moments, she seemed to gather herself. A deep breath filled her chest, steadying her, before she finally locked eyes with me. The tension was unbearable, but I couldn't look away. As I was saying, she began, her voice steady, but with an undeniable weight behind her words. The underlying gravity was unmistakable. I'm here to make a deal with you. I know recent events have made it clear you need me if you're eager to win the throne. Her pause was deliberate, heavy with the knowledge of the stakes. She was making sure I felt the full impact of her words. And I also know that if I reject you, not only will my pack fall, but many of my loved ones will die, including myself. Her words hung in the air like a dark cloud, the truth of them settling over me. I could feel the weight of what she was saying, the potential destruction if I were to turn my back on her. I wouldn't hurt you, Adelina, I said calmly, my voice steady, even though the gravity of the situation was threatening to pull me under. You know that. But even as I said it, I could feel a growing unease. I was sure what kind of game she was playing, or if she was truly testing me. One thing was clear. Though this was just about power, there was something deeper, something more personal between us that neither of us could ignore. Oh, yes. You certainly made sure to explain it to me at length. Her voice dripping with sarcasm, her tone, sharp and biting, grated on my nerves. It was so unlike the calm, composed Adelina I had come to know. Still, I fought to hold back my frustration. I understood that she was hurt by what she had seen. But her behavior was justified. You're being unjust now, I finally said, my voice tight with restraint. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She shot back, her eyebrows arched in disbelief. I'm the one who's wrong. Do you honestly deny that your past actions have shown me otherwise? Because let's face it, Maximus' actions speak louder than words. Her voice was unwavering, and there was no mistaking the bite in her words. Her words stung, and I hated that they did. But amidst the sharpness, something lingered beneath the surface. Something raw. She was right. My actions had sent mixed signals. I had played the fool. But still, her tone, it irritated me in ways I hadn't expected. And yet, despite the anger bubbling inside me, there was one thing I couldn't ignore. Her voice when she said Maximus. It was a simple thing, but it sent a ripple of warmth through my chest that I didn't quite understand. It was just her words, it was the way she said them. Like a challenge. I found myself craving it more than I should. I will do everything I can to change your mind. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying once more, my voice softer now, sincere. Soon, you'll see just how much I care for you. In the last few days, I realized that you're the only one for me, and stop the bullshit. She cut me off, her voice firm, almost cold. I don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth. You've had plenty of time to prove yourself, and I'm done listening to promises. Like I said, I'm here for a deal, so let me lay out the terms, and then we'll see if you agree or disagree with them. Her words were final, leaving no room for debate. The steely determination in her eyes told me she wasn't in the mood for romance or excuses. She was here for something else entirely. I was taken aback by the way she spoke to me. Her tone was cold, impersonal, and strangely detached, nothing like the woman I thought I knew. There was a sharpness to her words that made my chest tighten. Honestly, I didn't expect this from her. Her behavior today was completely subversive, almost as if she had completely distanced herself from the person she had been before. Despite the unease gnawing at me, I refused to show it. I remained silent, carefully studying her every word, her every move. She stopped for a moment, giving me a look that was almost calculating, as though waiting for me to react. Her gaze lingered on me for a few seconds, and then she continued, the words flowing from her lips with a determination I couldn't ignore. I will accept to be your Luna under certain conditions. She began, her voice firm. First of all, I want you to give me the position I deserve in the pack. And I don't just mean the title, I mean real power. I want to be respected, starting with you and then extending to every member of the pack. I also want to be involved in every major decision, finances, management, foreign policy, everything. And lastly, I want to continue working at the hospital so I can earn my own money. I couldn't help but feel my frustration building. Her words were demanding, her expectations high, and I wasn't sure how much of it I was willing to accept. The Luna of the pack has specific obligations. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice hardening. What you mentioned isn't part of the role. And as for work, you know you don't need it. My money is yours as well. Keep your money. She cut me off, her voice unyielding. And please, don't interrupt me. The way she spoke, so firm and unpromising, was beginning to irritate me more than I cared to admit. But I kept my anger in check, knowing that any outburst would only give her more leverage in this power struggle. Secondly, she continued, I want my old pack to be strength, and both financially and militarily. I want you to give my brother land and business, so that my old pack can stand on its own 2 feet. I also want you to give him some of your warriors to help him train his army, to make them strong and powerful. And last, but most importantly, she paused, taking a long, deliberate breath before continuing. I may be your Luna, but we will never truly be a couple. We will act as one in public, but when we're alone, there will be no intimacy between us. You can have relationships with other women and satisfy your carnal needs, as long as you keep it secret. I demand respect, and I won't tolerate being ridiculed by you or anyone else. Her words felt like a slap in the face, cold and calculated, and something deep within me recoiled. The audacity of it all. The coldness in her voice, it was clear that she was not asking, but demanding. I was sure whether to be furious or impressed by her boldness. But one thing was certain, I didn't like her terms at all. Is that all? My tone as cold as ice. The last condition, the part about intimacy, was out of the question. No part of me would ever accept that. She let out a sigh, her expression almost regal in its arrogance. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know, she replied, almost dismissively, as if she were granting me the privilege of her presence. I could feel my patience wearing thin. She was pushing my boundaries, and I wasn't willing to bend any further without addressing it. I have some objections to my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice laced with the kind of authority that comes only from being pushed too far. Please. Her tone ripping with mock politeness. Go ahead. Her words were laced with a certain arrogance, as if she had already won, as if she expected me to back down. Firstly, as I told you before, the Luna of our pack does not participate in any decision-making regarding finances, management, or foreign policy, I explained, my voice steady despite the frustration beginning to simmer within me. It's time for your pack to change its ways, don't you think? She shot back, her tone demanding, almost challenging. Her words hung in the air like a weight, and I could feel my mind racing, trying to keep up with the implications of what she was saying. Her boldness caught me off guard, and I found myself staring at her, stunned by her unwavering confidence. I couldn't remember the last time anyone had spoken to me this way, and yet, she didn't seem intimidated at all. I couldn't deny that her requirements were putting me in a difficult position, one that I wasn't entirely sure I was ready to navigate. Okay. I promise I will think about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to calm the growing tension, my words were sincere, but my mind was clouded with doubt. There isn't anything to think about, she retorted, her voice hard and cold, a touch of finality in her tone. If you don't agree with any of my terms, there will be no deal, and you will have no Luna by your side. Is that clear? Her words hit like a slap to the face, and I found myself taken aback. There was no room for negotiation, no room for compromise. The strength in her stance was undeniable. She wasn't bluffing, and I could sense the seriousness in her every word. You know I have the power to make you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to assert control of the situation, my voice carrying the weight of my position. You can't oblige me to do anything, she fired back, her anger palpable. If you do, I will kill myself. Is that clear? Her voice was laced with venom, her eyes flashing with intensity. The threat caught me off guard, and a knot tightened in my chest. I knew she wasn't just playing games, and the severity of her words hit me harder than I cared to admit. Crystal, I said coldly, my voice devoid of emotion. I needed to regain my composure. And fast. Now I have a question for you regarding the last term. She raised an eyebrow, her stance unwavering, her gaze never leaving mine. Her tone slightly more guarded now, as though preparing herself for what I was about to say. Am I the only one who will have the privilege of satisfying my carnal needs? Or will you have that claim as well? Keeping my voice neutral, though the tension in the room was almost suffocating, she didn't hesitate. I will have the same right, under the same conditions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I felt a surge of anger, my chest tightening. The audacity of her words sent a jolt of disbelief through me. That's out of the question, I said sharply, my voice cold and final. My mate can't fool around with other men. There is no deal. Her eyes narrowed, and I could feel the air between us thickening with hostility. How selfish you are, she snapped, her voice rising in frustration. What did you expect? You fooling around with every woman in the pack while I stay alone for the rest of my life. Her words were biting, and the anger in her voice was unmistakable. I could tell this was a subject that hit close to home for her. Her vulnerability was clear in the way she spoke, though it was masked by the sharpness of her words. Still, her anger was laced with a deeper pain, something raw and real that I couldn't ignore. Despite the irritation she was causing me, I didn't say that. I do not agree with the idea of you having a lover, I replied firmly, my voice cutting through the tension in the room. But it's okay if you have one. Am I right? She shot back, her words filled with incredulity and a sharp edge. I could feel her challenge hanging in the air, and for a moment, I found myself at a loss for words. It was the question I had been avoiding, the one I was ready to confront. No, it's not. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone serious as I held her gaze. The reality of the situation was settling in, and I could feel the weight of her scrutiny. Yeah, I see that. You've proved it so many times in the past, she said with a bitter, sarcastic laugh. The sarcasm in her voice was unmistakable, and armor she wore all too well. I realized then that it was one of her weapons, one she used to shield herself from vulnerability. Her words stung, but I didn't let them show. The past belongs to the past. Now we are talking about the future, our common future, I stressed, hoping to steer the conversation in the direction I wanted. We rely on the past to build the future, she commented, her eyes narrowing slightly. It was clear she wasn't ready to let go of the past so easily, and a part of me understood. The scars we both carried were not easily erased. Not always, I countered. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I want to make it clear to you that from now on, the terms of our agreement will apply to both of us. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice more firm than before. I have no objection to that, she replied, her words flat, but I could sense the underlying tension in her stance. Before our conversation is over, I have a clarification to make, especially about the third term of the agreement, I continued, gathering my thoughts as I prepared to lay out the final terms. She sighed, as though bracing herself for whatever I was about to say. Please, she muttered, her voice a mix of impatience and resignation. We should add that neither of us is allowed to have a lover. In addition, we should try to make our relationship work. Whichever of the two violates one of the terms, the other has the right to reject him or her, with every following consequence to them or their people. So, do we have a deal? My voice unwavering. Adelina stood silent for a few long minutes. The silence stretched on, each sec and ticking by like a countdown. I could see the inner turmoil reflected in her eyes, the flicker of doubt before she finally spoke. She lowered her gaze, seeming troubled, as if wrestling with the weight of what I had said. I waited for her answer with bated breath, my mind racing, trying to predict what she would do. The room felt suffocating with the tension. I was sure what I was hoping for, her acceptance or her rejection. Either way, I knew things would never be the same after this conversation. She looked up at me, her gaze steady, her eyes locking with mine. She cleared her throat, and for a brief moment, I saw the vulnerability beneath her hard exterior. It's a deal. Her voice surprisingly calm. Before I could respond, she turned sharply and walked out of the room, leaving me alone. The door clicked shut behind her with an eerie finality. I stood there, motionless for a long moment, the silence pressing down on me. A strange feeling settled in my chest, something I couldn't quite name. Satisfaction, perhaps, but it was a hollow kind of satisfaction. The kind that comes from giving in, from compromising in ways I never thought I would. Why am I so willing to compromise with her? What is it about Adeline that makes me bend in ways I've ever bent before? Questions swirled in my mind, but there were no answers. For the first time in my life, I felt as though I had given up something significant, and yet, I couldn't bring myself to regret it. Something was changing in me, and I didn't know if it was for better or worse. But one thing was certain: this deal, this strange arrangement, was only the beginning of a much deeper and more complicated journey. He gave me my mother's necklace, saying it was a promise to me he prepared a ceremony that made me feel like the center of the world. Chapter 24: The Necklace. Luna's presentation ceremony day. Adelina SPOV. I woke up feeling incredibly weak and drained, as if the weight of the past few days had settled in every fiber of my being. My mind was a tangled mess, a storm of questions I couldn't seem to untangle. Maximus' terms from yesterday echoed in my head, lingering like a shadow I couldn't shake. I hadn't anticipated that. I never thought he would set such conditions that left me wondering why. Why would he want a real relationship with me? I know he doesn't care about me, not in any true sense. It made no sense for him to demand something more than just the formal agreement of our union. Was it simply about the throne? About power? I knew that much. He needed me to strengthen his position, to solidify his claim. But why the insistence on this relationship? Why bother when he clearly had no real feelings for me? What was his game? What was he trying to achieve by making this request? It felt like an enigma I couldn't quite solve, and it drove me crazy. I tossed and turned in my bed all night, the restless thoughts circling endlessly. There was no use torturing myself with questions I couldn't answer. Why was I trying to understand him anyway? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We were partners only in name, not in spirit. There could never be anything between us that resembled love. We both knew that. A relationship between us would never flourish. There was no foundation for it. No mutual feelings to build on. As dawn crept in, the morning light offered little relief. The best thing I could do was stop overthinking it and get on with my day. I decided to push the doubts aside. At least for now. I had my routine to follow, and that was the only thing that kept me grounded. I stood in front of the mirror, brushing my teeth, when a knock came at the door. Surprised. It was much earlier than expected. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The girl who cleaned my room every day always came later. Maybe she needed to pass by earlier today for some reason. I rinsed my mouth quickly and called out, "Just a second, please," as I hurried to open the door. To my surprise, it was Maria. Standing there was Marissa, my friend, the one I trusted. She was supposed to arrive until later, but there she was, standing at my doorstep, looking a little sheepish but also determined. Taken aback by her early arrival. "What are you doing here?" She smiled faintly, though it was clear she was a little nervous. "I know we agreed for me to come around noon, but I thought maybe you could use some company. After everything that happened yesterday, I thought it would be good to talk." I couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over me. It'd been desperate to talk to someone about what had transpired, to voice my thoughts and fears out loud. Maybe it wouldn't fix everything, but at least it would help release some of the tension that had been building inside of me. "Thank you." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stepping aside to let her in. "You have no idea how much I needed this." Marissa sat on the edge of my bed, her posture tense, and I could feel the weight of her gaze even as I got ready in the bathroom. I quickly dressed, taking a moment to pull myself together. When I returned to the room, I found her waiting, her expression far more serious than I'd ever seen it before. "Let's go." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grabbing my purse, eager to get away from the packhouse and the weight of yesterday's events, we decided to head to a little bistro in the city center. A quiet place where we could avoid any unwanted run-ins, especially with Maximus or Gina. I didn't want to face them right now. The bistro was cozy, and they served the best pancakes I had ever tasted, with strawberry jam and praline that melted in your mouth. We arrived and settled into a corner booth, placing our order coffees, croissants, and, of course, the pancakes. The food arrived quickly, and we dug in, our hunger evident after everything that had happened. Once the waitress left and the room grew quieter, Marissa couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at me, clearly frustrated, and finally spoke up. "I thought you said you wanted to move on," she began, her voice laced with confusion. "So why on earth did you go to his office and propose such a thing? What's the matter with you, Adelina?" Her frown deepened as she leaned in, eyes searching mine as if trying to understand what I had been thinking. Setting my fork down as I thought about how best to explain. Marissa had always been my confidant, the one person who understood me completely, but today, her disappointment was palpable, and it made my heart ache. I knew she was just looking out for me, but everything felt so complicated. I know the agreement and, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The term he said doesn't exactly favor me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking down at my plate as I picked at the food, but there's no other way. This is the only option I have. Her gaze hardened, her arms crossed in front of her as she leaned back in her seat. "Yes, there is. Reject him and go away," she said sternly, as if it were the simplest solution in the world. I shook my head, my heart sinking. "Do you really believe he would just let me go?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If I rejected him, he would not let me walk away without consequences. I'd make sure I pay for it by hurting my family, by hurting you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He knows how much I love Alex, how much I care about the people in my life. I couldn't bear to have their blood on my hands. You know that. I don't think he would attack on me, Marissa said, her voice soft but firm. We're part of his pack. He has no excuse to harm us. And as for your family, I don't believe HE'd go that far. At least not until he becomes king. He wouldn't risk damaging his image. That gives us time to figure out something else. I looked down, trying to steady my thought, but the weight of the situation still crushed me. Even if that's the case, he wouldn't let me go easily. He needs me to win the throne. So much is at stake. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I exclaimed in despair. She gave me a hard look, the frustration evident on her face. "So you've decided to help him by sacrificing yourself. After everything HE has done, how can you even think about doing that? Have you completely lost your mind?" Adelina, running a hand through my hair. "In not doing it to help him. In doing it to help myself." Her brow furrowed. "How exactly are you helping yourself?" "I don't want to be a fugitive," I confessed, my voice softer now. "What's the point of running if I have to live in hiding, constantly scared of being found? That's worse than staying here with Maximus. At least here, I have my friends, my job, a routine. I've thought about this for days. If I help him become king, he'll have the chance to leave. He'll live my life the way I want to. I just need to be patient for a few months." She shook her head, disbelief written across her face. "What makes you think hell let you go once HE is king?" I hesitated, but then spoke with certainty. "He doesn't love me as his mate. He never did. And he gets bored easily. He knows I won't do him any favors. So he'll go back to the women who cater to his every whim. Like Gina. He won't need me anymore." Marissa stared at me, clearly in shock. That's your plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I smiled wryly, trying to mask the growing anxiety in my chest. If that doesn't work out, I've got plan B. Her expression shifted from disbelief to intrigue. I leaned back in my chair, the weight of my decisions pressing on me, but I refused to let it show. Let's just say, it's a bit more complicated, but it will work. You know what? Let's eat our pancakes before they get cold. We have a lot to do today, and we need the energy, I suggested, trying to steer the conversation away from the heavy topic. Marisa raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Don't shy away from the subject. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're lucky I love pancakes. They smell great. Diving into her plate with enthusiasm, we ate in relative silence, the comfort of good food easing the tension for a moment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We headed back to my room, where I felt a wave of exhaustion hit me. The morning had been filled with errands and shopping, and although I hadn't done much physically, my body felt drained. I opted to skip lunch and instead took a much-needed nap. My legs were sore and swollen from all the walking, and I could feel the exhaustion weighing on me. At least I had a few hours of peace before the chaos started again. Chris had informed me earlier through our mind link that the girls would arrive at 5 p.m. to help with the ceremony preparations. He was the one assigned to organizing everything, though it was pretty obvious that he wasn't thrilled about it. Honestly, I can't blame him. This whole ceremony felt like a formality I'd rather avoid, but there was no getting out of it. With a sigh, I sank into my bed, hoping for some rest before the madness began. I woke up to a loud knock on the door. A girl's voice called my name. Miss Ottolina. Oh my goddess. The girls are already here. I jumped up from my bed in a panic and rushed toward the door. I opened it, allowing the girls to enter and begin setting up their things while I quickly went to take a bath. I desperately needed one after the long day. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I saw Elmina, who was the first to take charge. She began working on my hair while another girl, I think her name was Sandra, started on my makeup. Even though we still had plenty of time until the ceremony started at 9 o'clock, the girls were moving at full speed, focused on getting everything just right. The dress was still packed in its case, and I remembered one of the girls mentioning that it had been picked out exclusively by Maximus. I couldn't understand him. Despite claiming not to care about me, he was handling the smallest details regarding my appearance. Maybe it was because he wanted everything to be perfect, especially for the ceremony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just maybe, he was trying to assert control over everything. By 8:15, my makeup and hair were finally done. My makeup was light, just the way I wanted it, shades of light brown and orange on my eyes, framed with a touch of black eyeliner, while my lips were painted red. My hair was styled into an elegant bun, with a few soft curls falling gently at the front. I looked wonderful. I couldn't help but feel satisfied with the result. The girls even painted my fingernails and toenails a soft pale pink with delicate white flowers on them. It was time to unpack the dress. When the girls opened the case, I was left speechless. The dress was absolutely breathtaking, worthy of a queen. The gown was white, cut in a regal, princely style, with a deep, revealing neckline. Both the neckline and the sleeves were covered in precious stones, and embroidered flowers decorated the fabric, starting from the center and cascading down to the hem. It was a magnificent piece, unlike anything I could have ever imagined for myself. And to my astonishment, it was Maximus who had chosen it for me. I had never thought he would be capable of selecting so beautiful. The girls helped me slip into the gown, its weight making it difficult to put on alone. One of them fastened the buttons on my back while the others packed up their things, clearly ready to leave once I was finished. It was 9:15, and I stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the final details as two of the girls made sure everything was in place. Suddenly, there was an unexpected knock on the door, halting every earnest movement. One of the girls went to answer it, and to my great surprise, it was Maximus. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It had to be him. He entered the room, dressed in an expensive black tuxedo. He looked every bit the part of a model, immaculate and poised. His presence filled the room, and it took me a moment to collect myself. He was incredibly handsome. With a calm and polite manner, Maximus asked the girls to leave us alone. They promptly obeyed, leaving me standing in front of the mirror. He lingered near the door, his eyes fixed on me. I tried to focus on my reflection, but when our gazes met, I immediately looked away, unsure how to handle the sudden shift in the air. You look amazing. His voice soft, almost in awe. His words hit me harder than I expected. I had never seen him look at me like that before, and it left me momentarily stunned. Thank you, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I was completely caught off guard, and for a moment, I couldn't find my words. I quickly composed myself, trying to regain some control. Calmly, why are you here? I want to give you something very important to me, he replied, his tone softer than I was accustomed to. What is it? Close your eyes. A playful edge in his voice. Tonight, he felt like a different person, gentle, almost unrecognizable compared to the Maximus I knew. I'd rather not, I answered firmly, trying to maintain my boundaries. Do not hesitate. Just close your eyes for a few seconds. Trust me. Trust him. It felt like an oxymoron. How could I trust him after everything that had happened? Every time I had trusted him before, it had led to pain. He had imprisoned me, hurt me, and broken me. No, I was going to let myself be vulnerable again. Despite his gentle tone, I refused to close my eyes. I kept them open, my gaze unwavering. He looked disappointed, but I was about to let down my guard. Please, close your eyes. I won't hurt you, I swear. His voice more earnest now, his repeated assurances swear on me, and despite myself, I felt a small crack in my resolve. Good, he said when I finally complied, and I could hear his footsteps drawing closer. His presence filled the space behind me, and I felt his breath against my back. His proximity made my skin prickle, an uncomfortable sensation crawling up my spine. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Keep your eyes closed a little longer, he murmured, his voice low and almost seductive. The way he spoke made my heart race, and I found myself torn between pushing him away and giving in to whatever he was trying to do. And then something cold and metallic brushed against my neck. My mind racing. It was a necklace. Before I could even react, Maximus gently placed it around my neck, his voice lowering in a seductive tone. Open your eyes now. As I opened my eyes, the sight before me took my breath away. The necklace was a masterpiece, delicate yet bold. Small white diamonds lined the edges, and in the center, a large blue sapphire glimmered with an ethereal glow. I had never seen such a stunning and expensive piece of jewelry in my life. It was exquisite. Maximus broke the silence, his voice smooth as he spoke about the necklace's significance. It belonged to my mother. My father gave it to her as a wedding gift. I want you to have it as my Luna and a new member of the Drive AKO family. With this necklace, I promise you my unlimited devotion and protection. His words hung in the air, and I was struck by the weight of what he was saying. But something in my chest tightened, and I found myself speaking up. Maximus, you know, I just cannot accept such an expensive gift. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to maintain my composure, I instinctively reached up to remove the necklace. But Maximus' hand stopped me. He gave me a disapproving look through the mirror. His eyes sharpened and wavering. Of course you can. The necklace belongs to the Luna of the pack. You are the Luna now, he insisted. The necklace is accompanied by earrings. They're in the box if you want to put them on too. I shook my head. My voice firm despite the confusion clouding my thoughts. No, the necklace is more than enough. I will wear it only for the occasion. And then I will give it back to you. As you wish. His tone betraying a hint of displeasure. Though he tried to mask it. His eyes lingered on me for a moment longer, as if he were contemplating something, but he quickly shifted his gaze away, his expression unreadable. Maximus' gaze softened for a moment, and he smiled. You look magnificent. You look like a real queen. I was taken aback by his admiration, unable to fully process the compliment. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Surprised by the warmth in my chest, though I couldn't deny the confusion that lingered in my heart. If I had been confused before, I was now completely lost. The dress, the necklace, the expensive gifts, why was he doing this? I stood there, unsure of what to make of the whole situation. Maximus had always been unpredictable, but this felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his actions than he was letting on. Was this a sign of genuine care? Or was it just another part of his calculated plans? Only time will tell. My wolf murmured in my mind, offering no clear answers, only uncertainty. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of doubt, but I quickly pushed it aside. Tonight was too important, and I couldn't afford to get lost in uncertainty. There were still many pieces of the puzzle left to figure out, but for now, all I could do was face the night ahead. Chapter 25 Luna's Ceremony Adelina SPOV. I suddenly snapped out of my hypnosis and said seriously, please stop the act. There's no point in telling me these things. We're alone right now. I've already accepted our deal. As long as you honor it. I'm satisfied. You don't have to convince me of anything, I know your true feelings. His piercing gaze met mine as he replied. What I do or say, it's because I feel it. Not because I want to convince you of anything. Besides, I don't need to. I turned away, unable to bear the intensity of his eyes or the weight of his words. As much as my heart had longed to hear them, I couldn't bring myself to believe him. Not now. Not like this. So I did what I always did to escape an uncomfortable situation. I changed the subject. I thought I'd be going to the clearing alone, where you and the rest of the pack would already be waiting. Why are you here? Don't you realize you're going to be late? You're wrong, he said calmly. This time, we won't follow the traditional way. Everything will be different. And why is that? Frowning, his eyes locked onto mine, unwavering. Because many things have changed since the day I met you. For me, many things have changed too, I said sadly, contradicting him. And unfortunately, not for the better. Maximus didn't seem fazed by my words. He took a few steps closer, his demeanor flirtatious. I instinctively moved back, maintaining the distance between us. We're going to be late. We should get going, I pointed out firmly, hoping to redirect the moment. I suppose you're right, he said with a sigh. Still, he closed the gap again, offering his elbow. I hesitated. His newfound charm was disarming, sweet yet unsettling. After a brief pause, I placed my hand on his elbow. The moment I did, that familiar spark coursed through me, igniting every nerve. A knot formed in my stomach, yet at the same time, I felt something I had never experienced before: safety, security, belonging. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was in the right place, like I belonged by his side. In his arms. What's wrong with me? Is the bond working? I wondered, my thoughts racing. We left the house together, flanked by four guards who trailed behind silently. Our steps were slow and measured, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maximus kept his head high, nodding and waving to pack members lining the road, their cheers and praise echoing around us. Though I mirrored his confidence outwardly, holding my head high, I felt more at ease than I'd expected, even happy as I waved back to them. When we reached the clearing, the guards halted, leaving us to continue alone toward the sacred rock. The setting ahead was breathtaking, like a scene from a storybook. The sky was clear, stars and constellations visible in their full glory. The full moon bathed the clearing in silver light, giving the landscape an otherworldly, magical glow. Shadows from the trees along the cliff played with the moonlight, forming a path enhanced by torches that flickered gently on either side. In front of the rock, standing tall on a platform, was the priest of our goddess. He wore ceremonial robes of white and gold artemis as sacred colors and held a golden knife etched with intricate religious carvings. His other hand gripped a golden chalice. As we approached, the priest raised his hand, signaling for silence. Solomon commanding rang through the clearing. We are gathered here today, first to thank our goddess Artemis for revealing our new unit to our Alpha, and second, to witness their union. May our goddess be eternally glorified. May our goddess be eternally glorified. The crowd responded in perfect unison. The priest gestured again for quiet before continuing. With the strength given to me by our goddess, I bless your union. May it be filled with prosperity. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and security. May our lords be healthy, and always united as one. Let our lords be blessed. The crowd exclaimed in reverence. The priest then raised the golden knife, holding the chalice steady in his other hand. Turning to Maximus, he asked for his hand. With a swift, practiced motion, he sliced Maximus's palm, letting a few drops of blood drip into the cup. He then turned to me, repeating the same action with my hand. As the crimson drops mixed, the priest added a green substance to the chalice and began chanting verses in a low, melodic tone. A small explosion erupted in the cup, releasing a plume of white smoke that spiraled upward. The priest's eyes lit up with satisfaction as a broad smile spread across his face. The omens have spoken. It seems we are entering a prosperous and productive era with our new Luna. Our goddess has spoken loud and clear. Blessed be you, our Alpha and our Luna, the priest declared, his voice ringing out. The crowd echoed his words cheerfully, their energy palpable. At that moment, a strange heaviness settled over me. My mind buzzed as I began to feel the surge of emotions and thoughts flowing in through the bond I now shared with the pack as their Luna. I caught snippets of encouragement from some and doubt from others. Whispers of admiration mingled with skepticism. Some of the older pack members questioned the unusual nature of the ceremony. Why didn't Maximus follow tradition? Why was this lunar ceremony different? What's the purpose of all this? Their thoughts murmured in my mind. Though their questions tugged at my confidence, I pushed them aside, determined not to let them affect me. Maximus stepped onto the podium, commanding immediate silence. His sheer presence alone seemed to command respect, a remarkable power that required not a single word. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, he began, his voice resonating through the clearing. I want to thank you all for being here tonight to celebrate the initiation of our Luna. I have fought tirelessly to make this pack the best, the strongest, and the most powerful in the entire world. But tonight, things are different. And from this moment forward, I will no longer stand alone. Our Luna will stand beside me, and together, we will lead this pack into a new era, an era of peace and prosperity. May the goddess continue to guide us all. He raised his hand with conviction, his voice booming with authority. Hail our Luna! Hail our pack! The crowd erupted in unison, their voices thunderous. Hail Luna! Hail dry they KO pack! Enough with words. It's time to shift and accompany our Luna in the traditional round of triumph. Shift, Maximus commanded, his voice firm yet laced with excitement. In an instant, he shifted into his magnificent dark blue wolf. Drive AKO. Under the moonlight, his grey eyes sparkled with a power and confidence that seemed almost otherworldly. The round of triumph was a ceremonial lap around the Pact's borders to mark a new era of leadership. However, given that our borders span thousands of miles, the tradition had been adapted to include only the northern edge of the territory. Drive AKO stood tall, waiting patiently for my wolf to lead. Taking a deep breath, I stepped back, sipped off my gown, and handed it to an omega standing nearby. I felt a pang of vulnerability as I shifted into my white wolf. My snowy coat glistened under the moonlight as I joined him, and together we began the run. We moved in perfect unison, side by side, weaving through the forest with an effortless grace. Behind us, the pack followed in their wolf forms, their paw steps thundering like a heartbeat through the woods. When the run was complete, we returned to the house and separated to prepare for the evening's celebration. I chose a simple yet elegant look for the party, a white cocktail dress paired with white heels and small diamond earrings. Time was short, so I left my makeup and touched and tied my hair back into a neat ponytail. With a final glance in the mirror, I left my room and made my way to the living room. There stood Maximus, waiting for me. He wore a light blue linen shirt that perfectly complemented his strong frame, paired with relaxed trousers and brown sandals. The sight of him left me momentarily breathless. He was simply irresistible. He extended his arm with a small smile. I looped mine through his, and together we headed toward the party. The celebration was held in the garden, which was beautiful enough during the day with its vibrant flower beds and the tower oak tree in the center. But tonight, it was utterly enchanting. Round tables covered in white linens were surrounded by white chairs, each illuminated by the soft glow of candles placed in every corner. The oak tree had been transformed into a dazzling centerpiece, adorned with cascading white and yellow lights. Each table held a gold candle that flickered gently, casting warm light over the scene. In the middle of the arrangement stood a small round table with 2 chairs, reserved for Maximus and me. To our right, beside the kitchen door, was a magical buffet brimming with a variety of delicious foods, decadent sweets, and a wide array of drinks. To the left, a white booth decorated with yellow lights housed the live band. Waiters and waitresses moved gracefully through the crowd, offering refreshments and drinks. Laughter and conversation filled the air as some guests stalked in animated groups while others had already taken to the dance floor, swaying to the smooth sounds of jazz and soul. The garden radiated magic, a perfect reflection of the night itself. As we entered the garden, the lively chatter and music abruptly stopped, replaced by a wave of applause. Every pair of eyes turned to us as we made our way through the crowd, smiling graciously. We walked past rows of tables before finally taking our seats at the central one. Before we could even finish our dinner, Maximus suggested we get up to greet the guests. I followed his lead, knowing this was part of the responsibilities of an Alpha and Luna. The crowd was limited to members of our pack. Many Alphas and Lunas from neighboring packs were in attendance, along with several council members. Maximus was attentive and polite with everyone, taking time to stop at each table and exchange pleasantries. It was clear how deeply he valued hospitality and respect. As we moved to the garden, I spotted Alex and Marissa sitting at one of the tables. I longed to sit with them, to catch up and share a moment of familiarity amidst the formalities, but we didn't have the luxury. At some tables, our stay was brief, with a few cordial greetings exchanged. At others, Maximus lingered, engaging in discussions about matters I cowled and yet fully grasped. While he conversed, I remained silent, my role reduced to a polite smile and brief answers whenever someone addressed me directly. When we had greeted every guest, we returned to our table. I sipped my drink, grateful for the moment of quiet, when Maximus turned to me with a suggestion that took me by surprise. "Would you care to dance?" His tone warm but confident. I considered declining after all. I was sure I wanted the additional attention, but when he stood and extended his hand toward me, I knew I couldn't refuse. Hesitantly, I took his hand, allowing him to lead me to the stage. As we stepped onto the dance floor, the band began to play "And by Me" by Benny. My heart skipped a beat. How did they know? It was my parents' wedding song, what I used to play on repeat as a child so I could dance to it with my dad. I couldn't tell if this was a coincidence or if Maximus had requested it specifically for me. Either way, it felt deeply personal, as though the universe had conspired to make this moment even more meaningful. Maximus stepped closer, his face mere inches from mine. His gaze was intense, yet somehow tender, and I felt myself getting lost in it. We danced slowly, moving as if no one else existed, as if the entire garden had faded away, leaving only the two of us. The song ended, but before I could process it, another began. We continued to dance, still locked in each other's gaze, the world around us a blur. But then, out of nowhere, a man approached us. I felt him before I saw him, a presence that sent a ripple through the air. He tapped Maximus gently on the shoulder and spoke in a low, familiar voice. "May I borrow your Luna? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Maximus turned to face him, clearly irritated by the interruption. As he moved, the man behind him came into full view. My heart leapt in my chest. Standing before me was a tall, strikingly handsome man dressed in a perfectly tailored black tuxedo. His polished appearance radiated elegance, his confidence commanding attention without a single word. He looked stunning, absolutely breathtaking. And though I couldn't quite place it yet, there was something about him, something familiar that made my pulse quicken. Chapter 26. A pleasant surprise. Adelina SPOV. The man standing before me was none other than my beloved father. I exclaimed, my voice trembling with excitement. "My beautiful daughter," he replied warmly, his face lighting up with a toothy smile as he opened his arms wide. I didn't hesitate. I rushed into his embrace like a bird returning to its nest, hugging him tightly, the familiar scent of him, the warmth of his arms, the joy of hearing his voice, all it flooded me with emotion. Goddess, how I'd missed him. It missed everything about him, his laugh, even his occasional scolding "S." "I missed you, Dad," I said, my voice soft yet overflowing with happiness. "And I missed you too, Pumpkin," he replied, gently caressing my cheek with a fatherly tenderness. He kissed my forehead, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. We simply looked at each other, savoring the reunion as though the rest of the world had melted away. Then, as if on cue, the music shifted, and he took my hand, guiding me into a dance. "I thought you wouldn't come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." A hint of reproach in my tone. How could I miss this? His chest puffing with pride. My beautiful daughter, becoming the Luna of the most powerful pack in the world. His words filled my heart with warmth. Have the others come as well? Glancing around the tables in search of familiar faces, only Jake managed to make it. Stella was feeling very well, he explained, my brows furrowed with concern. "No," he assured me with a chuckle. "She's been dealing with morning sickness that seems to ruin the rest of her day." Morning sickness? Wait, you mean she's pregnant? My voice rising with excitement. He nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Well, that's wonderful," I exclaimed, practically bouncing on the spot. But then a thought struck me, and I pouted. How did that happen? When did she find her mate? She didn't mention anything on the phone. My father laughed, clearly amused by my reaction. "We'll have time to talk about Stella later," my father said, his tone shifting to one of gentle concern. "Now tell me about you. How are you? How is life here? Are you happy with Maximus? Does he treat you well? I want to hear everything. You've been awfully quiet about it on the phone." His sharp gaze pierced through me, and I quickly averted my eyes. I knew that if I looked directly at him, I wouldn't be able to keep up my fade. I gave him a small smile, directing my gaze elsewhere. "In very good, Dad. Everyone here treats me well. I have a promising job. I've made new friends. And I've even started picking up my hobbies again." He nodded slowly, a small smile forming. "I'm glad to hear that. But once again, you haven't said much about Maximus. How are things between you two?" "Very well," I replied hastily, the words spilling out too quickly to sound natural. My father's expression hardened, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he studied me. "Adelina," he began in that tone that always made me feel like a child caught red-handed, "you know there have never been any secrets between us. I hope it stays that way." "I know," I muttered, lowering my gaze, guilt twisting in my chest. His words struck a chord, making my earlier lies feel heavier. But how could I tell him the truth about my life here? If he knew how complicated things were, likely furious enough to confront Maximus, take action against him, that would only lead to disaster for everyone involved. Before I could spiral further into my thoughts, a familiar voice cut through the tension. "May I interrupt?" Maximus asked, placing a hand on my father's shoulder. My father turned, his stern expressions softening. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Maximus, it seems you can't stay too far from her," he remarked with a knowing smirk before stepping aside. "Take care of her," he added before walking away, leaving me alone with Maximus. "Yes," Maximus replied, a small smile tugging at his lips. Just like that, I was saved by the bell. Maximus had appeared out of nowhere, intervening at the most opportune moment to rescue me from the difficult questions my father had cornered me with. "You seem to be in a bit of a pickle there," Maximus said with a sly smile, motioning toward our table. "Shall we?" "Yes, I'm feeling a little tired," I admitted, grateful for the escape. We made our way back to our table, stopping briefly to greet a few members of the party. Once we were seated, I tried to shake off the lingering tension from my conversation with my father, but I couldn't ignore the burning question in my mind. How did Maximus know I needed saving? He had been too far away to hear our conversation, and yet he'd shown up at precisely the right moment. The thought nagged at me, clouding my ability to fully enjoy the evening. Unable to hold back any longer, I turned to him. "How did you know?" My curiosity getting the better of me. "Know what?" he replied, tilting his head in mild confusion. "How did you know to step in at the perfect time? Is the bond working? Can you feel my emotions?" I fired off the questions in quick succession, barely pausing for breath. Maximus raised an amused brow, a sly smile playing on his lips. "No, I can't feel anything. How could I? We haven't marked each other yet." "Then how did you do it?" My confusion growing. "I just heard you talking. That's all," he replied nonchalantly. His response was so simple that it left me momentarily speechless. Could it really have been that straightforward? "You just heard us howl. Even for a werewolf. You were way too far to overhear. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Still puzzled, "You forget that I'm not just any werewolf, but an alpha lichen," Maximus explained, a teasing glint in his eyes. "My senses are far more acute than those of ordinary wolves." "Oh, right. I totally forgot," I muttered, feeling a little embarrassed for not remembering. Clearly amused. "Don't worry. Soon, you'll be able to do it too." "Do what?" "When I mark you, you'll gain some of my lichen abilities," he explained with a knowing wink. "Mark me?" My eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, why the look? Do you really think we won't mark each other eventually?" His voice easing but serious. To be honest, I hadn't even considered that possibility. I admitted, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the thought. You should, he said firmly. We're mates. It's expected that we'll mark each other. I don't want to mark you, I said quickly, feeling a twinge of resistance. Let alone let you mark me. He raised an eyebrow. Unfazed. I'm sorry to disappoint you, sweetheart. But you won't have a choice. Oh, I do have a choice. And besides, there's nothing in our agreement about this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice steady but firm. Well then, we'll just need to redefine the terms, he said with a self-assured grin. No, I responded firmly. We won't redefine anything. I won't allow myself to be marked by someone who doesn't even know how to be a mate. He chuckled softly, though there was a slight edge to his amusement. I'm afraid you will. But this isn't the time or place for such discussions. He looked around the room, his eyes scanning the crowd. Then, with a sudden motion, he stood up abruptly and left the table. I sat there in silence, the weight of our conversation hanging in the air. Things were getting more complicated by the minute. My mind raced with thoughts of how I could avoid marking him, but then a hand appeared in front of me, breaking my train of thought. I looked up, surprised to see Nicholas standing there, a wide smile on his face. He looked especially handsome in his white shirt and navy blue pants. May I have this dance, my lady? Nicholas asked, his smile infectious. When did you get here? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Standing up in excitement. With your folks, he replied casually. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Father forgot to mention it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Laughing a little. I'm sure he was so happy to see you that he didn't remember to mention me. He replied with a playful grin. Well, I'm glad you're here. How are you? Genuinely happy to see him. I'm all right. His eyes sparkling with humor. I haven't seen you in at least a month. You completely disappeared that night. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raising an eyebrow, Nicholas's expression shifted to one of playful accusation. Don't play that card. Young lady, you disappeared to that night. But to answer your question, something came up, and I had to leave immediately. And you? He leaned in slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What's your excuse? Young lady, something came up for me too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Giving him a teasing smile. Yes, I know. You became the Luna of the most powerful pack in the world. Nicholas said, his voice incredulous. I can't say I'm happy about it. I was hoping you'd have a chance with you. But we aren't mates. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to keep my voice steady. You knew that. Why hope for something with me when your mate is out there, waiting for you? Wouldn't you want to meet her? I have already met her. His voice falling. That's really something. I asked. My curiosity piqued. My mate died a long time ago, he said quietly, a shadow falling over his expression. I blinked, my heart sinking. I am so sorry to hear that. I really don't know what to say, I muttered, feeling an awkward lump form in my throat. He replied softly, his voice dimmed with sadness. You don't have to say anything. Some people aren't as lucky as others. When I met you, I thought fortune had finally smiled on me again. But I was wrong. His words heavy with regret. The pain in his eyes cut deeper than I expected. I didn't know how to respond, because there was nothing I could say to make this better. His sorrow felt so palpable that it almost consumed the space between us. I could feel the weight of his unspoken grief, the kind of loss that didn't just fade with time but stayed, etched into the very fabric of who he was. And as I looked at him, my mind struggled to make sense of what he was going through. How do you even begin to measure pain like that? To find your mate, only to lose them before you could really know them. How do you move on from that kind of heartbreak? I thought of my own situation, how Maximus and I had come together, not by chance, but by an agreement, and the bond that was supposed to make us one felt suffocating at times. How could it be that some people yearn so deeply for a connection, while others, like Nicholas, have it and lose it so tragically? It was impossible to say which fate was worse, to never meet your mate at all, or to find them and lose them far too soon. How did this happen? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nicholas asked, his voice lighter, perhaps sensing the somber mood. I mean, you and Maximus knew each other before his accident, right? Didn't you know you were mates before? Or did you only find out then? I hesitated, my stomach twisting. It was a complicated, tangled story, one I wasn't ready to dive into. It's a long story, I said quickly, trying to steer us away from the topic. It's better we just go dance instead. We shifted the conversation to lighter topics, reminiscing about how we'd met at the club, the unlikely friendship between Jake and Nicholas, and how satisfied everyone was with the financial agreements they'd made. I kept the conversation away from Maximus and me, unsure of what to even say. Did I tell him that Maximus had treated me terribly at the start? Or that we had an agreement, one where he would become king and I would gain my freedom? I tried looking around for Jake, but I couldn't spot him in the crowd. I turned to Nicholas. Could you take me to the table where my brother's sitting? Maybe I'll finally see him. Nicholas led me through the room, his arms slipping around my waist as we walked. His touch was bold, but I didn't say anything, unsure of how to respond. We were moving through the tables when a loud growl suddenly echoed from behind us. Where exactly are you going? Adelina. Maximus's voice was low. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And why is this man touching you? Chapter 27, Sharing Room. Adelina Esciovi. Maximus's eyes never left mine, his intense gaze making the air between us feel thick with tension. I could feel his anger rising, though his expression remained cool and controlled. There was something in his eyes, something unspoken, that made my heart race. It was just about what Nicholas had said. It was as if he was looking right through me, trying to read the truth in my expression. I'm waiting. Adelina, Maximus said again, his voice firm, but there was an undercurrent of something else, something almost accusatory. Where were you going? Maximus Draco. Nice to meet you again, Nicholas said haughtily, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You never cease to amaze me. But I must admit, this time you've got me. Maximus didn't seem to react to the theatrics. He raised a brow, his expression indifferent. How so? The words flat and casual, as if he didn't care in the slightest. Nicholas continued, clearly enjoying himself. You always manage to make a difference. Even tonight at the Luna's ceremony. The choice of your Luna was like a bolt from the blue, he remarked, a sardonic edge creeping into his voice. Maximus let out a breath, his posture stiff but controlled. It wasn't in my plans to surprise you. Believe me, he said coolly, the politeness in his tone almost suffocating. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't think the other alphas are as interested in my personal life as you are. Nicholas, however, was easily rattled. He shrugged off the indirect jab. Undeterred, I thought the redhead following you everywhere, like a puppy, would be your Luna. To be honest, I'm not the only one who believes that. His words laced with a hint of mockery. Maximus's gaze hardened slightly, though his outward calmness remained unshaken. I never said or gave the impression that Gina was my mate. or that she would become my Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My personal life is none of your concern, he said coldly, his voice laced with an icy detachment that seemed to make the air around us tense. I don't tell you, or anyone else, an explanation. It is my abilities that made me a candidate for claiming the throne, not my sexual performance, not what seemed lagging behind in that area, he added with a sharp, almost condescending smile, an oaken challenge lingering in his words. Nicholas, however, didn't flinch or show any sign of being intimidated. He merely chuckled, as if the words bounced off him like water off a duck's back. Relax, Maximus. Don't get upset, he said with a teasing edge, his voice smooth and casual, but the smirk on his lips suggested he was enjoying this little verbal duel far too much. No one is here to question your abilities. The words almost dripping with sarcasm, and just telling you it's being whispered at nearly every table tonight. His tone was deliberately provocative, and he seemed to take pleasure in pushing Maximus's buttons, testing his patience and sense of control. It was almost like a game to Nicholas, one where he knew how far he could go before Maximus's composure would crack. The words hung in the air, thick with tension. Maximus's jaw clenched slightly, but he didn't allow the provocation to break his icy exterior. His expression remained unreadable, his stoic demeanor only adding to the sense that the interaction was far from over. Nicholas, on the other hand, appeared unbothered, relishing the moment. For some reason, Nicholas's manner, despite being just a simple observation of the gossip, felt ominous. There was a subtle threat hidden in his words, though it wasn't immediately clear why. Perhaps it was the way he said it, like he was playing some dangerous game. Maximus ignored Nicholas's final comment, his attention snapping back to me. His voice hardened, his tone commanding as he addressed me, the change in his demeanor palpable. In waiting for an answer, Adelina, where were you going? Before I could answer, Nicholas stepped in again, his voice smooth but carrying an undertone of tange. I was simply taking her to Jake, her brother, that's all. Nothing suspicious happening here. She is your mate after all. His eyes glinting with mischief. No one is going to steal her from you, as long as you love her and take care of her. His smirk was sharp, almost predatory, and it didn't sit right with me. It was as if he was enjoying this interaction a little too much, toying with fire just to see what might burn. Maximus's eyes narrowed at Nicholas's words, and he shot me a piercing look. His gaze felt accusatory, as if he was silently blaming me for saying to Nicholas, revealing the cracks in our relationship, or the way he had been treating me all along. What are you implying? Maximus asked, his voice low, dangerous, and filled with an intensity that made the air between us feel thick with tension. His stare was unwavering, focused entirely on Nicholas. Before I could speak, the sound of my brother's excited voice rang out from across the room. Adelina, Jake shouted, waving his arms in the air as he made his way toward us. The abrupt interruption felt like a lifeline, and I quickly turned my attention toward him. Grateful for the escape, I turned instinctively toward the sound. Relief flooding through me. Jake. At least he was someone I could rely on. A familiar face. A familiar presence in this sea of uncertainty. Maximus seemed to bristle at Jake's shout. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His gaze snapping toward the source of the sound. There was something possessive in the way he looked at me, something that made me wonder just how far he would go to keep me close. How far would he push me, pull me, to make sure I stayed in line with whatever plans he had for us? I'm going to go see him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The words finally slipping from my lips, though I didn't know how convincing I sounded. I felt Maximus's eyes on me, but I couldn't meet his gaze. Not right now. Jake was already heading toward us, his face lighting up when he saw me. The tension in the air seemed to ease just a little as he reached us, giving me a quick hug and then turning his attention to Maximus. "Alpha Maximus," Jake said, his voice friendly, but with an undertone of caution. "How's everything going?" Maximus gave a tight nod, but his gaze never left me. "Well, see, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Before turning away and walking off, leaving a cloud of tension in his wake, Jack and I watched him go, and for a moment, there was silence between us. I could feel Jake's concerned gaze on me, but I didn't know how to explain what had just happened. How could I tell him about the growing storm inside me, about how I felt torn between my own desires, my loyalty to my father and my pack, and the overwhelming pressure that Maximus seemed to exert without even trying? "Are you okay, Princess?" Jake asked, his voice low and filled with genuine concern, his eyes searching mine as if trying to gauge whether I was truly all right. "I'm fine, Jake. And you? How are you coping as the alpha of the pack?" Trying to divert the conversation to something less personal, though I appreciated his worry. "Very good. Your financial plan is already in implementation, and it's going really well." Winking at me with that trademark, playful grin that always seemed to make everything feel lighter. "Wait a minute. Are you telling me that the financial plan you presented to me was Adelina-S?" Nicholas asked Jake, his voice rising in surprise, clearly thrilled by the revelation. His eyes sparkled with genuine admiration as he turned toward me. "Wow, now I'm really surprised. You're a genius. Adelina, did you know that?" Maximus rolled his eyes at Nicholas's enthusiasm, his posture stiffening ever so slightly. I could feel his annoyance seeping into the atmosphere, but I also knew he was about to lose his composure over something as trivial as Nicholas's praise. "I think you're over-exaggerating, Nicholas," I replied timidly, a slight blush creeping up my cheeks. I wasn't used to this kind of attention. "No, you're not," Nicholas insisted, still grinning widely. "If you consider that my profits more than doubled after its implementation, you should be proud of that. Adelina," he continued, his voice animated as he turned to Jake. "And all this time, I thought you were the genius behind this." "What a scam, Jake," Nicholas said jokingly, clearly enjoying himself. While Maximus's patience was clearly wearing thin, Jake raised his hands in mock surrender, looking flustered. "I never said the plan was mine," he protested, clearly trying to deflect the attention away from him. Nicholas just smirked, clearly having fun with the exchange, but before the conversation could go further, he turned his attention back to me, his tone shifting slightly. "Adelina, I'd really appreciate your advice on some financial moves I'm planning to make. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll pay you handsomely for your services." The air between us seemed to grow tense in an instant. Maximus's presence beside me suddenly became suffocating, and I could feel his body stiffen as he stood tall, glaring at Nicholas. "That's enough," Maximus snapped, his voice commanding and strict, carrying the weight of authority. "Adelina is the Luna of my pack. She doesn't need to work for other alphas. She's a pack to take care of." His gaze was hard, his protective nature evident in the sharpness of his words. Nicholas blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the intensity of Maximus's response. "Forgive me, Maximus. I had no bad intentions," he said quickly, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "I didn't know that she works exclusively for you." Maximus's jaw tightened, his eyes darkening with unspoken frustration. It was clear he was thrilled by the idea of me doing anything for anyone other than his pack. His possessiveness was evident, and even though he was trying to maintain control, the situation was still thick with tension. I could feel the weight of his gaze on me, like he was silently reminding me of where I belonged. "Well said. Let me add that Adelina belongs exclusively to me, and I'm not used to sharing, if you know what I mean." Maximus said with a cocky grin, his voice oozing authority as he casually placed his hand on my waist, subtly urging me to leave. I could feel the weight of his words and his touch, and my frustration bubbled up inside me like a brewing storm. As we walked away, far enough to avoid being overheard, I couldn't hold back any longer. My voice was sharp and firm as I confronted him. I do not belong exclusively to you, or to anyone else. Maximus, in my own woman. Is that clear to you? I shot back, my eyes locking with his. His expression remained as cold as ever, his gaze unwavering. I don't remember asking for your opinion on the matter. His tone flat and detached. The coolness in his voice only fueled the fire inside me. Calculated demeanor always made me lose my temper. I clenched my jaw and pressed on, unwilling to let it go. I don't share the same opinion. Maximus, from now on, you're not allowed to decide my professional moves, I declared firmly, my voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Maximus's gaze hardened, his lips curling into a displeased frown. The hell not. You can do whatever you want in your professional life as long as you stay the hell away from this ass. His tone laced with a dangerous possessiveness that sent a shiver down my spine. His words stung, but I didn't have the energy for another argument. It was always the same with him, dictating, controlling, never listening. I knew it would lead nowhere productive, and truth be told, I didn't have the courage to keep fighting him. Silently, I turned away from him, my eyes scanning the room as we continued to make our rounds, greeting guests with a forced politeness. I spoke only when spoken to, offering empty pleasantries to everyone around us, my mind racing with thoughts like howled voice. Maximus's grip on me, both metaphorical and literal, was suffocating, and I was trapped in a game I hadn't chosen to play. The night was finally over. The few remaining guests had trickled out, and I felt the weight of exhaustion settle heavily on my shoulders. I could barely keep my eyes open as we made our way back to Maximus's house. Each step up the stairs felt like a struggle, my body aching for the comfort of my bed. But just as I was about to reach my room, Maximus's hand shot out, gripping mine with surprising force. Blinking sleepily. What? I mumbled, trying to suppress a yawn. Where do you think you're going? His voice was tinged with irritation. To my room. Where else? I replied, my tone casual despite the exhaustion settling in my bones. Maximus's grip tightened, pulling me to a stop. I think I made it clear earlier that from now on, we'll be sleeping in the same room. My bedroom. Why? My voice laced with boredom. I wasn't in the mood to argue. Especially not now. Because we're mates. Adelina. That's why. His expression bordering on smug. But don't worry. Tonight we'll just sleep in each other's arms. I'm too tired for anything else. I stared at him incredulously. What? You must be out of your mind if you think I'm going to sleep in your bed. Maximus's smirk only deepened, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Why not? We had such a great time last time, he said arrogantly, making my cheeks flush with embarrassment. I was fuming. His impudence was infuriating. How could he be so shameless? Who do you think you are? Maximus, I demanded, my voice trembling with a mixture of frustration and anger. Relax. I'm just teasing you, he said with a playful glint in his eyes. My room connects to an adjoining bedroom through an internal door. You'll sleep there from now on. Come on, I'll show you. I hesitated, reluctant to follow him. Something about the way he said it felt like one of his games. When he noticed I wasn't moving, he turned back toward me with a teasing smile. What's the matter? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A glint of challenge in his eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I retorted, trying to sound confident and unaffected by him, but I knew my voice betrayed me. He closed the distance between us, leaning in just close enough that I could feel the heat of his breath on my ear, afraid of being alone with me in a room. His voice low and impossibly alluring. A sweet shiver ran down my spine as his breath tickled my ear, and butterflies fluttered in my stomach every time he came near me and whispered like that. I couldn't help but react. Despite my better judgment, my body craved his presence. The warmth of his touch, the tenderness of his kisses. It was like my mind was fighting a battle against my own instincts, and I was losing. I couldn't deny it any longer. I had to get away from him. I can't let myself succumb to his charm again. But standing there, so close to him, his voice so soft and captivating, I wasn't sure how long I could hold out. I quickly turned and walked away from him, heading toward the door, my heart racing in defiance. I threw open the door and stepped inside, turning around to face him, my arms crossed tightly in front of my chest. I was doing my best to project confidence, to let him know that I wasn't swayed by his teasing. Maximus stood in the doorway, watching me with an amused expression, his lips curved into a playful smile, his grey eyes twinkling with something I couldn't quite decipher: amusement, challenge, or maybe both. I could feel his gaze on me, and despite my best efforts, it sent a rush of warmth to my cheek. Those eyes, those damned eyes of his, they were like a magnet, putting me in no matter how hard I tried to resist. And his smile, when he smiled from the heart, it was like the entire room came alive, and my chest would swell with something close to longing. It was maddening, this effect he had on me. I couldn't allow myself to get lost in it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, I muttered to myself under my breath. Stop thinking about him. Adelina, don't let him get to you. I forced myself to look away, focusing on the space behind him. Anything but him. But in the back of my mind, those two piercing eyes and that devilish smile were still etched in my thoughts, playing over and over again. After a few seconds of trying to gather my composure, I finally spoke, my voice a little firmer than before, though I was sure if I truly believed the words myself. No, I'm not afraid at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Holding his gaze with as much determination as I could muster, Maximus raised an eyebrow and smirked knowingly, clearly not convinced. It was obvious he saw right through me, recognizing the subtle shifts in my expression, the way my voice faltered ever so slightly. He was clever enough to know that his charm was working far better than I cared to admit. He was right. There was a pull, an undeniable attraction between us, something I couldn't escape, no matter how hard I tried to convince myself otherwise. The warmth that spread through me whenever he looked at me, the way his smile made my heart race, it was all too much to ignore. Those eyes, that smile, would be my undoing. I could already feel it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This will be the death of me. I used to think love was simple, until I met him. Cheers, my destiny, my fate, yet also my deepest wound. Chapter 28, Aspiring Lover Maximus POV. I woke up in the middle of the night, an overwhelming, inexplicable urge pushing me to go to her. I knew she had the door locked, but that wouldn't stop me. There was no way I was going to ignore this pull. Silently, I maneuvered my way into her room and found her lying there, the soft rise and fall of her chest signaling her peaceful sleep. She looked so serene, so vulnerable in that moment. I leaned down, brushing a gentle kiss against her forehead. As my lips made contact with her skin, goosebumps surged across my body, and a rush of warmth spread through me. I couldn't explain it how her presence, even while she was unaware, had this magnetic effect on me. I could feel her energy, even in the stillness of sleep. I sat in the armchair next to her bed, unable to look away, as if watching her was the only thing that mattered in that moment. Slowly, my eyelids grew heavier, and I drifted off, my thoughts lost in the softness of the night. When I woke up again, the light of dawn filtering through the curtains, I quietly slipped back to my own room. I took a fast shower, trying to shake the lingering warmth of her presence from my skin, and headed straight to the training fields. For the first time in a long while. Light. Happy. It was strange, absurd. Even that such feelings had emerged from simply sharing the same room with her. Just the thought of it seemed ludicrous. But it was undeniable. As I trained, a question lingered, pressing against my mind like an insistent weight. Why, all of a sudden, did I feel so dependent on her? I couldn't imagine my life without her now. It was as if she had become a part of me, something I had always needed, but never knew I was missing. I wanted her around me, constantly. To smell her, to touch her. Every fibre of my being craved her in a way I hadn't anticipated. But that was dangerous. I had pushed her away before. I had done well at keeping my distance. So why now? Why did she have the power to break down the walls I had carefully built around myself? Deep down, I knew this was wrong. I couldn't allow myself to be attached to her, not like this. If I did, it would be the end of me. The weight of the throne, the responsibility, the risks they couldn't afford any distractions. And yet, there I was, distracted beyond measure. I finished my training with the warriors, my mind still swirling with conflicting emotions. I took a quick shower, trying to shake off the thoughts that were clouding my mind, and made my way to my office. There was no time for this. There were too many things to handle, too much at stake. The time to claim the throne was fast approaching. 6 months. That was all I had left. With the chaos surrounding the lunar ceremony and my accident, many matters had been put on hold. But now, it was time to get back to work. I opened the door to my office, and there was Chris, already seated at his desk, typing away on his laptop. He looked up as I entered and gave me a nod. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maximus, he greeted me. Morning, I muttered, trying to push all thoughts of Adelina from my mind as I settled into my chair. There was no room for weakness now. I see someone didn't have a good time last night, Chris remarked, glancing at me with a raised eyebrow. At least you should be satisfied with the ceremony. Everything went well. Yesterday was a tough day, but I have to admit, the lunar ceremony was a success. We made a solid impression on the council and the other alphas. That's more than enough for me, I replied, running a hand through my hair. Chris leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharp. You know, the real reason it went so well was Adelina. The council members were all impressed by her. She demonstrated intelligence. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and a depth of knowledge that's rare even for someone in her position. I was honestly blown away by her. She has all the qualities needed to fill the role of queen of all werewolves. I can't even understand how you thought Gina could take such a position. She's completely useless. Chris' words hit me like a punch to the gut, but I knew they were true. Gina had never been the right fit. She was too shallow, too uninformed, too caught up in appearances. I can see through that now. Adelina, on the other hand, had proven herself capable in every aspect. Her wisdom, her grace under pressure, her understanding of the pack dynamics. The contrast was impossible to ignore. You're right, I muttered, finally acknowledging the truth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She was never the one. Adelina, however, is everything we need. Her knowledge is vast, and her character, her brilliance, it's something I've never seen before. Chris nodded, clearly satisfied with my acknowledgement. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cleared my throat, focusing on the matters at hand. Enough about the ceremony. We have more pressing issues. We need to figure out why Nicholas is staying here, and what his next move is. Second, I want Sonia here by midnight. Make it happen. Third, get me the details on the financial agreement between Jake's Pack and Nicholas S. And lastly, tell Adelina to come to my office ASAP. Chris raised an eyebrow. You sure about this? You think she's ready for everything you're about to throw at her? She's more than ready. I wouldn't have her by my side if I didn't think so. I replied firmly. The truth was, despite everything, despite the pull I felt toward her and the complicated feelings swirling in my chest, I was certain of one thing: Adelina was more capable than anyone I had ever met. Now tell her to come. She can't. Chris replied. Why can't she? My frustration growing. Because she's at the hospital. Chris answered, his tone flat. What is she doing there? Now more annoyed than ever. Last time I checked, she works there, Chris said, his voice laced with irony. She doesn't have to work anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice rising. Oh my goddess, what is wrong with this woman? I exclaimed in exasperation. I just couldn't understand her. Why did she have to act so oddly? Why couldn't she just be where I needed her to be? Didn't she tell you about it this morning when she woke up? Chris asked, his sarcasm apparent. I didn't see her, I replied, feeling frustrated. I left early. I had to train the new warriors. I explained, trying to justify myself. I thought on your first day together you'd want to stay with your mate, instead of training warriors. Chris eased playfully. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know exactly what's going on between us. So please, stop giving me a hard time about it. Okay, Chris said, raising his hands in mock surrender, before continuing. However, yesterday you two looked like a normal couple. Everyone noticed. I just don't get it sometimes. To young, beautiful people, who are also mates, and nothing's happening between you. What's wrong with you two? Man, whenever we're alone, she's distant and cold. She can't even stay with me for a minute. I can tell that she's attracted to me, but she manages to hold herself back. She doesn't trust me because of the things I've done in the past. But I like her. It's not a secret. I want her, just as she wants me. But you know my story. I can't let myself be affected by my feelings. I won't let myself be a victim. I admitted, feeling the weight of the words I had to say. I think you're wrong, Chris said softly. Adelina is different, just like you. Don't confuse different people and different circumstances. Each situation is unique. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. I muttered, but I was convinced. But I'm not going to risk it. Now enough with the chit-chat. Let's get to work. I want to report on Nicholas' movements by noon. Also, those contracts I sign with the other packs need to be sent back. If anyone asks for me, they'll be at the hospital. If Sonia arrives before midnight, call me immediately. Why do you want Sonia here? Chris asked, genuinely curious. I have my reasons, I replied cryptically. Now and going to visit my beautiful Luna. Now you're talking, man, Chris said, his excitement apparent. Hold your horses. My visit is purely professional, I clarified, though my tone cowled and completely hid the underlying desire. I can imagine, Chris eased mockingly. Adelina SPOV. As I walked toward my office, I felt the weight of stares following me, some warm, others tinged with envy, and a few outright disapproving of my newfound position. To be honest, I hadn't expected the level of attention that came with the title. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was more captivating than I had anticipated, but I had always believed that true value came from one's character, not their title or position. I shortened and I won't let the opinions of others define me. I reminded myself. I was still the same Adelina who had walked through these halls yesterday, unaffected by the judgments of those around me. My title as Luna did not change who I was at my core. With a quiet, steadying sigh, I finally reached the door of my office. I paused briefly, preparing myself for the work that awaited. No time for distractions now. As I stepped inside, the sight of the mountain of folders on my desk immediately hit me. A pile of unfinished tasks, waiting for attention, all reminders of the time it spent navigating the chaos of the ceremony rather than my responsibilities. Today's going to be a long one, I thought with a resigned shake of my head. I'd have so much to catch up on, and that was just the start. There was a great deal at stake, and I needed to ensure everything was in order. 2 hours had passed as I worked diligently through the mountain of paperwork, barely pausing to take a break, when a knock at the door disrupted my focus. Mario stepped in, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Good morning, Adelina. I've been looking for you everywhere." He greeted me enthusiastically, his voice filled with excitement. "Good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What's going on? Is there a problem with the annual budget or the financial data I sent you earlier?" A flicker of concern crossing my mind. "Relax. Neither of those. I just wanted to congratulate you. Yesterday, you were absolutely fantastic. I've heard nothing but positive feedback. The members of council, along with several other alphas, were really impressed with the depth of your knowledge on so many different topics. You were incredible. Well done," Mario exclaimed, clearly impressed. "Thank you, Mario," I replied, my cheeks warming slightly. I'm not sure what to say. It's still hard to believe. Honestly, it's the first time in my life that I'm receiving praise for practically doing nothing. Don't be modest. Adelina, you didn't just do nothing. You blew people away. Your skill set is rare. And yesterday, you showed it off in front of everyone. You're not just the Luna of this pack, you're a force to be reckoned with." Mario continued, his sincerity evident. I smiled faintly at his words, but deep down, I couldn't help feeling a mixture of pride and disbelief. It was overwhelming to think that something I had done, something so natural to me, could have such an impact. "Adelina, you don't give yourself enough credit. Your presence yesterday was just a fluke. It was the culmination of years of reading, working, and perfecting your character. It's not just what you know, but how you carry yourself, your exemplary behavior, your ethos, your quiet but undeniable strength. These things made the real difference. People took notice, and personally, I'm proud to work alongside someone like you," Mario added, his tone warm and appreciative. I blushed at his praise, my cheeks turning crimson. Honestly, what can I say? Right now, I'm embarrassed. I wasn't expecting all this attention. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to brush off the compliment, Mario chuckled, clearly enjoying my reaction. "You shouldn't be embarrassed. You've earned it." But there was one thing that stood out to me yesterday. I looked at him curiously. "What do you mean?" "The only blemish on an otherwise perfect day might be being Maximus' behavior. He gave me the impression that his constant presence was almost suffocating you," Mario remarked, his tone shifting slightly. I hesitated, my instinct to defend Maximus kicking in. But before I could say anything, Mario quickly interjected. "Don't try to cover for him." I was paying attention. "It's obvious that he has you right there beside him. He doesn't truly appreciate you. His behavior is so possessive, he's just too blind to see what you bring to the table." Achius used to women with a submissive spirit, but you, Adelina, you are strong, refined, and full of dignity. He doesn't deserve you. He can't appreciate your inner beauty the way you deserve to be appreciated, Mario said, his words cutting through the air with surprising sharpness. For a moment, I was silent. I hadn't expected him to be so direct, but there was something about his honesty that struck a chord within me. A part of me wanted to argue, but another part of me knew he was strong. I just didn't know what to say. He stepped closer to me than was necessary, and as we stood in silence for a few moments, I felt the tension rising. Then, Maximus' voice cut through the air, his tone tinged with irritation. Am I interrupting something? His presence immediately commanding. Mario, caught off guard, quickly stepped back, while I was left standing there, speechless. For some reason, I felt like he'd been caught doing something wrong, even though I knew I hadn't. Drive AKO? Of course not, Mario said, his voice smooth, trying to cover the awkwardness. We were just reviewing the annual budget. I see that, Maximus responded sarcastically, his eyes narrowing slightly. His voice shifted to a more authoritative tone. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone with my mate, Luther. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. With your permission, Mario replied, his expression hard to read. Before he exited, he turned back to me. Adelina, I'll come by later for the rest. I nodded, but before I could say anything, Maximus cut in sharply. There's no need for you to come again. She won't be here. She'll spend the rest of her day with me. Oh, I see, Mario said, his disappointment evident. He left without another word, and the door clicked shut behind him. Maximus' gaze locked onto me as I stood frozen, too stunned to speak. Maximus took a few steps closer, his voice laced with a sharp edge. I have to admit, you have something about you that enchants everyone, especially men. Yesterday, it was Nicholas and several visitors who couldn't take their eyes off you. And today, I walk in to find Mario Lupo eyeing you like Achius ready to pounce. Maybe I shouldn't leave you alone for so long anymore. His words hit me harder than I expected, stirring up a mix of frustration and disbelief inside me. I forced myself to stand tall, keeping my voice steady. You misunderstood, I replied firmly, though a hint of annoyance seeped into my tone. Neither Nicholas nor Mario wants to be my lover. We were just working. Maximus' eyes darkened, and for a brief moment, I wondered if he might say something else. But instead, he stayed silent. He stared at me for a long beat, as if processing my words, before finally speaking again in a quieter, more controlled voice. I don't know why you insist on making things so complicated. Adelina, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. As if to himself, but I could sense his frustration, his jealousy simmering beneath the surface. The tension between us felt palpable, and I couldn't help but feel the sting of his words, even though I knew he didn't have a right to be angry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hadn't done anything wrong. Maximus' gaze darkened as his voice grew colder, a hint of possessiveness seeping through his words. Mario, you call him by his first name. He raised an eyebrow, the subtle challenge in his tone unmistakable. My suspicions were just confirmed. I want to remind you of the agreement we made. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words caught in my throat. Before I could even start to defend myself, Maximus took a step closer, his presence overwhelming. He reached out, gently placing a finger on my lips, silencing me before I could speak. Sure. His voice low and commanding. I didn't come here to make a scene. Adelina, what I said to Lupo earlier, I meant it. He took another step closer, his proximity making it difficult to focus. I want to spend the rest of my day with you, so pack your things and follow me. I blinked, momentarily thrown off by his sudden command. Where are we going? My curiosity getting the better of me despite the tension still hanging between us. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of his lips, and for a moment, it's often the hardness in his eyes. It's a surprise. His smile broadening as he took another step closer, his confidence practically radiating off him. I hesitated, my mind racing, torn between staying and following him. The way he looked at me, so certain and commanding, made it hard to say no. Something about him always pulled at me, tempting me to give in. Come on, Adelina. His voice soft but firm. Trust me, you'll like it. Reluctantly, I gathered my things, my thoughts swirling. What did he have planned? And why did it feel like I was walking into something I couldn't control? I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to make of his mood swing, but something about his expression, that half smile, made it impossible to turn down the curiosity that stirred within me. All right, I finally said, though I had no idea what he was planning. I'll pack quickly. As I gathered a few things, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions: confusion, irritation, and something else I couldn't quite place. But for now, I had to follow his lead. Whatever this surprise was, I knew it would change the course of my day and perhaps something deeper between us. Chapter 29: The Picnic. Adelina SPOV. We hopped into the Jeep, the engine rumbling to life as we began our drive toward the forest. The air was fresh, the scent of pine and earth filling the car as we drove deeper into the woods. After a while, the road began to narrow, leading us to a dead end. Maximus parked the Jeep and we both stepped out, with him carrying a large wicker basket, its contents hidden beneath a cloth. We ventured on foot, the forest around us alive with the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. We passed the clearing with the secret rock, a place I had visited once in passing but never truly explored, and made our way to a small, serene lake. A gentle waterfall cascaded over rocks, the water sparkling in the sunlight. It was a sight so beautiful that it took my breath away. I had never seen this place before, nor had I even known of its existence. The water lapped gently against the shore, and the area around the lake was surrounded by lush greenery, with wildflowers in every color imaginable, dotting the soft grass. A few meters away, tall oaks and graceful willows swayed in the breeze. Maximus chose one of the oaks, its sturdy trunk offering the perfect place to rest. We laid down a tablecloth, setting up the picnic, and I couldn't help but marvel at how perfect everything was. The sun hung high in the sky, bathing the landscape in a warm glow, the temperature just right for afternoons spent outdoors. Maximus opened the basket, pulling out an assortment of delicious-looking food, each item more tempting than the last. My heart skipped a beat when he pulled out a bottle of white wine. Did he know I loved it? Or was it just a lucky guess? I was sure. But either way, I was complaining. We dug into the food, the sweet, savory flavors making the afternoon even more enjoyable. Maximus poured the wine, and as we sipped it, the world seemed to slow down. The beauty of the day, the peaceful surroundings, and the company beside me all made it feel like I was living a dream. Birds flitted between the trees, their songs creating a perfect harmony with the soft wind that stirred the grass. The sky was clear, a deep blue with only the faintest wisps of clouds. The butterflies fluttered in and out of the flowers, adding a magical touch to the already enchanting scene. If heaven truly existed, this is what it would look like. Maximus, for the first time since I met him, seemed at peace. He wasn't brooding or aloof instead. He was smiling, his eyes calm and relaxed as he looked around, as if truly taking in the beauty of the place. For a moment, I forgot about everything else. I forgot about the tension that had always lingered between us. Today, it was just as this moment, this place, and the strange sense of tranquility that had settled between us. Do you like it here? Maximus asked, his voice calm, a subtle warmth in his words. It's amazing. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My excitement clear. I've always loved nature. And this place. It's magical. How did you find it? I used to come here when I was little. His voice softening slightly, a tone lower, as though the words themselves carried a weight of sadness and longing. But after my mother's absence, the subtle shift in his tone didn't go unnoticed. It was as if the very mention of his mother brought forth a quiet ache he had learned to bury. His eyes momentarily drifted to the shimmering lake, the sound of the waterfall gently lapping against the shore, as if seeking comfort in the tranquility of the moment. I could feel the heaviness in the air, and I instinctively wanted to reach out, to say something that might ease the unspoken pain, but I didn't know what to say. It was one of those moments where words felt inadequate. "I'm so sorry," I whispered softly, unsure if my words would reach him. I didn't mean to bring up something painful. He took a deep breath, a fleeting smile playing on his lips, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He replied, his voice steady but tinged with an underlying sadness. "It's been a long time. I don't feel sad anymore. I've learned to live with it." We sat in silence for a moment, the air between us filled with unspoken understanding. It was clear that while Maximus had moved on, the scars of the past still lingered in subtle ways, shaping who he was today. He stared at the waterfall for a moment, as if lost in its endless flow, before breaking the silence with words that carried a weight I hadn't expected. "You know, she's not dead." I blinked, taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "Oh, I'm sorry again. I thought that." Maximus raised a hand, cutting off my apology with a calm gesture. "I don't mind talking about it." His voice steady, though it held an unspoken depth. "She disappeared a long time ago, but in my heart, I don't see it as a loss. I've accepted it." I nodded, quietly giving him the space to continue, though I was sure if he wanted to. The air between us seemed charged with a quiet understanding. The weight of his words settled in, and I felt a deep respect for his ability to come to terms with something so painful. But I knew I shouldn't press him further. I cleared my throat, gently shifting the subject. "This place, to my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Glancing around at the serene surroundings, I've never heard of it before. Why has anyone told me about it? Maximus leaned back against the oak tree, stretching out a bit as he regarded me. "Well, you're not from here, so it makes sense you wouldn't know," he explained. "But even the pack doesn't come here much anymore. Only a few of us know about this place. It used to be sacred to our pack. My great-grandfather discovered the clearing with the secret rock and decided it was where the pack would settle. Every Sunday, all the pack members would come here and offer sacrifices to the goddess for the fertile, and she gave us." His voice softened as his eyes grew distant, drifting into a memory only he could see. "Over the years, to my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The tradition was forgotten, and it eventually stopped. I could hear the faint melancholy in his tone, and it tugged at my heart. "That's such a beautiful tradition," I said softly. "It must have meant a lot to the pack." Maximus nodded, the faintest hint of sadness in his expression. "But recently, my father tried to revive it. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked. No one seems to care anymore." His gaze grew distant for a moment as he let out a quiet sigh. "So, for us, this place became a family tradition. Every Sunday, we come here, have a picnic, and enjoy the peace it offers. It's our way of keeping the old ways alive, even if no one else does." I felt the weight of the moment, the significance of this place, and the history it held. It was more than just a beautiful setting, it was part of his family's legacy, something deeply personal. I felt honored to be a part of it, to share this quiet piece of his world. It's beautiful, I said softly, my voice filled with admiration for both the place and the history behind it. I'm really glad you brought me here. Maximus smiled, slightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Genuine smile that felt different from the guarded expressions he often wore. I'm glad you're here, too. He poured more wine into our glasses, the sound of the liquid swirling and the gentle clink of the glass adding to the peaceful ambience of the day. I wanted you to see this. His voice soft to know there's more to me than just the alpha. I took a sip of my wine, savoring the taste before responding with a smile. I'm starting to see that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone genuine, and for the first time, I truly believed it. I was starting to understand the man behind the title. That's a very beautiful story, I continued, the words slipping out before I realized it. I've always enjoyed learning the stories of the places I live or visit. Maximus's eyes lit up, and a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Me too. This is something we have in common. I hope it's not the only thing we share. His gaze was intense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it sent a shiver down my spine. I quickly looked away, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks as I stood up, needing some space. But before I could take a step, he reached out, grabbing my arm and pulling me gently toward him. His touch was warm, comforting even, but the sudden closeness caught me off guard. He brushed a strand of hair from my face with one hand while his other rested on my waist. I felt his presence overwhelming me as he lowered his face, bringing his lips to mine in a soft, sweet kiss. I froze for a moment, completely caught off guard. And then, instinctively, I pushed him away, stumbling backward. What are you doing? I exclaimed, frustration bubbling up inside me. I quickly turned, making my way toward the lake, needing some distance to clear my head. But Maximus didn't let me go far. In just a quick strides, he was beside me, his hand finding mine once more. Why are you running away? A hint of irritation in his voice. I jerked my arm free, turning to face him with a stern look. Why did you do that? I demanded, my voice sharp. Do what? Feigning innocence. Why did you kiss me? I asked again, my frustration building. Why did you have to spoil the moment? Maximus's expressions softened, but his smirk didn't fade. I don't think I spoiled anything. His voice low and deliberate. I kissed you because I wanted to. And I still want to. A few months ago, you didn't even want to see me, and now you take me to a picnic and kiss me. What are you aiming at? My voice shaking with frustration. I've told you before, you don't need to pretend we're mates when we're alone. Maximus looked at me with an intensity that made me feel like he was seeing right through me. I'm not pretending, he said quietly, his tone more serious than I expected. I really want to do mate things with you. 1 month ago, you were doing mate things with Gina. Now you want to do them with me. What changed your mind? He hesitated for a moment, his eyes drifting down to the ground before meeting mine again. I realized some things. His voice quieter now, almost as if he was sure how to say it. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, you realized some things. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't you think it's a bit late for that? No, he replied firmly. It's never too late for someone to change their mind. I shook my head, the frustration bubbling up inside me. You know something. This doesn't lead anywhere. You'd better go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Turning to leave, but Maximus stepped forward, grabbing my arm once more. I jerked away from his touch, my anger flaring, which with this habit of grabbing people's arms. I snapped, my voice cold. Let me go. You're not going anywhere until we clear this up. His grip firm but not forceful, his eyes locked with mine. Determined. I crossed my arms tightly over my chest, standing my ground. Everything is crystal clear to me. I don't need further explanations. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A sharp edge to my voice. I wasn't running anymore. If he had something to say, he could say it now. Maximus took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as if gathering his thoughts. We made a deal. His voice steady, and I intend to keep it. What's more, I think we're given the opportunity to make an effort here, and I intend to take it. I shook my head, not believing what I was hearing. I don't agree with that, I said firmly, my arms still crossed wide. His eyes narrowing as if searching for my reasoning. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady, because it feels like everything has been decided for me, like you've already made up your mind, and now I'm just supposed to go along with it. But that's not how this works. Maximus stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, but there was something in his eyes, something that showed he was just doing this for his own sake. I'm not asking you to go along with anything, he said softly. I'm asking for a chance, for us to try, for you and me, a real try. I shook my head slowly, the weight of his words sinking in. I don't think your reason for doing this is sincere. Maximus's eyes darkened slightly, his jaw tightening. What are you implying? His voice holding a trace of warning. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to face him, despite the growing frustration inside me. I don't imply anything, I said sharply, meeting his gaze. I'm telling you clearly there's another reason why you're being nice to me. He raised an eyebrow. I stood tall, my heart pounding in my chest. After the accident, you realized you needed me by your side to have ultimate power, to be invincible. If I hadn't come to the hospital that night, you probably wouldn't have woken up again. That's where you started feeding our bond. Why you agreed to the arrangement I proposed, because it benefits you, not because you want to give us a second chance. The words came out in a rush, but once I said them, I felt a strange sense of clarity. Maximus was silent for a long moment, his eyes studying me intensely. When he spoke again, his tone was unexpectedly calm, though there was still a hardness beneath it. I understand your concern about this, he began, but don't fool yourself. You know I already have the ultimate power. My pack is one of the most powerful in the world, and I'm the most likely candidate for the throne. But that didn't happen overnight. I worked hard for it, all these years. And you weren't even here. So what makes you think I need you now? His words stung, the arrogance laced in every syllable. I wanted to argue, to refute him, but he was strong in some ways. What's more, he continued, we can't even be completely sure about my awakening. Like you said, I probably wouldn't have woken up if it weren't for you. But we can't be certain about it. Am I wrong? I swallowed hard, the fight draining out of me as his words settled in my mind now. I guess we aren't, I managed to say after a few moments of silence. This time, it was just his behavior that bothered me, but the cold truth in his words. My chest felt tight, and I found it hard to breathe. Maximus was quiet for a few seconds, his gaze softening just a little as he took a step closer to me. He reached for my hands, holding them gently. I know you don't trust me because of how I've treated you in the past. His voice sincere, almost pleading, and I truly believe you have every right to feel that way. But I want you to know that in telling you the truth when I say that I will try to correct my mistakes, all I ask is a chance to make things right. Just give us a chance. I looked at him, the sincerity in his eyes catching me off guard. What will it cost you in the end? He asked softly. I'm here. You're here. Why not give it a try? I stood there for a long time, torn between the past and the possibility of something new. Could I trust him? Was there a part of him that truly wanted to change? Or was it just the weight of responsibility that had pushed him to this point? My thoughts swirled in my head, but one thing was clear: I couldn't ignore his plea. "I really don't know," I muttered, feeling utterly confused. As I slowly pulled my hands away from his, my mind was a blur, a whirlwind of questions and doubts. His words had shaken everything I thought I knew. The way I had viewed him, and even myself, no longer seemed so clear. Maximus had offered me a new perspective, one I hadn't considered until now. I wasn't sure what was right anymore. What had once seemed obvious felt like a maze of uncertainty. "Take your time." His voice steady and reassuring. "Just promise me you'll think about it." I nodded weakly, my voice barely above a whisper. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I mumbled, lost in my own thoughts, and began walking towards the path that led to the car. Behind me, I could hear the soft rustling of Maximus backing up the picnic. But even as I walked, I couldn't escape the gnawing feeling of confusion tightening in my chest. On one hand, he was right. Maximus was powerful, one of the most influential werewolves with prestige that spanned both the human and wolf worlds. I didn't need to stay by his side to maintain that power. He had done it on his own for years. He had built his empire, secured his position, and proven his strength time and time again. His success had never depended on me. But on the other hand, the bond between us, it would make him stronger, more invincible. And I couldn't deny that there was something tempting about the possibility of that kind of strength. If the bond worked the way it was supposed to, it could solidify his position even further. But, as he pointed out, we weren't sure if it would even work. Would the bond make him stronger? Or would it, as he feared, end up being his greatest weakness? The uncertainty gnawed at me. And yet, the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't understand why he would risk it. Why would he want to even consider this bond with me now? After everything that had happened between us, what had changed? Why now, when he hadn't been interested before? What did he truly want? Had all his actions been for his own benefit? Or was there something more? Could he really want a second chance? Or was this just a tactical move on his part to cement his power and ensure his future? I felt overwhelmed, torn between the conflicting truths in front of me. His arguments made sense, but so did my doubts. Was he being genuine? Or was this all just a means to an end? How could I know? I didn't want to be another pawn at his game, but I also couldn't shake the thought that maybe, just maybe, there was more to him than I had originally thought. By the time we reached the car, I still didn't have any answers, only more questions, and the weight of the decision I would eventually have to make. Chapter 30, The Sorcery's Maximus POV. We arrived at the packhouse, the sound of the car engine fading as we pulled into the driveway. I watched Adelina quietly exit the vehicle and head towards her room, her silence still weighing heavily in the air. It had been a long ride back, and her quiet demeanor made my stomach twist with unease. I knew something was bothering her, something I couldn't quite grasp. The question of whether she would ever truly accept us was something that gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more behind her reluctance than she was letting on. As I walked to my office, my thoughts kept circling back to her. I had tried, in my own way, to get through to her today, to offer her a different perspective, but it hadn't been enough. She was still distant, still guarded, and that hurt more than I cared to admit. But the real question was, what was holding her back? I couldn't help but wonder if Nicholas had something to do with it. Their connection, however fleeting it might have been, seemed to have left imprint. I didn't understand why, but I couldn't deny that it seemed to haunt her. I pushed those thoughts aside as I entered my office, determined to focus on the task at hand. The sorceress was on her way, and Chris had already informed me that she'd be here any minute. I knew better than to let my personal frustrations cloud my judgment. As always, I would deal with the problem when it presented itself. It was a tactic that had served me well throughout the years. I wasn't about to change that now. Minutes later, A soft knock echoed through the door, followed by Chris entering with Sonia. She was a striking woman, tall and slender, with long black hair that framed her face like an obsidian waterfall. Her turquoise eyes were piercing, their unnatural color giving her an almost ethereal quality. Despite her beauty, there was no mistaking her for anything other than what she was: a powerful sorceress capable of extraordinary things. I had seen firsthand the depths of her abilities and the ruthlessness with which she wielded them. Betrayal was not something Sonia took lightly. She didn't forgive, and she certainly didn't forget. As she entered, an almost tangible wave of energy radiated from her, filling the room with an oppressive weight. It was as if the very air had changed, thickened, in response to her presence. Her gaze locked with mine, unblinking, and she gave a curt nod to Chris, dismissing him without so much as a word. He obeyed immediately, not even waiting for my approval. That spoke volumes about her influence, but also about the type of woman she was. Sonia was not one to be underestimated. She could take over the world if she wished, and she knew it. She moved towards me slowly, deliberately, her every step exuding a quiet menace. She was like a predator, her eyes never leaving mine as she closed the distance between us. I felt the tension in the air, a silent challenge. Normally, I was the one in control, the one who commanded the room. But Sonia was different. She didn't fear me, and that was something few could claim. She was not intimidated, not even by me. When she finally stopped in front of my desk, I stood my ground. I had seen her methods before: slow, calculated, designed to put you on edge. She was a master at this, a tactician, but I was easily swayed. Not by her, not by anyone. I met her gaze, unwavering. There was no need to play her games. I wasn't here to be intimidated. Alpha Maximus, she said with a small bow, her tone carrying both respect and a hint of amusement. I motioned for her to sit, and she gracefully settled into one of the chairs across from me, her every move measured and deliberate. Sonia had always been like this: calm, poised, and unreadable. I had known her since the days my father was relentlessly searching for my mother. Despite his efforts, he never succeeded in finding her, and deep down, I believed Sonia had a hand in that. Whether she was protecting my mother or playing her own mysterious game, I could never be sure. Still, Sonia had proven her value in ways I could not ignore. When I took over as Alpha, it was she who warned me of my uncle's treachery and his plot to take my life. Her information had saved me, and from that moment on, I had kept her close. Whenever I faced a challenge or sought to accomplish the impossible, Sonia was the one I turned to. She was as dangerous as she was brilliant, and her counsel had been indispensable time and again. Now, she was studying me with those unnerving turquoise eyes, the kind that seemed to see straight into a person's soul. It was just a look; it was as if she was measuring me, weighing my intentions and my resolve. I knew she had already guessed why I summoned her. Sonia always had a way of knowing things before anyone else did, but she wasn't one to act until she heard the request spoken aloud. Leaning back in her chair, she arched an elegant brow, her lips curving into the faintest of smirks. "Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," she said smoothly, breaking the silence. "We both know I don't make house calls without good reason, so why don't you tell me what it is you want from me this time?" Her voice was calm, but there was a sharpness to it, a subtle reminder that her help always came at a price. I met her gaze evenly, refusing to let her see even the smallest crack in my resolve. I knew how Sonia operated, and I wasn't about to show weakness. "I need your insight," I began, my tone firm and unwavering. "There's a situation developing that requires delicate handling. I want your help ensuring it turns in my favor." Her smirk deepened, but she didn't interrupt, waiting for me to elaborate. She was always like this, making you lay your cards on the table before she revealed her own. "It concerns Adelina," I continued, my voice steady, though I felt a flicker of tension as I spoke her name. "Just conflicted about our bond. hesitant about giving us a second chance. I need to understand what's holding her back and if there's something or someone influencing her decision. Sonia tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing. Oh, the mate bond. Her tone tinged with curiosity. Such a fascinating and complex thing. And you believe something or someone is clouding her judgment. In not ruling out possibility, I admit it. Her hesitation runs deeper than I anticipated. She's wary of my intentions, and I can't blame her for that. But I need clarity. I need to know what's truly at the root of her reluctance. Sonia leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the arms of the chair. Her expression grew more serious, and for a moment, I could see the full weight of her power behind those turquoise eyes. You're asking me to delve into her mind, her emotions, she said quietly, to uncover truths she may not even be aware of herself. I nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She studied me for a long moment, her gaze never wavering. Finally, she spoke. You understand the risks of what you're asking, don't you? The bond is delicate, and tampering with it could have consequences for both of you. I do, I replied firmly. But this isn't just about me. It's about the future of this pack and what we can achieve together. I need her by my side, and I need to know if that's possible. Sonia's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh, the Luna with her controversial nature. Such an intriguing choice. She leaned back slightly, her sharp eyes boring into me. Your priest may have seen good omens during the lunar ceremony, but I know you too well. You always want more certainty, don't you? I didn't respond. Knowing she was strong, she continued. Here's how we'll proceed. I want you to focus on the questions weighing on your mind while I shuffle the cards. When I tell you to stop, you will clear your thoughts completely, make your mind a blank slate, and I will deal the cards. Are you ready? Yes, I said curtly, motioning for her to begin. Sonia started shuffling the cards, her movements quick and precise, each shuffle producing a rhythmic sound that filled the room. Her hands moved with practiced ease, and as she worked, I focused my thoughts on Adelina and what lay ahead. After a few moments, she paused, still shuffling, and locked her gaze with mine. Stop, she commanded, her voice firm. I cleared my mind as instructed, watching as she dealt most of the cards onto the desk, leaving a smaller stack in her left hand. The atmosphere grew heavier with each passing moment. The silence thickened, unnerving. I waited, but my patience was thinning. So, my impatience breaking through. Her eyes flicked up to mine, sharpened, unyielding. Don't rush me, she snapped. Sonia resumed dealing the cards, her movements slower now, more deliberate. Then she stopped again, fixing me with an intense stare. Her turquoise eyes darkened, turning to a stormy grey, clear sign that the goddess had descended, taking possession of her. When she spoke, her voice was not entirely her own, it was layered with a deep, otherworldly resonance. You will get what your heart desires. Drive AKO. But the path will not be easy. Prepare yourself. The battle ahead will be hard and painful. Wounds you thought long healed will be reopened. Enemies surround you, many in number and closer than you realize. I sat frozen, her words striking me like a thunderclap, reverberating through my mind. But Sonia wasn't finished. To achieve what your soul longs for, you must overcome the darkness within you. Her voice steady yet weighted with meaning. Walk the path that fate lays before you with pure intentions. The weapon I sent you will be your key to success. But beware, only if your heart remains pure will you emerge victorious. Should you stray, the price you will pay will be unbearable. Her piercing gaze felt as though it was dissecting every corner of my soul. Then, her tone softened but retained its gravitas. Much is at stake. Drive AKO far more than your ambitions. Tread carefully. The room fell into a suffocating silence, the air heavy with her words. They weren't just a reading, they were a warning, a prophecy, and a challenge all at once. For a moment, I cowed and move, cowed and speak. My thoughts raced, trying to pass the full weight of her message. I understood one thing with absolute clarity: there was no turning back from this path. No room for error. Suddenly, Sonia's body sagged slightly, her head bowing forward as if drained. She closed her eyes, her once powerful demeanor giving way to a fleeting vulnerability. A long breath escaped her lips. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were no longer stormy grey but the usual vibrant turquoise, signaling the departure of the goddess. I hope I was helpful to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She whispered, her voice barely audible but tinged with exhaustion. I nodded slowly, still grappling with everything she had said. You were, I replied, though the words felt hollow, my mind too consumed to express more. Sonia rose gracefully, her movements deliberate yet tired. She gave me a final, knowing lot before leaving the room, and as the door clicked shut behind her, the silence enveloped me once again, but this time it felt far heavier. For a moment, I stood there, staring at the closed door. The room felt oddly empty without her presence, the weight of her words still lingering in the air. The clock on the wall read 2 in the morning, and exhaustion began to settle over me like a heavy blanket, pushing the thoughts crowding my mind to the side. Turning off the office lamp, I left the room and made my way to my bedroom. Once inside, I turned on the lights and instinctively approached the internal door that connected my room to Adelina's, pressing my ear against it. I listened. Silence. She was fast asleep. Relieved, I stepped back, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I stripped off my clothes, climbed into bed, and let the day's events wash over me one last time before closing my eyes. Darkness quickly claimed me, pulling me into a deep and dreamless sleep. Third-person POV. It is 3 in the morning, and I am in the dungeon cleaning. As always, silence hangs heavily in the air, broken only by the faint, distant creaks of the old stone walls. The tortures ended hours ago, leaving a grim stillness behind. The high-ranked wolves have long retreated to their chambers. The guards remain stationed at their posts, and the detainees are locked away in their cells. I am an Omega, the lowest of the low, and my job is to clean up the aftermath of the interrogations, or, more accurately, the torture sessions. When they offered me this position 3 years ago, I accepted without hesitation. I had no choice. I have 3 pups to raise, and this was the only way to provide for them. But after 3 long years in this hellish place, I can say without doubt that I despise my job. The blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The heartless brutality of it all, it's unbearable. That's why I deliberately wait until the interrogations are over before I venture down here to clean. I can't face the prisoners' suffering directly, so I come only when the chambers are empty, when the pain has subsided into silence. Tonight is no different. I'm scrubbing the blood-stained floor of one of the torture rooms, the metallic smell of blood thick in the air, when something unusual catches my attention. My ears prick up, and I freeze mid. Despite being a weak Omega, my hearing is sharper than most, and I can hear faint voices through the thick stone walls. My heart starts to race. Whispers in the dungeon at this hour. It's unusual now. It's suspicious. I cautiously approach the wall where the whispers seem to be coming from. The closer I get, the clearer the voices become. To men, speaking in low, urgent tones. I know I shouldn't be doing this. Eavesdropping is dangerous, especially for someone like me. If in caught, it won't just cost me my job, it could cost me my life. But curiosity has always been my greatest weakness, and tonight, it wins again. There's a small hole in the wall, barely noticeable, but large enough to peer through. I hesitate for only a second before lowering myself to look. Through the hole, I see them, 2 men, standing in the shadows. One is tall with dark hair and piercing forest, green eyes, his demeanor commanding. The other is shorter, with equally dark hair and sharp, calculating brown eyes. Their posture and confidence mark them as high-ranked wolves. But it's their scent that gives them away. They don't belong to this pack. I swallow hard, my pulse quickening. Foreign wolves in the dungeon at this hour. It's not just suspicious, it's alarming. What could they be doing here? And why are they whispering in secret? I press my ear closer, straining to make out their words. Whatever they're discussing, it's clear they don't want anyone to hear it. My instincts scream at me to back away, to leave before I get caught in something far beyond my station. But I can't. Something tells me this isn't just a counter. Whatever's happening here, it's important and dangerous. And now, I'm right in the middle of it. The tall man's voice echoed faintly through the stone walls, his anger palpable. I have been waiting for you for nearly 2 hours. Where the hell have you been? His frustration burned in his tone, sharp and demanding. The shorter man shifted uncomfortably, his reply defensive. I didn't come earlier, there was a lot of traffic outside Maximus' office. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why so? The tall man pressed, his tone icy. My people told me that a woman visited him this evening. She stayed for a few hours. The shorter one explained cautiously. The tall man scoffed, irritation flaring. That's the big secret. Everyone knows Maximus is it on one. She wasn't like the others. The shorter man insisted. She was strangely dressed and seemed foreign. The tall man raised an eyebrow, sarcasm dripping from his words. Maybe it's one of Maximus' sexual role appeals. Who cares? You made me lose 2 hours waiting because of Maximus' foreplay. Are you completely an idiot? The shorter man bristled at the insult, but kept his tone steady. I couldn't pass the guards. There were too many stationed outside his door and all along the hallway. Maybe he had them there to make sure he was caught in the act by Adelina. The tall man growled under his breath. This is the last time. I don't tolerate being made to wait. Don't you dare let this happen again. For your sake. His tone shifted, becoming sharp and focused. Now tell me, what did you find out about Maximus' ex-lover? To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's completely enraged by Maximus' behavior. The shorter man reported. She can't accept that Adelina is the new Luna. She feels cheated, abandoned. She had pinned all her hopes on her love with Maximus. Do you think we can't trust her? The tall man asked, his green eyes narrowing. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The shorter man confirmed with conviction. Especially if we offer her the Luna's position in exchange for her help. The tall man smirked. Great. You'll make the approach. I'm counting on you don't screw it up. Now what about our spies? Are they in position? I want Maximus and Adelina's every move tracked. Have they discovered anything yet? They're already in place. As you ordered, the shorter man assured him. But so far, everything seems normal. The relationship between Maximus and Adelina appears to be genuine. Maybe Aegeus had a change of heart and decided to accept her. The tall man sneered, his voice dripping with skepticism. I don't believe it. Maximus is far too selfish and calculative for such altruistic nonsense. There has to be a serious reason behind this sudden change, and I want you to find out what it is quickly. Is that clear? Yes, sir. The shorter man replied with urgency. If you uncover anything else, send me a message on the number I gave you. The tall man ordered, his voice low but commanding. Now go and don't get caught by the guards. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The shorter man said, his tone obedient but hurried. The tall man watched him leave before muttering to himself with a wicked grin, his voice laced with dark ambition. I may not be Alpha of the world yet, but I'm so close. He threw his head back and laughed. A devilish, chilling sound that echoed to the dungeon's dark corridors.